All right, looks like we are live, and I want to welcome everybody to Standing for Truth. My name is Donny Budinsky, and this is Sam, and we are here with the man, the myth, the legend himself, the undefeated debate champ, Dr. Kent Hovind. And what I want to do first, though, is kind of set the foundation. And so, Sam, my award-winning co-host, brother, what are we here tonight for? Are we looking for evidence for evolution?
Yeah, we've been looking high and low. We've been searching the entire globe and we just haven't found any. So, what we're thinking is maybe tonight there's some evolutionists out there who can convince us that evolution is a thing. Is it a thing? I'm waiting to be convinced.
Sam, are you telling me that you being on a farm right now, are you telling me you don't believe you're related to that cow
I
through common
don't believe
ancestry in the background there?
I don't believe I'm related to this cow, but if somebody can change our mind, then let's have it.
Let's have it, brother. So that's why we titled this Evolution is False, Change Our Minds. And Dr. Kent, you're no stranger to this topic, nor are you a stranger to debates in general. How many debates have you had up to this point, brother?
365.
So you've probably heard it all, but possibly we might hear something new tonight, I guess. We'll see.
So.
And so we got to do our best to get you to debate 500, Kent.
Yeah.
So what I want to ask you, Dr. Dino, is since we are looking for evidence for evolution, what is it that we mean by evolution? Do we mean just simple change over time? Because if somebody comes in and presents us an example of change, we're probably not really going to disagree. And so, Kent, I'm going to hand it over to you, brother. Help us set the foundation for what we're going to discuss tonight. What do we mean by evolution?
Well, that's where one of the first things I do in my seminars I teach on. By the way, thanks for having me. I'm in Lenox, Alabama, population 30. We love it down here at Dinosaur Adventureland. I go through what do you mean by that word evolution? Because it has 6 different meanings or stages. And the atheists hate it when I do this, and they will disagree strongly, and they're wrong. First, you have to have cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. Where did that come from? They'll just say Big Bang and they want to move on. No. That's not science. To say a bang of a dot the size of an atom made the whole universe. That's not science. That's imagination. Then that explosion, the Big Bang, supposedly created hydrogen and helium. Well, how do you get all the elements? You have to have chemical evolution. There's no evidence for that. You have to have something to squeeze a star already existing to exert the pressure to make any higher elements, and then you can't fuse past iron. So then you have to have number 3, stellar and planetary evolution. How did the stars get formed? How did the planets get formed? Where'd they come from? Nobody's ever seen that happen, so it's imagination. Number 4 is organic evolution, the origin of life. How did life get started? They don't have an answer. They've got some theories, but see, they want to skip all 4 of those and jump right to macroevolution, changing from one kind of animal to another. Nobody's ever seen that happen. The last one they have on their list, let me go back to my hyperlinks here, microevolution. That's a variation within the same kind. Now that one happens. There's 330 some breeds of dogs in the world, and they might have had a common ancestor called a dog. And there's 1,000 different kinds of bananas, and they might have had a common ancestor called a banana. Variation within the banana kind happens. Variation within the dog kind happens. That does not prove dogs are related to bananas. But they want to make these stupid family trees and say everything is related. They can teach this to the kids in school. Look, boys and girls, you are related to a ladybug. Oh yeah, here's the family tree. Humans are related to asparagus. They drew a bunch of lines on paper. That's all they did. This is artwork. This is propaganda, but it's not science. That's why they won't admit that. See, they don't want to admit that evolution's a religion because then they lose their funding. Nobody in their right mind is going to pay to go to school to learn you're related to a potato. So they have to force it on everybody through public schools and public museums. So when you're talking about the word evolution, I mean the first 5 kinds of the definition of the meaning. There is no evidence for cosmic, chemical, stellar, organic, or macroevolution. They are not scientific. They are religious. Change my mind. Have somebody call in.
Kent, those are some great points there. And so I wonder, Charles Darwin, in his very popular book, The Origin of Species, did he really present anything other than just simple change over time? I mean, did he really present anything that would demonstrate the validity of large scale evolution, fish to fisherman evolution?
All he observed was variations within the same kind. He figured there were 14 different varieties of finches on these different islands, the Galapagos Islands. See, Charlie Darwin dropped out of medical school and went to theological school, ordained to be a preacher, the only degree he ever got. Couldn't get a job, so his dad pulled a few strings. He was, an important man, and it got him a job, an unpaid naturalist. Sailed around for 5 years. What that means is, Captain, would you please feed my kid? He can't get a job. Okay, so Darwin sailed around for 5 years, unpaid, and collected birds and bugs. Okay, he hated birds because he liked worms, and he thought it was mean for birds to eat worms, so he shot all the birds he could find. He said, I think there are 14 kinds of finches. I agree, Charlie. They came from a common ancestor called a bird. But in his book, Origin of Species, he said, it's a truly wonderful fact that all animals and all plants throughout time and space should be related to each other. Charlie, wait a minute. You saw 14 kinds of birds, and that makes you think they're related to whales and pine trees? That's what he said. This is baloney. This is not science. This is religion. God said they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever seen. No farmer in the world, in the history of the world, has ever seen anything other than this right here. God said 20 times in the first 7 chapters they would bring forth after their kind. And that's science. That's observable. That's testable. But Darwin's theory is not even a good theory. It's a hypothesis. It's a religious belief. They're welcome to it. I don't care what they believe, but they shouldn't call it science. So change my mind, all you atheists out there.
Amen. Amen. I like it. Change our minds if you got evidence for evolution. So in light of what you're presenting there, Kent, God creates original created kinds to produce after their kind. And so right there guarantees change and variation. So everything Darwin presented is actually good evidence for the creation model. So thank you, Charles Darwin, for helping us to confirm creation. But we're looking for that type of large scale evolution that would demonstrate banana plants and whales are related through common ancestry. And so, Kent, we have a commenter in the chat, and they do typically like to say this, but eventually, when pressed long enough, they will admit that they do believe. You go back far enough in time, you're going to be related to banana plants, mosquitoes, and so on. So Marty says, you guys know that related to does not mean same as, right? So some evolutionists, they'll get slippery with their answers, Kent, and they'll say, well, we're not related to banana plants in the same way that I'm related to my sister or cousin. And so, Kent, what would be a good response to that, brother?
Well, that's the words they use, though. They have these family trees. This is what the kids are being taught. Public school textbooks. I'm surrounded by hundreds of public school textbooks, and this is one of the many charts that they use, saying, yes, boys and girls, everything came from a common ancestor. Well, if we all have a common ancestor, then we are related. I mean, if we all had the same grandpa, aren't we related? They're saying we humans and aardvarks and sunflowers and frogs and spiders all have a common ancestor. Yes, they do teach we're related. And if that embarrasses you and you're trying to get around that, good. You should be embarrassed for believing something so stupid.
Kent, tell them how you really feel, brother.
That's how I really feel, brother.
And it's true. Just own up to your science fiction religion.
Admit it.
Quit pretending. The charts show evolution teaches, and evolutionary biologists like Richard Dawkins, who we're going to get into next here, they don't have a problem admitting that they believe they're related to mushrooms and strawberries. They're proud of it. So
Professor Dave told me. I said, Dave, are you related to a strawberry? Oh, yeah. We call him Strawberry Dave. Yeah.
That's right. Okay, well, I've got the link posted in the live chat. Okay, so we're going to further set the foundation here for everybody. I've got a couple interesting videos we're going to respond to and just kind of interact with, give some commentary. So for those who have evidence for evolution, we are saying evolution is false. We're saying that based on the evidence, guys, based on science. So feel free to prove us wrong or change our minds. Now, for those that are joining on the evolution side or in general, we're looking for evidence that you should be able to present in a minute or two. We're not looking for monologues. We're not looking for autobiographies and speeches. So feel free to come in. We're going to have some back and forth on one topic at a time. And of course, we're going to keep it respectful. And so let's get our first clip, Kent, to give some commentary on. I'm going to play a minute or two of this one. And this is from a recent and very entertaining, in my opinion, exchange between Piers Morgan and Richard Dawkins. Piers Morgan taking the theist position, and he is pressing or challenging Richard Dawkins on the origin of time, space, and matter. Because Richard Dawkins, as we know, is an atheist, a famous atheist. And so let's see how Richard Dawkins responds. And then, Kent, let's get your opinion on the matter. Here we go.
I think I asked you last time, and Professor Meyer brought that up again as being the flaw in your position, which is what is there before it starts? What is nothing?
This is a question for a physicist, not a biologist. But what I would answer to Professor Meyer is that we need to explain complexity in terms of simplicity. And of course, it's true that I cannot say what was there before the Big Bang. Physicists sometimes tell us that the word before doesn't even mean anything before the Big Bang. But whatever it was, it
but it has to, doesn't it?
You cannot suddenly invoke.
Doesn't it have to? I mean, someone as logical as you are, I believe you are, you think about this all very logically. A logical mind surely has to appreciate that before the Big Bang, there has to have been something before then. Otherwise, what is nothing?
A physicist will tell you that
yeah, but what do you tell me?
I'm trying to tell you what a physicist would say, first of all. They would say that you cannot use the word before for the Big Bang. Time began at the Big Bang. There was no before.
So Kent, I want to stop it there. Maybe reiterate a couple of these points. I think they're humorous. So Richard Dawkins, he's been doing this for years and years and years. This is the best he's got. So apparently we can't say, according to physicists, right? According to physicists, they know everything. They're infallible. We shouldn't be using the word before. It doesn't apply. And he also started off by saying, well, we should have a simple answer to the origin of the universe, time, space, and matter. We shouldn't invoke God. It's too complex. It's just going to raise more questions. So we need something simple. Kent, what are your thoughts on that exchange, brother?
Well, I think he's documenting what the Bible says in the beginning. That's when time started. He's right. There is no before. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. God created time, space, and matter. God is outside of time, space, matter. When we get to heaven, we're not going to be there. We sing those songs, when we've been there 10,000 years. We're not going to be there 10,000 years. We're just going to be there. First thing you do when you get to heaven, take off your watch and fling it over the side. No more time. You won't be late for anything. No hurry. That's going to be a blessing right there. So he's right that there is no before. But so the Big Bang created time. I would like to know how they can believe such a stupid thing. Big Bang, they believe it created all the matter. Here's a textbook here. Time, space, and matter all began with the Big Bang. This is propaganda. This is religion. This is not a scientific statement. In a fraction of a second, the universe grew from smaller than a single atom to bigger than a galaxy. They're dreaming to call that science. I admit I take by faith God did it. That's my religious belief. God created time, space, matter. They don't want to admit that this is a religious belief right here, that the Big Bang created time, space, matter. That's nothing but a religious belief. So I'm sorry, it's not science. And until it is proven scientifically, quit making everybody pay to have it taught in the schools. Go start your own private school, teach anybody anything you want to teach them. But it should not be government funded in any way. Okay?
Have you found, because one thing I noticed by what Richard Dawkins said, he said, well, I'm a biologist. You have to ask a physicist. But then you ask the physicist and they say, well, you got to ask the geneticist. And the geneticist says, well, you got to ask the geologist. And so nobody at the end of the day really knows the answer to these pivotal questions on the origin of time, space, matter, the origin of life, the origin of new life forms. Have you found that to be the same too, Kat?
Oh, it's a hot potato and nobody wants to hold it. They're passing it around rapidly. Yep. All the
Right.
Himalaya mountains, all 8 billion people fit in that dot, smaller than an atom. That's real stupid, real stupid. The mommy said we shouldn't say stupid, but she's up in heaven watching now. She said, told me it's okay, son. You can say stupid because there's just no better word.
No better word. Sam,
He's
go
got
ahead,
some
brother. What are your thoughts?
he's got some bigger problems too, because the causal origin of the universe, that's a second order or a derivative state of affairs. And so it had to derive from something. If all you have within your worldview, or we'd say your metaphysic, is derivative without anything that is metaphysically first, then you can't have anything that's second or derivative. So yeah, we absolutely can ask the question, what is the causal origin of the universe? So he's trying to dodge, and I think he's actually a zoologist, which doesn't mean that he can't talk about these things, but is he a biologist or a zoologist? I could be wrong. I thought he was a zoologist.
He's a religionist. He spreads his religion.
He's a religious zealot.
That's right.
Yeah,
Hey, by the way, I'll debate him anytime. Bring him on.
I was thinking that, Ken, as I was watching this debate, because all throughout this exchange with Piers Morgan, he makes these assertions. He makes these claims that, well, the universe is 14 point whatever billion years old. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and life originated 4.2 billion years old. And he says these, and he needs to be challenged on those, Kent. So he needs to take the evolution debate challenge.
Amen. I'll take them all on.
Can you touch on the importance of the first and second laws of thermodynamics in relation to what's being discussed here with Richard Dawkins? Because go ahead.
Over the centuries, man has tried to figure out what kind of laws run this universe. The law of gravity. We still today don't even know what gravity is, but we know how fast it attracts things, and we know there's a mass and velocity and distance and all that, the formulas for that. So the laws of thermodynamics, thermo means heat, like a thermometer, okay? Dynamics means dynamite or power. The power of heat, they've come up with 3 laws. The first law says matter cannot be created or destroyed. Well, then the evolution theory dead in the water on the first one. How did matter get here? There's a lot of matter in the world, and the world's made of matter. You think all that matter was compressed into a dot smaller than an atom? That's not science. That's stupid, but it's certainly not science. So the second law of thermodynamics tells us everything is tending toward disorder. Everything gets worse with time. Go look in your bedroom. You'll see what I'm talking about. Look in your sock drawer. Nothing gets organized by itself. Go look in your garage. Go look in our garage. Everything falls apart with time. So they clearly, both of those laws are directly 100% opposite to the evolution theory. They think matter created itself, or energy. They're kind of interchangeable in physics. And then it got better by itself. It got more organized. The DNA code in your body contains more information than probably all the computers in all the world combined. And yet they think it happened by chance. They're dreaming. Bad dream. Okay? Bad dream. So yeah, the laws of thermodynamics go directly against the evolution theory. They've never come away. They've never gotten around them, to my knowledge. If you got away, call in, prove me wrong.
That's right. And the points you made demands a creator that's outside of time, matter, space. Because first law, as you said, matter and energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Second law of increasing entropy, everything's winding down. Couple questions. Who wound it up? Well, whoever wound it up has to be outside of time, matter, and space in order to bring those into existence. So, Sam, any thoughts? And then we'll move on to the next video, brother.
Yeah, oftentimes when you kind of corner the critics on the causal origin, they'll say that perhaps there's something eternal out there, like an eternal multiverse. But that's problematic when you understand the second law of thermodynamics. So they're kind of cornered either way they go.
Well, Ken, here's Richard Dawkins' follow-up that he kind of made famous. he'll say, okay, you want to invoke God. Well, who created God is his follow-up question. He thinks that's a gotcha. It's a good way to respond to that, Kent. Well, who created God?
I don't think it's possible for our human brain to understand an answer to that question. I don't think, maybe the question has no answer. Nobody created God. He just is. When God told Moses, go tell Pharaoh, let my people go. Moses said, he ain't going to do that, Lord. He's going to ask what your name is. What do I tell him? God said, you tell Pharaoh, I am sent you. I am that I am. He's not affected by time, space, or matter. If he was, he's not God. Time is God, or space is God. See, God is not locked in time, space, or matter. This is not 2024 in heaven. God is right now seeing all of it at the same time. He can see Adam and Eve in the garden. He can see the end of the world. He can see it all at the same time. He's not the least bit nervous. Not the least bit nervous. He's outside of time, space, matter. Can I prove that? I don't think so. That's the only logical answer. See, that's why we admit ours is a religion. They should admit the Big Bang stupid theory is a religion. They won't admit it because they want government funding. That's why.
Yeah, good points. Okay, let's move to our next Richard Dawkins clip. And again, reminder to those in the audience, we will be opening up the mic soon. I've got the link pinned, so be sure to click that and come on in to change our minds, prove us wrong. So, and for those that are backstage, I see a couple who I'm not familiar with. So if I'm not familiar with you, please give me a description of who you are, what you believe, what your position is in the private chat. And that way I can know your position before we let you in. Okay, here we go. Let's get our next clip here. Kent, this clip is Richard Dawkins. It's been thrown around quite a bit. It's got millions of views, but it's only a couple minutes. So I feel like it's worth engaging. And so Richard Dawkins here is asked for the best evidence for evolution or one fact to refute creationism. Don't you love how they like to call it creationism, but then call their position evolution? No, it's evolutionism. Let's make that clear. So, okay. And Sam, let me know the audio's coming in. I can't remember if I clicked audio. So here we go. I'm going to press play and we'll make sure the audio is coming in.
Forward TV, the world is thinking.
Do you think there could be one sentence that could convince, let's say, a creationist to seriously doubt their theory? Ideally, if you could convince a believer in God to really doubt their belief, but that's too hard.
Not sure about a sentence. I think perhaps the single most convincing fact, the observation that you could point to, would be the pattern of resemblances that you see when you compare the genes using modern DNA techniques, actually looking at the letter-to-letter correspondences between genes. Compare the genes of any pair of animals you like, pair of animals, pair of plants, and then plot out the resemblances, and they fall in a perfect hierarchy, a perfect family tree. And the only alternative to it being a family tree is that the intelligent designer deliberately set out to deceive us in the most underhand and devious manner. More.
Let's stop it there for now, Kent. Let's go one point at a time. I'll reiterate. So basically, the homologous patterns or the similarities that we see in the biological world, specifically at a DNA level, and how they form a nested hierarchy. What he means by that is when we compare the DNA of, let's say, humans, chimps, a lemur, a dog, and a bacteria, the human shares more with the chimp than it does with the dog and the bacteria. So there's this kind of natural nested hierarchy in the biological world. So according to him, the alternative, the creation position, would basically have to argue that God is deceiving, trying to make it look like it's evolution, but it really ain't. So Kent, I'd love to get your response on that, brother.
Well, I think the design of every single thing we see, whether it be a hamster or a whale or a pigeon, is incredible, way beyond anything man has ever made. All the scientists in the world could not get together and make a mouse. They couldn't get together and make a single cell from a mouse. So the fact that there are similarities in the DNA only indicates the same guy wrote the code. I've said many times, there are similarities. How many lines of code are there? Did you Google that, Joseph? How many lines of code for Microsoft Word? 30 million. I don't know what it is. Let's say it's 30 million. Microsoft Word is a program that has 30 million lines of code. Okay. How many lines of code for Microsoft PowerPoint? Probably millions of identical lines of code. I bet when I go to spell check in Word, it takes me to the same spell checker that it does when I go from PowerPoint to the spell check. That's proof the same guys are writing the code. That's not proof that we're evolving from each other. I think God designed all the plants and animals in the world so that it'd be one symbiotic relationship where the brown cow can eat the green grass and give the white milk, and I can drink it and get the blonde hair. Of course, there are similarities. That would have to be. If there weren't similarities, we could only eat each other. It's a neat, amazing, stunningly amazing network of life that God made. And the similarities that we see in these codes are proof of a designer, not proof of evolution. Doesn't prove they're related. I frequently pointed out that Ford and Chevy both put round tires on their trucks. I've seen them. Is that proof they're related? What did you get there, brother? 2013, Microsoft Office had 45 million lines. Okay. And that includes all those, PowerPoint and all of them, right? So when you click on a different program, Microsoft Word or PowerPoint or something, it's probably going to have lots of identical lines of code. I think that the lines of code to make a robot close their fingers. How many lines of code are there to make that robot grip something? Thousands. Humans have lines of code to tell your flexor muscles to contract and to grip and to pick up something like a coffee cup. Okay. Monkeys have to do the same thing, grip things with their hand. So they probably have similar lines of code. That's not proof they're related. That's proof they need that to pick up something. That's proof of amazing design. But they refuse to admit there's a designer. Richard's not very far from meeting that designer. Sadly, 80 years old, whatever he is, hope he gets saved before that. He said, if you claims not to believe in evolution, you're ignorant, stupid, or wicked, insane, or wicked. Richard, call me anytime. I'll debate you every day of the week from now till you die.
And eternity is a long time. Abraham Lincoln died how long ago? Over 100 years ago?
1865. Yeah.
Still dead today. It's just getting started. Yeah. So we got to think about eternity. Richard Dawkins' follow-up would be, okay, well, why did God create humans more similar then to a chimpanzee or a gorilla than he did to a dog or a fish? How come if humans are a special creation, how come they're just not equally distant in DNA from all your life forms here on the planet?
Well, that's only looking at the physical. Man is way more than just a physical body. We have a body, soul, and spirit. Chimpanzees don't have that. See, plants apparently only have a body. They're alive by our definition, but they're not aware that they're alive as far as we know. Animals are alive and are aware that they're alive. There's something different about animals and plants. Why do we classify them? Two different kingdoms, okay? Then there's man. Man is not only alive, he's aware that he's alive, he has a consciousness of life, and he has a consciousness of God. I don't think any animals have that. They don't bow their head and pray before they eat. So there's something different about man. So if he's looking at the physical part, we have physical things that are similar, some kind of similar muscles and bones, etc. That's not a proof of relationship. We are in a totally different class. Actually, man should be in a totally different kingdom than the plants and animals, because we have a body, soul, and spirit. See, you can not only think about things, you can think about what you're thinking about and pass judgment on your thoughts. Do the apes ever think, wow, that was a bad thought, I shouldn't have thought about that? No, not that we know of. So we're very distinct. We have some similar body parts to the apes because they've got to do the same thing they do. Walk around, pick things up, move, eat, So it's a great design. Just like Ford and Chevy put round tires on their cars. They work a lot better than the square ones.
I like that you pointed that out, Kent. They want to just look at the physical. Here we are doing a live show streaming to the entire planet over our lab. I mean, I'm not sure how that sophisticated technology works. We're building cars, building houses, designing the space shuttle. So there are massive differences between humans and chimpanzees that aren't necessarily physical. Sam, any thoughts, brother? Homologous patterns, is that convincing to you?
Well, I mean, I think when he says that because he doesn't know why God would do something, therefore God is devious, I think he claims to know too much. I mean, is Apple devious because my computer has a screen and shares similar lines of code, but it's not the same as a phone, their iPhone or their watch or their earbuds? And it kind of really makes me wonder. I feel like you have critics that join your channel that have far better arguments than that. And so how withdrawn is he when he makes a statement like that, knowing that, well, yeah, if we had a designer, then of course that designer would design its creatures with morphological and genetic similarity.
Yeah. You know, the second God created animals with RNA, DNA, protein, similar morphology, anatomy, of course there's going to be some similarity. You pick any creature, right? That creature is going to be more similar to one creature than another one. You know, just stand afar. Humans look a little more like a chimp than they do a dog. And you mentioned modes of transportation, Kent. I just put this together last night. And so, okay, we line up a sedan, an SUV, a truck, and a boat. Okay, so naturally, we have a nested hierarchy in the design world. We have sedans. They look more like an SUV than they do a boat. And the car and the SUV look more like each other than they do, you know, a skateboard. We could put a skateboard in there, or a bicycle. So just naturally designed objects fall into hierarchies. I would say it's reflective of design and not common descent.
Well, and the whole idea of nesting things together or classifying things, this is all man's idea.
Right.
The animals do not care how we classify them. They don't even know we are classifying them. Okay. They don't care at all. We turn on our North 40 here at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. We turn on the North 40. Let's see, we have donkeys up there. We have cows. We have sheep, squirrels, raccoons, armadillos. They don't even think about mate. They know what their own kind is. They know which ones to mate with. And keep in mind, they don't even know what they look like. But they know what to look for in a mate. The squirrels don't even consider trying to mate with the cows. They just look for another squirrel. And they know that. So this whole idea of classifying them, this is man putting our attempts to organize things on the animals. The animals absolutely don't care. I think when you organize your tools in the garage, have the shovels in one place and the hammers in some place, you know, we try to keep ours organized. Good luck on that one. But I think that's normal. You keep all the vitamins in one spot in your house, or medicine in one spot, or you keep the wash rags and the towels. Man just likes to classify things. This should go with the towels and the cleaning supplies. The laundry soap does not care where you put it. Okay. And so I don't think the animals care. This whole classification system that Carolus Linnaeus made and others have tweaked over the years of kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, it's all man-made, and it's wonderful. I think we should use it, but it does not prove any relationship. Just because we decided to put the 8 different kinds of squirrels together, the Kaibab squirrel, the Abert squirrel, etc., they put all the squirrels in the same category, call it squirrel. Okay. They don't care. The animals don't care. They don't even know we did it. But that's handy for us to keep track. There's 8 different kinds of squirrels. And they might have had a common ancestor called a squirrel. I think there are now 13 different types of otters. They might have had a common ancestor called an otter. I wouldn't argue with that. But the textbooks make these charts and say the otter is related to the sunflower and the alligator and the butterfly and the wasp. This is not science. This is propaganda. It is stupid. Tell all of them I said so. This is stupid. This is not science.
And change our minds. Change our minds. So that StreamYard link is there pinned. I see a good amount of people backstage, and the majority of you have done what I asked for. So I appreciate that. For those who haven't, please, in the private chat, let me know who you are, what your position is. If you can, go on webcam, even just quickly backstage, give me a wave, make sure I know. That'll help me know that you're real and not a troll. For those that I already know, you don't have to do that. So, okay, let's finish this clip, and then we will be ready to start bringing people in. So Richard Dawkins, this is their apostle of their sci-fi religion. This is the best he's got. It's kind of sad. Okay, here we go, gentlemen.
Moreover, the same thing works with every gene you do separately, and even pseudogenes that don't do anything but are vestigial relics of genes that once did something. I find it extremely hard to imagine how any creationist who actually bothered to listen to that could possibly doubt the fact of evolution, but they don't.
Okay, so we'll stop it there. I'll reiterate. How could we ever doubt the idea that we're related to whales and banana plants based on the argument from pseudogenes? So pseudogenes, they basically argue, okay, we have broken genes that we share with the chimp or that we share with a dog or name your animal. And so we must have inherited that genetic mistake, that broken or false gene, from a common ancestor. And so Kent, he's basically saying that shared genetic mistakes demonstrate common descent. What's a good response, brother?
I don't think any man in the world or any human being in the world is smart enough to know that there actually are pseudogenes. Are you sure we don't know what they do? I mean, 100 years ago, they had 180 vestigial organs. They said, oh, you don't need your appendix, you don't need your tonsils, you don't need your adenoids. 180 of them. They just didn't know the use of them. Tell you what, get a 10-year-old, open the hood of your car. Hey, kid, look under here, take out anything this car does not need. He thinks all you need for the car is the key and the gas pedal. He doesn't even know what the engine. We don't need that. Take that out, you know. It's a matter of stupidity. They don't know. So first of all, I would argue, I don't think we can prove there are pseudogenes, okay? If indeed there are, they do have to prove that we have a broken gene for something and monkeys have a broken gene for something, okay? Could that be that all of the animals in the world went through the same trauma like Noah's flood and something got broken, something changed? Maybe before the flood, the world was different, greater oxygen concentration. And now some have had to learn to live with less oxygen. I think there's plenty of evidence the Earth used to have 35% oxygen instead of 21. We cover all that in my seminar part 2. So could it be they went through the same trauma? And yes, the gene may be broken. I don't think we could prove there are any, but if it turns out that there are, still does not prove evolution. They went through the same trauma.
Kent, when it comes to the vestigial structures, they used to be classified as remnants, evolutionary leftovers. But recently they've been reclassified and now they describe them as something that is in a state of change. But how would that differentiate from every other organ in the body that from their model is always in a state of change? Doesn't that make the term vestigial structure unintelligible?
Right. What does that mean? Vestigial. There's a vestiges. You don't need it anymore. I tell people, if you think the tailbone is vestigial, I will pay to have yours taken out. Matter of fact, I'll do it myself. I got a Swiss Army knife. I taught anatomy. Come on, bend over. I know right where it's at. I'll take it out for you. Okay.
And where can they find you if they need that surgery done?
right here behind my desk. I'm in Lenox, Alabama. Good luck finding that. Our mailing address is Repton, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Dinosaur Adventureland. Come on down. We'll give you the tour.
We can do the surgery live on air here on Standing for Truth. So
without anesthetic.
Right, exactly.
I will even sharpen my Swiss Army knife just for the occasion.
There you go.
Very sweet. It's very sweet and generous of you, brother.
Free.
So I think you nailed it. You know, I've done full presentations on the topic of pseudogenes and junk DNA. And Ken, again, I think you hit the nail on the head that a lot of these so-called pseudogenes, broken genes, there's dozens of papers showing that they're not broken, they're functional, highly functional and necessary to sustain healthy life processes. But we're still in the infancy of understanding the DNA language. Like you said, put a kid under the hood of a car, tell him to remove anything that's not beneficial or functional. He's going to start removing everything because he doesn't understand the sophisticated nature of the car, and we don't fully understand the sophisticated nature of the genome. So, okay, we got one more section to play with Richard Dawkins here. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, if that was a formal debate and he made that comment, that would just be the fallacy of an argument from ignorance. You can't come to a conclusion based on a lack of knowledge. So saying that you don't know why God would do something, that's not an argument. Nothing follows from that. No conclusion follows from that. I
wanted to put this up, Kent. So we got questions from the audience too. So Shepherd's Ambassador, appreciate the question. He says, how come the universe and everything on Earth appear old or look old? I want to quickly say, I think that's fallacious, because how does the universe or the Earth look old? We only have one Earth. We only have one universe. So that appears to me to be fallacious. It's not like we have another universe that we compare this one to and say, oh, see, this one looks old because that one's young. No, we've only got one universe and one Earth. And I can equally say, no, it looks young. I can't. What's a good response?
Well, first of all, this whole line of thought and argument is only to preserve the vital ingredient that they need, called time. If you ask them, how can an amoeba possibly turn into an octopus? Their answer will be, given enough time. And if you take away time from the evolutionist, this is the pulling out the pacifier. They have to have billions of years or their theory goes crazy. Okay. So I think, first of all, it's easy to prove this universe is not billions of years old. It's easy to demonstrate. But even if it were, that still does not make evolution any more true. That's just the first of many vital ingredients they have to make it scientific. It's not scientific. It's a religious belief. Time isn't going to help. Now, people say 6,000. You a young Earth creationist? No. You kidding? 6,000 is a long time. Can you imagine Columbus 500 years ago? Came over here, got out of the boat, and the Indians met him in their front yard. Yeah, can we help you, sir? Or whatever happened back then. Okay. So that's 500. That's a long time ago. What's happened in the last 500 years? A whole bunch of stuff. How about, 1,000 years ago when the Vikings are going around beating everybody up? That's a long time. And you want a 6,000? The brain, that's hard to comprehend.
Right.
They use these big numbers like billions of years because they know the human brain can't absorb that kind of stuff. It gets lost. That's why Congress spends money like that in the billions, because people think, oh, it's no different than my checkbook. Your Canadian government do the same thing, brother. Spend money they don't have and send the bill to the grandkids.
They do. Just keep spending and apparently you'll get rich one day. That's the evolutionist thinking. So you made that point in your debate with Fuzz Rana recently from Reasons to Believe. Our next open mic, I've got some clips from there, but we won't have time tonight for that. So our next show together, I'd like to play some clips. And so he pointed, I thought he had a great response. He pointed to a bunch of Bible verses that said, oh, the earth is ancient. It's from old. And saying, okay, well, then maybe it's millions to billions of years old. But you had, I wonder if you could reiterate it. You had a great response. And I thought it was the obvious response too, that, okay, Rome, we call Rome, ancient Greece. That wasn't billions of years ago, was it, Cap?
No. Ancient civilizations go back 3,000 years. That's ancient. It really is.
Yeah.
I cover a video number 1 of my series. I cover all kinds of ways to show the earth is not billions of years old. The oldest example we have of capital punishment, the oldest example we have of language, the population of the world, of the earth, it could easily reach this, the salt in the oceans, the spin of the earth. I go through a bunch of those. But see, the burden of proof is not on me. The Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and nothing died until Adam sinned. And when you look at the dates that are given in the Bible, Genesis chapter 5, it tells us very clearly how old Adam was when his son was born. Adam was 130 when his son was born. You can add up the numbers. In Genesis 5 and Genesis 11 picks up after the flood. And then we have historical documents going back to Joseph's time in Egypt. So the Bible clearly does teach about 6,000 for the whole world. But that wouldn't matter. Even if it's billions, that doesn't help evolution. That's only the first of billions of obstacles they have to step over.
More time means more deleterious mutation accumulation, means more extinction, more degeneration, more entropy. So they can have all the time in the world, brother. It ain't going to help them take their bacteria to biologists.
Second law of thermodynamics really picks up then.
Oh, yeah. Amen. Okay, well, we just hit the point in the show where we're going to bring in some people. And since we're going to make this hopefully an ongoing series, Evolution is False, Change Our Minds, we will continue responding to Dawkins and some of the other videos I have for us in our next shows. So before I start bringing people in, I want to let everyone know that 90% of you backstage have told me who you are in the private chat. So I do appreciate that. There's just a couple. So there's Joe Waldner. It does say your devices aren't connected. So maybe look into that and also let us know what your position is and who you are. Benjamin Harris. I do see you on webcam, so I appreciate that. But let me know what your position is and who you are a bit. And everyone else, I know who they are. So here we go. We'll start bringing people in. Brock Council, Apologetics 101, Andrew Cumming, one of our favorites here, and Albert. Albert, you know what? You're new to the program, and so I always want to.
Yeah, if you're brand new, then you should leave a comment in the live stream on YouTube, and then a mirrored comment in the private chat. That way we can kind of click on you and make sure that you're not.
Yeah, I just want to make sure people are taking it seriously. So I'm going to bring in Albert. I'm going to put our thumbnail here. Albert, can you briefly introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Albert. What would you like to know? I'm a Leo.
And you hold to evolution?
Lean
evolution?
Not necessarily hold to it. I definitely hold to the micro. And the macro, I don't think it's unreasonable. However, I'm listening into the program to see your guys' opinion. And I have some questions I'd like to ask as well.
Okay. Well, I think we're safe right now with all the guests that we have. So I appreciate it. And first on the panel, though, was Brock Council. Brock, if I remember correctly from what you told me back or in the private chat, you do at least lean evolution. So, okay, let's hand it to you. Real brief introduction. And what would you like to discuss in terms of the topic tonight? Evolution is false. Change our minds. We're willing to listen.
Can you hear me? Okay. I was having trouble getting the mic to work, but I guess it's gone now. So as I said, I am leaning evolution, and I also think God is a possibility, just so you know, by the way. I want to know if Kent thinks that evolution is a linear thing, or if it's like a branching pattern with like multiple things coming from one thing. Did he bring up a thing earlier with like a big paper, laminated paper?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's according to the evolutionists that teach in our public schools, which is what I'm concerned about because I'm having to pay for all this. Okay, they have these charts. Here's the chart straight from the textbook, showing all the life forms, plants, insects, animals, all coming from a common ancestor, being a protozoa or a bacteria or a single-celled creature of some kind. I'll just point out this isn't science. We have seen a variety of I think there are 800 varieties of butterflies. Whatever it is. Okay, there's a bunch of butterflies. They might have had a common ancestor called a butterfly. Why would they say that's proof the butterfly is related to the kangaroo? That's not science. So I think all we've ever observed is variations within the same kind, what anybody would consider the same kind, and the variations have limits. Farmers have been trying for years to get cows to give more milk. They now have a cow that gives 280 pounds a day, 34 gallons, utterly insane. But there's a limit. They're never going to get a cow to give 4 trillion tons of milk a day. There is a limit. There's a limit with dogs. You have the Great Dane and the Chihuahua, 44-inch and 4-inch. Why don't they get a dog 7 miles tall? Is there a limit? Yes, there's variations within the dog kind. They're still a dog, and they're limited. This is where the atheists and evolutionists, they either don't understand it or can't admit it. There are variations within the dog kind. Big dog, little dog, I agree. They might have had a common ancestor. Could be the dog, the wolf, and the coyote are related. I don't know. But they're not related to the banana. This is where they go ahead.
I don't think evolutionists think that a dog is going to get 7 miles tall.
I don't either. That's my point. They start with a protozoa or a bacteria. Is there a limit to how big bacteria can get? How did it turn into a whale?
I'm pretty sure.
The whale 80 feet long. How did this bacteria turn to a whale?
I don't really remember.
That's how they teach it. That's my objection. That's not science.
Well, it's not. Do you think the bacteria? Do you think their story is that the bacteria just grew as a big cell, or do you think it's multicellular? Because you believe a whale is multicellular, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. How did
the bacteria become multicellular? That's a whole argument
too. That's a good question. I think there were 3 things somebody mentioned. One is they cell split into 2, but it kind of failed at the last second. Another is they may have evolved sticky goo, however that works. I'm just not remembering clearly. But I did make something, and you said something about the names earlier. you said something like, I don't think it matters how we name them. I think I
Yeah,
disagree with that.
Yeah, when it comes to classification systematics, kingdom, phylum, order,
Right.
family, genus,
Okay,
species.
okay. Here's my personal belief. I don't really think that the kingdom phylum. I don't think that stuff makes sense because, to my knowledge, if evolution is true, there's not like 20 clades. There's trillions upon trillions of clades. If evolution is true and the Earth is old, there's an uncountable amount of clades. There's clades we'll never know about. So I think it's flawed. They have a class. And supposedly birds came from reptiles, so I don't agree with their classification of birds are their own class and reptiles are their own class. But according to them, you can't lose your ancestry. I disagree with them on that, but I do agree that if evolution is true, it would be a branching pattern, and that's what I believe. So just so you know.
Well, sounds like you went to public school and you drank the Kool-Aid.
Well, I don't agree with them on everything. So I don't
Brock,
understand that.
You got to see that movie about drink the Kool-Aid.
I hate the way they name things. I made something in Microsoft Paint. I could show it to you. They like a Tyrannosaurus is either the first Tyrannosaur or its descendants, and nothing else can be a Tyrannosaur. I'm like,
well, Brock, let me ask you this:
really define what it is.
If you were in an elevator with somebody, an elevator pitch, and they were really on the fence, they were curious, what is true, creation or evolution, universal ancestry or independent origins? And so you only had maybe a minute max, and they wanted to know, Brock, why do you believe in evolution? Why do you believe all life is related through common ancestry? I want to know. I just want to know what the truth is. What evidence would you give them?
I think that, well, when I say evolution, I meant the process. I'm not 100% sure that everything is related. Like there could have, if abiogenesis is true, they could have made like separate cells and they could have evolved on their own because of the separate process of evolution. But I mean, maybe things are related. Maybe my cousin is literally a chimp. I just don't know. But I'm pretty sure I'm related to Kent. Can we agree on that?
I think we all go back to Adam and Eve. Yes, we're all human. All humans are related that way. But that does not go back to a chimpanzee or to a banana.
If, Brock, you mentioned direction of change. Okay, because it doesn't sound like you're confident enough with universal common ancestry to present what you believe is a powerful case or a powerful line of evidence for universal common descent. So earlier you were talking about the direction of change. Is it linear or is it well, I just want to finish. Is it branching pattern? Okay, but the thing is, when we look at the genome, when we look at the claim mechanisms, natural selection and mutations, and Kent has pointed this out many times in his slides on mutations, the direction of change is actually downhill, or we get adaptation, which is horizontal, but we don't actually see these types of vertical changes that are going to take your bacteria to whale. So if the change is largely downhill because most mutations are deleterious, disease causing and damaging, how could you ever put forth scientifically this idea that we've all evolved from single-celled like ancestors billions of years ago?
So again, I'm not 100% sure how something single-celled could become multi-cell. Maybe there was a god that modified itself along the way. Maybe the world is a simulation. I'm not sure, but I think evolution has things to suggest it. But when it comes to what you said, when the mutation goes up, what could you repeat that last part?
Mutations are supposed to add something novel if evolution is true, but the great majority of them are deleterious. They're damaging, they're disease causing, and so they're taking things downhill rather than uphill.
Well, I don't know if that's true. Could you provide a source for me to look into? Because that would change everything.
Absolutely. I know Kent probably has several sources. I've got a whole PowerPoint presentation where world famous population geneticists and biologists admit that the reality is that most mutations are deleterious.
Well, not only that, and I guess why someone's looking for that source, you would also have a burden of proof to provide us with something that suggests that this change can happen. And I'm not aware of any experiments, like any long-term experience, especially like the Linsky's experiment, where we show these things that are beneficial in a very narrow way, but nothing changed. There's been nothing. There's no example, not a single example that's demonstrable from your camp. So why do you believe it?
Well, remember, it's not that I know for sure. If I said I did, I'm sorry, that's a mistake. It's not that I know for sure, but I think people have observed flies speciating, and I think there's even a fly in Antarctica that has no wings, and it just very small changes. And I think, well, if the Earth is old, I'm not sure if it is.
Okay,
but if it is old,
hey Brock, let's stop there.
how far does it go?
I'm gonna hand it
Sorry.
to Kent. So Brock brought up an example about flies changing or speciating. There is one, I think it's beetles on windy islands. They lost their wings. Could be what Brock was saying.
One thing. I'm not saying that the flies like turn to a brachiosaurus. I'm just saying the flies may have changed color. They might not be able to interbreed anymore, stuff like that. Is that? Do you believe in that?
Kent, over to you, brother.
Well, this is where you got to distinguish between what is science and what is religion. It is science is what we can observe, study, and test. Look it up. Definition of science. Things that we can do and observe. We can experiment, do an experiment. We can test it. We can show it happening. I think every farmer in the history of the world will tell you their cows produce cows. Always, only cows. Never anything else. Dogs always produce dogs. Now, man can intervene and try to select to get bigger dog or smaller dog or dumber dog, like my wife's Pugly. But they're still a dog. Nature can select. If you turn all the dogs in the world loose in Alaska, come back in 5 years, only the dogs with thick fur, like a wolf or something like that, would survive. It didn't create the thick fur.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the part where I don't think I agree with the evolutionists on everything. This is so to an evolutionist, if my ancestor was a dog, I would be a dog. Nothing could change that unless you modify my genes, and then I don't know. But if I were to give birth to someone or whatever, they'd be a dog, and then their child would be a dog, and it keeps going for all eternity or whenever the world ends, whatever. I think we should try to redefine things, but I'm literally just a one-man army on that. Nobody really seems to agree with me. So, but yeah, I just think that according to them, it'd still be a dog.
Okay, let's give Kent the final word, and then we're going to move on to a new guest. Go ahead, Kent. You get the last word.
All of the different varieties of animals we see in the world, whether it's kangaroos or dogs or humans or anything, all of them can produce a variety of offspring. One human couple could have 19 kids, like Jim Bob Duggar, a friend of mine, and they're probably all different. They're still human. There's still a lot of similarities, and the differences are within limits. They might get one with blonde hair, brown hair, red hair, but they're not going to get one with purple hair. Okay. They might get one that's, 5 feet tall, one that's 6 feet tall, but they're not going to get one that's 80 feet tall. It's just not going to happen. There are limits within the genetic code. And
I agree that we're not going to get 80 feet tall. I really do agree with that. We're not going to get someone 80 feet tall. They die before they even grow that big.
Well, how do we get an 80-foot whale out of an amoeba? They have 80-foot whales.
Doesn't water support weights? And doesn't the whale have? Okay. This is So if the person was to get if my descendants were to evolve to get that big, well, they have to change so much. I don't know if they still be human. According to evolutionists, they would be because of cladistic taxonomy, however you call it. But to me, I'm not really sure if I call it a human. If I have to be on 4 legs, whatever, and be a monstrosity. So I think I should clarify it. Does it?
Okay. Nobody in the history of the world has ever seen a human produce a non-human. All the mutations that we've seen are harmful, fatal, or useless. We got some ducks down here in our lake. We feed them every day when the kids come take tours of our dinosaur adventureland. The 2 of our ducks have a mutation where the bones of their head did not grow together right, and so a group of feathers grows off of one side. A mohawk hairdo. Okay, that's completely useless. It's not beneficial. And that type of, I don't know of any mutations that add any new information that's going to change a duck into an alligator or anything else. It just doesn't, it's not science. That's my whole point. They can believe this, and this actually might someday be proven to be true in their mind. But until then, it's not science. Science.
Brock, I got to cut you off. We've given you more than enough time.
I promise you this.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
But you can stick around, and we'll have more opportunity for you later. But we do got to be structured here in terms of the guests. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next person, Albert. So Albert, appreciate the brief introduction earlier. And so tonight's discussion, evolution is false. Change our minds. We're willing to listen. We're looking for evidence for that kind of evolution that says whales and banana plants, or Sam over there, he's a human being, in case you didn't know. Behind him, there's a cow. And so evolution is
Sam.
Yeah, that's Sam.
That's the cow.
What's the cow's name, Sam?
It could be. But I'm Sam the human.
So Sam the human and the cow apparently are related through common ancestry. So Albert, feel free to present a point of discussion. Go ahead.
That's right. I'm Albert. I'm actually a banana. That's right. Okay, so in general, I'm against referring to models as fact. I think that's bad because it introduces dogma into science, which is really bad because it crosses the religion science boundary, which I agree with. Second thing is, as an example, for example, the Big Bang, referring that as a fact, I think is unscientific and wrong. You can refer to it as a model or best available physical model. I think these kind of names are appropriate, but calling it fact, I think is wrong. With regards to evolution or macroevolution, the general thing I find is that the model states that things happen over long periods of time, but we don't have simulations to compute such events over these kind of long periods of time. So we're kind of left in the dark as if macroevolution really does or does not occur over these long periods of time. So how do you, Dr. Kent, address these kind of long time period issues with regards to these kind of models?
Sure. Well, that is clear evidence given right there on the face that it's not observable. We can't see it happen. Therefore, it's not part of science. It's part of a belief. They believe if we had billions of years, okay, they've been trying for centuries to run faster. They now have people running the 100-yard dash in 9 seconds or whatever it is, okay? Do you think anybody will ever run the 100-yard dash in 1 second? No, there's a limit. Have they reached the limit? I don't know. People always try to break records, but now they're not breaking them by very much, But I think there's a limit to how much a man can lift. Whatever the world's record is for deadlift, I don't know, but there's a limit. They're not going to lift 40 trillion tons. I know that. So this is what the evolutionists don't understand. More time is not going to help. When you've reached the limit, you've reached the limit. And so you can believe and imagine, SpongeBob style, that maybe if we had billions of years, stop. That's outside of science. That's my point. I love science. I taught high school science 15 years. I love science. Evolution is not part of science. It's imagination. So
okay.
It's not. So if we had a long period of time, right there, you shot yourself in the foot or shot them in the foot. You just showed it's not observable. Therefore, it's not science.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll build off that point.
Hold on for a second. I want to. Yeah,
Sure.
I want to ask you. You made a distinction or a bifurcation between religion and science. Can you explain that?
No. What I meant is dogma. So, for example,
you said there was a religion and science boundary that was being crossed or potentially being crossed.
Yeah, I said
what is that boundary?
Yes, I said that if the scientist asserts a particular model is as fact, they're asserting it as fact, as in, for example, man is created in the image of God. This is sort of a factual dogma from a religious perspective. But since when they call their models fact, they're elevating it to that sort of level. That's what I'm trying to say.
But you understand that God or not God is a true dichotomy. So not God would also be religious dogma.
Yeah, I do agree that the atheist position of there is no God is inherently a religious claim. I do agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're just saying that there's competing worldviews, and that's all. But to say that it's a dilemma would be a false dilemma. And that would just be arbitrary. You'd just be saying that you have an opinion and you don't like that theists do science.
Well, hang on. Let me throw in one thing here for Albert. Albert, this is the European Space Agency. They said time, space, and matter all began with the Big Bang. Is that science or is that dogma?
I don't think they worded that very nicely. So I think it's closer to dogma.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says, in a fraction of a second, the universe grew from smaller than a single atom to bigger than a galaxy. Is that science or religious dogma?
If I was their editor, I would say they should rewrite it as our best models show that, and then that statement. But I wouldn't put it like that. I think that's dogma.
They don't do that. I collect public school textbooks. I love debating these guys, and they say this happened. The Big Bang happened 14.7 billion years ago, 13.772. That's not science. That's dogma. They should say some scientists believe A, B, C. But if you're going to give what some scientists believe in public school, then let's teach all the beliefs. Why don't they all the different religions? They don't. They got one religion that they push, and that's it.
Yeah, there's been competing Big Bang models. There's a steady state model. There's a boom and crunch model. Now, I don't know how successful they are, but they speak of it as the Big Bang is like the only one or the fact, but it's not. It's not really. It just they have a couple observations, like a microwave background, space expansion, and then from those they backtrack all the way to say, okay, therefore there's a Big Bang. So yeah, I agree with you.
Would you include, we should say, the creation model should be there? Maybe a God outside of our time, space, matter created all this. Is that a reasonable model, as reasonable as the Big Bang?
That's a tough one, because if I'm trying to assert a cause only using physical evidence, I don't think I can use God as physical evidence. I don't know how I would do that.
All right, Albert?
Yes.
I'm holding a pencil here.
Sure thing.
If I told you, I want you to explain how this pencil came to be, but you cannot use man as your answer. That is excluded. You have to get a natural way the pencil could form. Right away, I've excluded the only logical answer. Somebody had to design this.
Okay, yeah, sure thing.
If I said you cannot use man, well then there's no answer. If you cannot use God for how the universe got here, well then I think you're stuck right there on square one.
Well,
yeah, Albert,
yes.
Albert, you've contradicted yourself, because you've just put forth naturalistic dogma.
Well, both,
unless you have an argument to exclude a supernaturalistic interpretation, you're putting forth your own dogma. So the contradiction is that you're arguing against dogma, but at the same time you're arguing for naturalistic dogma, and that's a problem. So
let me ask you one question, and you can answer. Albert, if you're walking through the woods and you find an arrowhead,
yes,
what would you conclude right away? That it's a natural object, or that some intelligent design created it?
Generally, it'd be some artifact. Yeah, human origin artifact. Yeah.
Whether you find the guy or not, you're probably never going to find who made it. Okay, but you know somebody made it. When you look at a single cell in your body, you ought to just marvel and say, "Wow, somebody had to make this." But evolution religious believers are so anxious to get rid of God as an answer. They want to exclude. Nobody made this pencil. We can't have man as an answer. They're stuck already. There had to be a God. I'm sorry, there has to be, whether you like it or not.
So in response to both your points, why can't it be a both and? So for example, a scientist can characterize the physical mechanisms that lead to things happening, but also the belief in a creator God can be true as well. So both things can't be like, so let me rephrase that. Can it be a both and? As in, there is a creator, but the creator has some mechanisms in which all of reality forms.
Okay, I think the creator has a mechanism where he gave each of the different kinds of animals the ability to produce a variety of babies. Some of the babies can stand cold weather better, and some of the babies can stand hot weather better. And those that can stand the hot weather better, like say the dingo, they're more comfortable in the desert region. They wouldn't survive in the cold region. Now, still a dog, and they're technically still interfertile. Dogs and wolves can interbreed, but they're able to adapt to their environment within limits. They can adapt to the Sahara Desert at 120 degrees, but they're never going to adapt to 10,000 degrees. Okay, they're never going to do that. So the variations have limits. This is what they don't get. I believe God gave all the plants and animals an amazing gene code that is able to produce a variation so they'll survive in different environments. That's all. It's
Albert,
designed that way.
Was your question that can a God use naturalistic mechanisms to create? Was that your question?
In some sense, yes. Essentially, the scientist studies the natural mechanism. So why can't we have both positions simultaneously? There is a creator God, but there is natural mechanisms from said creative God, and so we study those mechanisms. Yes.
Right, and those mechanisms show us that yes, variations happen. My Chevy van, you may not believe this, has a heater and an air conditioner. Why would they put both in the same vehicle? Well, they don't know if it's going to hot climate or cold climate. So they put them both in there. God gave I think the mechanism the designer gave of every plant and animal is the ability to produce a variety within limits, but still a variety. My Chevy van does not have a blast furnace. Okay, I can't melt steel with it, but I can keep warm. Okay. And so I think God gave all the plants and animals. I think it's amazing design. And so, yes, I think you could believe in a designer and believe that he created mechanisms, but they won't admit at that. Then they're going to go one step further and say those mechanisms have no limits. That's where they go nuts.
Right.
Yeah.
It goes back to what we were saying earlier with Brock. The mechanisms, natural selection, and mutations are not creating anything novel and meaningful. Mutations take things downhill. And as Kent pointed out earlier, he had a slide that natural selection is not a creative mechanism. It's just a fine-tuning mechanism that keeps a species as strong as it can be. So there's your two main mechanisms to take your fish to fishermen, and they don't work.
Yo, can I go?
Well,
Can
one
you hear me?
last thing.
Oh, no, we're going to go one at a time. I do appreciate you being here, Ken Rock. So we got Albert. Let's give you one more question or point. We'll have Kent respond. Then we'll bring in the next person.
Just on that,
Or Sam, you wanted
last
to say
point,
something.
really quick though,
Sure.
Albert. Yeah, you can believe that, but what would follow would be that naturalism is false, and therefore atheism is also false.
Can you give me a definition for naturalism, because I'm not familiar exactly with the term?
Naturalism would just be a rigidly naturalistic interpretation of the physical world, excluding the supernatural.
Okay.
Or what you might say anti-supernaturalism.
Okay, got it.
Type of naturalism, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, it goes back to naturalism. Nobody made this pencil. Explain how it got here.
Yeah.
That's naturalism.
Yeah.
There is no naturalistic explanation for a pencil or an arrowhead. There is no naturalistic. It has to be somebody outside of the arrowhead.
Yeah, if you exclude humans from the, yes, if you say without a human, how do you make a pencil? Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, we would say if we're referring to God being the creator, we would be referring to God in that sense as a mind. And so the analogy that Kent is using is that a mind created the pencil in the same way that the mind created the physical world, although he may have used physical mechanisms to do so, like you suggested or asked anyway. But yeah, that would be the mind of God.
Yeah, I heard an interesting quote. It's like, before there was time, space, matter, there was a mind, or there was information. Like, what was there before? And yeah, I understand that. A question for both of you. So what would be your best argument against macroevolution being one of God's mechanisms?
Go ahead, Kent.
It's never observed. It's never been seen. Nobody's ever seen any plant or animal change to something that anybody would consider a different kind. So I don't need to explain why God couldn't do it. We couldn't do what? It doesn't happen.
So your primary objection is not a theological objection, but an evidence-based objection for macroevolution.
Well, I'd have a theological explanation, objection also. Okay, but certainly there's no scientific explanation. There's no evidence.
And not only that, Ken, you made a good point. Theologically, what does the Bible say in Genesis? Genesis claims to be the history book of the universe. He created two people, Adam and Eve, Adam from the dust of the ground, Eve from his rib. And there's no hint of large-scale evolution. There's no hint that humans are related to chimpanzees and any other life form for that matter. But that's what macroevolution would suggest, that all life is related through common ancestry. So the Bible contradicts that.
Yeah, it'd take me a really long time to parse through each verse of Genesis and go through it one by one to see exactly how much it contradicts. But yeah, okay, I generally agree. I think I took up enough time. Thanks for having me.
It doesn't contradict anything scientific. It doesn't contradict itself. It might contradict somebody's worldview,
right?
But it doesn't. There's no contradictions in Genesis.
Yeah, I was reading it recently. I was very impressed exactly how kind of logical the step-by-step is. It's like humans are made at the end, which is kind of what scientists think. Humans came later, and then even the sequence of animals is reasonable according to the scientific. I'm basing it off the scientific position, but it's it's very logical the way it's laid out. So
I wouldn't say that it's the scientific position. Well, it might be the scientific belief currently in mainstream science that humans evolved last, but I think Sam and Kent and I would all agree that that's not true science. It's not empirical science, just because scientists believe it. Kent?
Right. There's a lot of things mixed in with science these days, a lot of religion mixed in with the science book. Beer is quite often sold at football games. Beer has nothing to do with football, and you don't become more athletic by drinking beer. So the fact that something is thoroughly mixed in with football does not make it part of a sport, okay? The fact that evolution is thoroughly mixed in our textbooks does not make evolution part of science. Science is things we can observe, study, test. I love science. I taught physical science, earth science, biology. I love science. There's nothing about evolution necessary. You could teach the kids all the biology. Okay, boys and girls, these are the flexors, the extenders, the radius, the ulna, the humerus, the biceps, triceps, deltoid. No doctor on the planet who thinks about evolution when he's doing surgery. He better know his anatomy. Okay, evolution is even if it's true, it's a useless theory. There's no use to it at all.
Okay, well, Albert, feel free to stick around. We're going to move around the room for now, but feel free to stick around. Hopefully we'll engage
so
you
much.
some more.
Thanks for taking me.
Thank you, Albert. Okay, next is, so firstly, we're trying to prioritize evolutionists since it is a challenge to them. Evolutionists false change our minds. But our brother Brian here from Apologetics 101, I understand you do have work sometime within the next hour or so. So let's give you the opportunity. I know that you had a question or a point you wanted us to consider on the topic. So Brian, how you doing tonight, brother? Great to have you. And what would you like to discuss?
Your sound.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, awesome. All right, I just want to make sure my microphone was working. But anyway, Kent, I was curious. Do you know anything about the Y chromosome discussion, or even the chimp and human comparison issue?
I do. Yes. Yeah, slides on that. I think it's in here. I've got 50,000 slides, so it helps if you put the questions in the same order that I have the answers. But I cover the Y chromosome stuff on video number 4. There it is. Chromosome number 2, the Y chromosome. Each chromosome is so complex, it's mind-boggling. One chromosome in your body, and you've got 46 in every cell, except for the gametes. If you unwound one chromosome, it would be 6 feet long, packed into a little tiny cell. 46 of them packed in there. And the information carried on the chromosome is mind-boggling. They say if one human's chromosomes were extracted and all tied together, it would go across the solar system twice. That's the code to make a human. So the fact that there are some similarities between us and other animals is not evidence of relationship. It's mind-boggling in its complexity. That just nobody could do this. So I'd have to go back and get my stuff on the Y chromosome specifically, but I answered that thoroughly. I think it was on video number 7. If there are some similarities between us and other animals, the same guy wrote the code. That's what I would say. So bring up a more specific point. What about the Y chromosome?
I was just wondering if you knew anything about the Y chromosome discussion in connection with how different it is in the between humans and chimps.
Well, even if it's identical, it doesn't prove anything other than the same guy wrote the code. There's a good article about that. If you go to Answers in Genesis or ICR.org, both of them have great long, go down deep, stay down long arguments about the Y chromosome. I try very hard with my ministry to keep it simple where the 5th graders understand it,
What I like about what you're saying, Kent, and I think there's a bit of an echo from you, Brian, so I'm just going to adjust your mic here, and hopefully that helps to resolve the issue. So, Cratius, we can explain both similarities and differences. This is why I like to say, in terms of the creation evolution debate, it's the differences that make all the difference. And so when we have massive differences like we do see in much of the genome between humans and chimpanzees, those are the kinds of differences that the evolutionary community simply can't account for if evolution's true. And so there's a new paper that came out that has confirmed what we kind of already knew. The human Y chromosome and the chimpanzee Y chromosome are only 26% the same. So try and think about that. If evolution's true, why is the Y chromosome between humans and chimps only 26% the same? How are the evolutionists going to explain those incredible differences since the split? And so right there is a great point for us creationists, because again, we can explain both similarities and differences. And Brian, I'm not sure if that helps to kind of add to that question at all, but
yeah, I just want to know what can you still hear the echo, by the way?
No, sounds good.
Okay, good. But I just want to know what Kent knew about it. As you know, Donnie, I've done a video on that particular paper as well. So that's pretty cool. I guess before I go, I do want to make I have to get to work tonight, so I actually stayed a lot longer than I anticipated. But I do want to point out, like, for Brock, I would suggest reading Not by Chance by Lee Spetner. He's like one of the world's foremost experts on point mutations, and he's even an evolutionist, and he actually agrees that that no new information, no mutations ever added any new information to it. So I thought while you're studying that would be a good resource to look into. But that was all the questions I had. I guess
Okay,
me.
Brian, appreciate it, brother. Great to have you as always. Thank you for the question. And okay, let's move on to our next panelist.
Good to see you, Brian.
I know there was someone else of the evolution persuasion, Rockin' or Ken Rock. So we do have a spot open, and I know you were itching to engage Dr. Dino on this topic, so feel free to join and we'll get a spot for you. Okay, so next up is ARE or Andrew. Andrew, good to have you as always, one of our favorite critics, of course. One day you'll agree with us. I'm confident that. So Andrew, what's going on tonight and what would you like to discuss?
Yeah, is my audio coming in so good so far?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, actually your audio sounds like it's evolved from the last few times.
Oh yeah, I got a new laptop
accidentally
recently,
evolved.
so
Yeah.
good to hear.
Okay, well,
real quick before I ask
good.
Kent a few questions, I was wondering what was the, or hold on, is that this post in the chat? No, I was just wondering what the author's name that Brian just brought up was, just so I can look into that.
Lee Spetner. He wrote a couple books.
Okay.
I've got one of his newer ones behind me. I think it's called The Evolution Revolution. And then his other book is Not by Chance. That's an older one, but a really good one.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I've never heard of him, so I'll have to look at his work. So I guess kind of a few things I want to talk about. One of the things I heard tonight was the argument about nested hierarchies and all that, and of course that's a big thing with me, as you know, Donnie. So I hear this argument from you that the reason we have similarities with other organisms is because they need to be similar for us to consume them. Do I have that right?
Actually, and Kent, if you could hold your thought, Brother Kent, I just want to be really strict on who joins since we're doing this live. I don't want any trolls joining. The two people that just entered the room, and then Kent will have you engage Andrew. Donzo, can you give us a real brief introduction in terms of who you are and what your position is?
Yeah, no problem. You can just call me Donzo. I accept that evolution is true, and I'm really just here to, if I could, discuss some misconceptions and try to bridge the gap between some of the logic on each side.
Okay, Donzo, appreciate that. We'll keep you on the panel. Very good. And then General Zonfer. I did see you on webcam backstage, so I know you're legit. Can you just tell us what the position you hold to is here tonight, and then just make sure to hit unmute if you can, please.
Yeah, no worries about that, Donnie. Thanks for having me on. So I am on the pro-evolution side. I studied a good deal on the topic, but my question to Kent when I get the opportunity...
I'll just stop you there, General. Right now we have Andrew, but I just wanted to make sure the two new panelists were serious about the discussion. So I appreciate that. General Zonfer and Donzo will keep you here on the main panel, and we'll throw it back to Kent and Andrew. Gentlemen, I appreciate your patience there. Kent, you were just about to respond.
Yeah, Andrew's question of his statement that I believe the similarities is only so we can consume each other. That is absolutely not true. That is one factor involved. I think we all have to live on the same planet. We all have to live in the same temperature range. We have to eat the same foods ourselves. So I think there's a whole symbiotic relationship. So also that we all have to experience the same things. I think there are similarities because we all have to experience the same amount of gravitational pull on us. We all have friction, air friction. We have to.
How would that affect?
There's a lot of
DNA similarities, though, at the DNA level. Like how
Well,
would
the
gravity affect
the
that?
DNA.
Hold on,
Well,
just real point of moderation. Andrew, you'll get plenty of time to talk, but we'll just
Okay.
let Kent finish his thought real quick.
The DNA is the code to build every life form that we know of. It's an incredibly complex code. If there are similarities in the DNA, we have the same things we need to do. Like the robot example, the robot has to flex its fingers. So does the chimpanzee, so does the human, you know. So do a lot of animals have to flex their finger. I think there's probably lots of similar lines of code to tell the muscles when to contract, to tell the brain what signal to give. It's an extremely complex system setup. To believe it happened by chance and nobody designed it would be real silly, in my humble opinion. So if there are similarities in the code, and I think that there are, as best we can read that code, then that does still not prove a common relationship. It could just as easily be the same guy wrote the code. That's all. I think I could look at all my thousands of books in my library here, all of them, except maybe a couple, use the same code, 26 letters from the English alphabet. Does that prove they're related? No, that's the code with which you write English. So the code that we have, the CATG, is amazing how it can create all these different things. It's a design code. Just like the English alphabet is a code to write, and you can say a lot of different things in English. You can write an infinite number of books, but that's the code with which you write English. There's another code for Chinese, another code for Japanese. So the DNA code is similar in different animals because the same guy wrote the code. That's my point.
Well, you are aware though that similar genotypes can produce similar phenotypes, but it isn't always a linear relationship like that. So you can have similar phenotypes due to different, sometimes very different genotypes. So it isn't necessarily the case that the phenotype, the observable characteristics of an organism, which is what you're talking about, is responding to the environment and all the environmental conditions.
Can you give a specific example? Pick an animal or plant.
Well, there's the redundancy of the genetic code, for example. So you can have similar so you know what codons are, right?
What, protons?
What codons?
Protons, I forget. It's been too long since I read that.
No, codons. Codons, sorry.
Codons, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Remind me. It's been years. That's not the type of stuff I deal with every day.
Okay, so a codon is a free letter section.
Section of the DNA code.
Right. So you have in the genetic code, you have a few different codons that can code for the same amino acid. The amino acids fold up to form the proteins, and the proteins interact with one another to form the phenotype, the observable characteristics. In a nutshell, that's what happens. So it isn't necessarily the case that because there are similar environmental conditions that would possibly result in similar observable physical characteristics in the organisms that we see, therefore they must have the same underlying nucleotide sequence. So your argument doesn't follow.
You're not making a point here. I don't think. The fact that these codons are similar in different creatures could be part of the same design code. Again, whether they use them for the same thing or not, that's amazing. You can use the letter A to make thousands of different kinds of words just with that.
Well, I'm responding to a specific point you were making, that they were similar because of similar environmental conditions, that we all live on the same world, so on and so forth.
You're again selecting one of the many arguments I gave. Okay, they're similar because, well, I said there's several reasons why they're similar. We have the same environmental conditions to handle. We have the same things we have to do, pick up things, move, etc. And I think the obvious conclusion from all the complexity we see in all these codes, that somebody had to write it. Nobody, if I said ink got splattered on this page and made this song, you'd think I was insane. It's nothing but ink on paper. Oh no, it's much more than ink on paper. It's carrying information. Where's the information in the DNA code? It's not just, not just these molecules and atoms interacting with each other. It's carrying a code. The ink on the paper in these books is not just ink on paper. It's carrying a code. And the DNA is carrying an incredible amount of code. How can you not see somebody had to write that? You really think it happened by chance? splattered the ink on paper and made a book.
Well, I don't think it happened by chance, but that's beside the point.
And Andrew, let me just give one quick point of contribution, and feel free to
Go ahead,
respond.
Donnie, could you give more than a quick one so I can take time to run over and go potty? I've had a long day.
Yes, brother.
I'll
You've
be
earned
right
it.
back. So give a long one.
Okay. So, and Sam, you can feel free to get your response too. So, as you know, Andrew, the third position codon variation that you speak to, and I appreciate it, it's a fair point. We now understand that it's not just redundant, as in it tolerates error in the cell. The cell actually used different redundant elements to slow and speed processes in the cell. And so there's a lot of information compression into each single nucleotide in the genome, really. And so we have secondary functions there that can help us understand why there are hierarchical patterns in redundant elements. Andrew, feel free to respond.
Well, that affects the speed of translation, sure, and possibly expression levels, but that doesn't necessarily change the actual physical shape of the protein. We don't have evidence for that based on third codon positions. So sure, it could affect the phenotypes in some ways, but that doesn't affect the protein shape and necessarily why all of the proteins in the body of an organism, or the collective proteome, let's just say, are all correlated with one another in terms of this nested hierarchical pattern.
Why does it have to affect the collective proteome?
Well, because, like I said, because they're all correlated with each other in this nested hierarchy, so you need to explain that pattern.
Right. Well, that's because right. That's because the fact that third position codon variation helps us slow and speed cell processes. Cell processes are going to be different depending on what kind or what animal you're looking at. And so that secondary function can be specific to that creature and that creature's specific phenotype, physical
many of the
characteristics,
organisms
how it works.
Sorry, for many of the organisms we've studied, like bacteria in the lab, for example, sure, that does have a major effect because their effective population sizes are so large. But in things like vertebrates, like humans, for example, or just mammals in general, etc., their effective populations are so small, relatively speaking, that selection for that codon variation isn't very large. It's actually very weak. So that doesn't really explain why.
You're saying selection is very weak for those specific the third position codons?
For this codon usage bias you're talking about, yeah, in things like vertebrates, like obviously comparing the population size of E. coli in the wild compared
So
to
are you saying that the secondary function's not there because selection's weak, or that the function's not important enough to make any real difference in the hierarchies?
I mean, it could be there, but we don't have experimental evidence for that in things like humans, for example, like maybe for certain very essential genes, but not for all.
Well, we do. Well, and then I'll hand it back to Kent because he's back, and then we feel free to hold off, Andrew. Sam, feel free to take your bathroom break too. But I could show you, and I think you're familiar with it, at least one paper on translational pausing that does show the existence and reality of these multiple functions in third position codon. And so cell processes are going to be different. They're going to be distinct if you're looking at a human or a chimp or a dog or a whale. And so there is going to be a significant of an effect there to explain the hierarchies that you have an issue with.
Also,
because the secondary function applies uniquely to the creature that spans that hierarchy. But I do want to, I'll give you a chance to respond, but hold off on that because I do want to hand it back to Kent, as Kent's got about 20 more minutes with us. So Kent, hope you're refreshed, brother. And any thoughts in general on this argument from a hierarchy?
Well, I heard Andrew say a minute ago that we don't have experimental evidence, blah, blah, blah. We don't have experimental evidence for any of these things on this chart. We have observational evidence that cows produce cows. We do not have any observation or experimental evidence that cows came from a protozoa or bacteria. Why are we teaching this to the kids as part of science? This isn't science. Why is this in our textbooks? How did this one religion get preferential treatment above all other religions? So I think you're right that we don't have experimental evidence for things happening, then we should be cautious. We don't have observational evidence for any of the claims of evolution. Life coming from non-life, where's the evidence for that? Matter coming from nothing, where's the evidence for that? This is stuff we're teaching. One life form turning into an obviously different kind of form. They've got a bacteria turning into a whale and a human. That's not science. Why? Tell me, Andrew, why do you think we should teach this stuff in school when it's not observable? We can't experiment on it. We don't see it happening. Why is it? Why do you consider?
Therein lies the crux of it. What is an observation in science? So tell me, can you define what an observation in science means?
Well, we can observe the definition of science. I'll look it up for you right here.
I didn't ask what the definition of science is. I asked what the definition of observation is.
Somebody can see it, to observe.
No, that's not the definition of observation in science.
Oh, here we go. Defining words. Let's see. Preferred gender and all that
If you
stuff.
don't know what definitions are, then the terms.
Science is knowledge
Can you
gained from
observe
using
radio
observation.
waves in that?
Hey,
according
hold
to the
on,
definition?
Andrew. We're not doing like little mini quizzes here. Like if you want to engage with Kent on a line of questioning or something like that, you're
that's what
welcome
I'm
to do
doing.
that. But let's not over talk each other.
Okay. We can observe the effects of radio waves. Nobody's ever observed a radio wave. We can observe the effects of gravity. We can observe the effects of a lot of things. But this is where you get science is limited to what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. We don't observe any animal produce a different kind. They try
observe the
to
effects
get
of that,
dogs. They try to get varieties of dogs. And they've got 339 breeds of recognized dogs by the American Kennel Association. And they're still dog. They've never been able to get out of what any 4-year-old would call a dog. But do you believe the dogs are related to bananas and should have a chart like this? This has dogs and bananas related. Do you believe that's science?
Yes, and I say that because we can observe the effects of that, as you just said. We don't have to observe the event happen right before our eyes.
So what is the effect that makes you think dogs and bananas came from a common ancestor?
Well, some of the things that you guys have been talking about, similar pseudogenes, for example, nested hierarchy patterns, like you can say there was a common designer for that, but that's not really an explanation for the patterns, the specific similarities and differences we see. I could just as easily propose any supernatural explanation in place of that, and it would still have the same predictive power. It doesn't necessarily have to be a common designer or a common god. So the explanation is pretty much useless.
I will predict that if you go talk to any farmer in the planet and ask them, have your cows ever produced anything other than a cow or come from anything other than a cow? I predict, without meeting all the farmers in the world, they will all say cows always make cows. That's all we've ever observed in human history. Now, if you wish to imagine SpongeBob style, well, you believe, apparently, that the cow is related to the penguin and the sunflower. You believe cows and sunflowers are related, like this chart shows?
Yes.
Why do you believe such a thing?
Because of the evidence that I.
Andrew, let's say I'm gonna pose you the same question that I posed. I think it was Brock. Let's say you're in an elevator with just a lay person. They're on the fence. They want to know what's true. Creation or evolution, universal or separate ancestry.
Sure.
You've only got a minute or two, depending on how big the building is, what floor they're going to. So what evidence would you provide them? I highly doubt that your average person is going to understand, comprehend, or take seriously this argument from third position codon variation and hierarchies and redundant elements. Like, this is a lay person here. They want to know why evolution is true. What line of evidence would you give them?
Okay. Well, I guess off the top of my head, one thing would be the similarities we see among cytochrome C proteins among all organisms, among other similar proteins. So you don't even have to look at, like you said, the third codon positions there. You can just look at the amino acid sequence, and the fact that all these organisms have these similar proteins that we know do similar functions, and yet they still have this variation that doesn't seem to affect their function, that's shared in common with them, seems to speak common ancestry.
Okay, so similar proteins that form a hierarchy in the biological world?
Yes.
Okay. Kent, what are your thoughts on that? Line of evidence for common descent,
That's the
similar
nutshell version
proteins
of it, yeah.
Well,
that
I think
form a hierarchy.
he is correct that as far as we know, there are many similar proteins in many different life forms. Then he comes to the wild conclusion that this proves relationship, where anybody else could say, no, that proves same designer. I think you'll find nearly all the bolts and nuts on a Ford and a Chevy and a Dodge all are right-handed, threaded to the, and that proves they all came from a mosquito. I mean, by his logic, we see similarities, therefore they're related. That's not logic. Similarities are just
that we see
as much
similarities
evidence of a
between
common.
humans.
You have chosen to believe that prove a common ancestor because you don't want to believe God created you, because then God might have some rules that might rule your life. That's the real reason. I'd bet $5 on that.
Do you agree that we see similarities between humans?
Oh yeah, I think probably all the humans had a common ancestor called Adam and Eve. It
Well,
doesn't
how do
prove
you
we're
know they
related
had a
to.
common ancestor?
Pardon me?
How do you know humans had a common ancestor?
Oh,
What
it'd be a belief. All I can take is what I observe. I've only observed 71 years of this life on this planet, and I've only observed humans make baby humans. That's all we've ever observed. Somebody wishes to believe otherwise, oh, okay, that's fine, but they should call it a religion and admit it's a religion. You don't know that you're related to a sunflower. You believe you're related to a sunflower because certain lines of evidence have caused you to believe that. Okay? But you don't know that. It's not something you can know scientific. It's not part of science and knowledge. That's not observable. It's something you've chosen to believe because you're running from God.
Observation doesn't mean seeing things happen with your eyes, necessarily.
The definition of science is observe.
I
There it
didn't
is right
say
here.
the definition of science, Kent. I said the definition of observation.
Oh, you're Bill Clinton. What's the definition of is? Yeah, I remember that one too. Okay.
Yeah, but Andrew, what you're doing, Andrew, is you're confusing some observable fact with something that's been rationalized to. So what you're doing is you're conflating two separate things right there. Just because you see the effect of something, the extrapolation back to the cause, that's going to be like a philosophical explanation. And you said, well, anybody could posit any old thing like God or whatever it might be, but that's exactly what you're doing. You're positing time and you're positing naturalism. So you've done
make
nothing
predictions
different.
from there, and we go test them.
Yeah, but you've done nothing different. So you're just saying that you have a model.
Is go test them.
A model that makes predictions that we go test.
Okay, I said go test them. Sam, right behind you is a cow. Ask that farmer if his cows make baby cows. We got a cow on the North 40 that's pregnant. I'd bet $5 it's going to have a calf. Nothing else. Promise. That's testable. The tests we've observed for all of human history say evolution doesn't happen. You guys are supposed to call in and change my mind. My mind is, I think
It's supposed to be
evolution
novel
is
predictions, Kent, that you're testing. Not something
reliable.
we already know happens.
I predict cows will always make baby cows, and they always did come from cows.
Novel
I predict
predictions because we'd see it happening.
Okay, let me ask a clarifying question. Andrew, do you believe moving forward in time that cows will always produce cows?
Yes, according to their synapomorphies that they already have.
Okay, going back in time, have cows always produced cows?
No, but we have artiodactyls produce cows, and so on and so forth down the hierarchy.
So cows produce cows going forward, but if to reiterate what you just said, going backwards, cows haven't always produced cows, but artiodactyls produce cows.
So let's think about like this. So you have a cow. Let's just simplify it down to the extreme level. Let's just say the quality of being a cow is defined by property X. Okay. So you have something that isn't a cow by that property because it doesn't have that property yet. It doesn't have X yet. According to the evolutionary model, you have an ancestor that then evolved property X. So now it is a cow, according to that cladistic definition.
I understand the evolutionary story that the law of monophily, creatures are going to produce after the kind, but they're going to add traits to their ancestry.
Right.
Ken,
Exactly.
what are your thoughts on that, brother?
All he's doing is telling a story. This is fairy tale world. This is SpongeBob. He imagines that if we could go back and you could add this property, something that's observable is what I want to hear. This isn't observable. This is a fairy tale you're telling. You believe it happened. And I told you, I think I know why you believe that or want to believe that. But this is not part of science. It's just not observable. It's not really, it's a religious belief. So you're welcome to it. Keep your religion. I don't care what religion you have. But don't make me pay to teach that to the kids in public school. You go start a private school and teach it to anybody dumb enough to come learn it.
Well, I know people want to do that, Ken, but I'm not.
But Andrew, if you're saying that these animals will produce after their kind, but they're adding traits over time, but still in the same ancestry, basically going back long ago, didn't all we have was single-celled like ancestors, bacteria on the planet?
Well, not bacteria. We just had the category life at that point.
But single-celled like ancestors?
Yes, life.
But today we've got whales, cows, banana plants, humans.
Right, which are still living things, correct? So they're still in that category.
So how many traits had to be added to that single-celled creature to turn it into a human or a whale?
Not necessarily like adding new bones or new traits or structures like that. It's just a character change.
So do you think it was a simple character change for the amoeba or the single-celled
like going
creature?
from one character state to another. So like having legs to having not legs. You didn't gain not legs in that case. It was a character change.
I agree we lose things. Now that we agree on, but we don't gain things. You're claiming this bacteria or we'll call it a bacteria, okay, a single-celled creature, gained legs and lungs and arms and eyes and ears.
Sure.
So once this bacteria became multicellular, it could gain legs and arms and eyes and hair and ears. Each one of those there's 11 systems in the human body. They're all really complex. And this single-celled creature somehow gained all of that. Where is the evidence for this fairy tale you're telling us? I want to see it. Where's the evidence?
Well, if you look at what we think are the closest living relatives of the kingdom Animalia, choanoflagellates. So let's just put out evolution for a moment. Let's just say we hypothesize that choanoflagellates are the closest living relatives of all other animals. They're sister to animals, okay? We're not even saying evolution is true at this point. We're just forming a hypothesis. We'll say, okay, if that's true, if this hypothesis is correct, we should predict that similar proteins in animals, for example, should already be present in these choanoflagellates, these earlier ancestors, so that they didn't really have to evolve brand new at that point. They were already present and were modified since that point. And that's what we see. A lot of the collagen in animals, for example, and a lot of the signaling proteins that you're talking about forming these organs when a baby is growing, for example, those are already present in some of the single-celled relatives of animals that we predict.
So a single-celled creature had gave a signal to start growing legs because the single-celled baby growing in the fertilized zygote. Well, where's the evidence for this? You're doing nothing but telling a story.
You've sequenced their genes. They have these proteins already in place.
Now, it's true. I could see that the lug nuts on a Chevy will fit the lug nuts on a Ford. That's proof they evolve from each other. That's the logic you're doing. Because we have these similarities.
When did I say proof there? I said predictions.
So, but do you call that part of science, or is that a religious belief you have?
No, proof is not part of science. It's a mathematical concept.
Okay. Do you believe we should teach all the kids that the cow and the sunflower are related because of the evidence you just gave? Is this logical to teach this in a public school textbook as science? The cow and the sunflower came from a protozoa. This one uses protozoa. Some use bacteria.
Well,
Some use
come from
amoeba.
protozoa. Protozoa is a specific taxon, but they came from an earlier ancestor, sure.
Right, and the ancestor of the cow was a cow. God created cows, and they've been producing cows ever since. God made sunflowers, and there's now, 70 different kinds of sunflowers that man has classified 70 different kinds. Probably had a common ancestor called a sunflower. That did not prove sunflower and cows are related. Andrew.
So I think we're going in circles here. So I want to get to
Yeah,
the
hold on for a second,
question that
Andrew.
Sure.
Andrew, to be fair, we're going to give you a last statement. We do have people that have been patiently waiting, and
I'll
we've
be
given
brief,
you
yeah.
more time because you always have more sophisticated arguments. So go ahead and take your last words, and then because Kent is our guest, we'll give Kent the last response to your final statement, and then we're going to move on to Donzo.
Yeah, so I'll leave with this one question for you, Kent. If you're saying evolution is a religion, and I think you would agree creationism is a religion. So according to you, we should teach all these religions in public schools. Are you okay then with teaching that, say, Vishnu created the world in public schools as part of the science classroom?
I would back up further and say, should we have public schools at all? You know, if we're going to have them, then the parents
Okay,
should decide.
in schools in general, let's just say.
Yeah.
Whatever schools you.
What you're doing is trying to slide around the obvious fact. We are teaching one religion. We are right now. Evolution is the only religion being
I'm
taught.
asking a hypothetical here.
Okay, so hypothetically, you're saying if we include Christianity, should we include these other ones? And if somebody says no, then let's leave it as is. Then you're saying let's leave it as is. Let's only teach my religion.
No, that's
right
not
now
what
we
I'm
have
saying.
your religion. We have your religion being taught at taxpayer expense, and I'm saying, should we have public schools at all? Why do they include origins? Origins doesn't matter. Teach physics, teach earth science, teach biology. Evolution has nothing to do with any of those. Nothing. You don't need to know anything about evolution to learn the muscles and the bones and how they grow and how the cells reproduce.
Thanks for your contribution, Andrew. I just want to remind you that Kent is going to get the final say because he's our guest here. So that was your last question. I think Kent answered. Kent,
well,
are you done?
It's been 2 hours. I'll go a little longer to hear Donzo and General Shofar, whatever his name is.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do power rounds with Donzo and Zonfer, and then we'll wrap up your time here, Kent, right at just about the 2 hour mark. So Donzo,
Donny, one more thing for the record. We're going to start probably tomorrow night doing this same thing on our channels.
Nice.
We'll have here's what I believe, change my mind. You ready for it tomorrow night? Is there something scheduled?
No, I'm going out of town. I thought we had a debate with Donny tomorrow night.
Debate with Donny tomorrow night? No. Joseph's going out of town. Is Sergio ready for that?
No debate tomorrow night, Joseph. No worries. That is, I think
on
it's
my
on
channel.
the 18th.
You can go to drdino.com and look at all 10 different channels we're on. On YouTube, it's Genesis Baptist Church. They're all listed at drdino.com. So you can call in. I would like to know, where has anybody observed this evolution that we're teaching? So what he's done here is leave the question, well, since you don't think we should teach all religions, therefore let's just leave mine in there. No, that's why let's exclude evolution too. I'm not trying to get Christianity into the schools. I'm not trying to get the Bible into the schools. I'm trying to get science to be pure science and get the religion out. Evolution should be taken out. Doesn't need to be replaced with anything. It's a useless, complete waste of time. Okay. All right, a couple more here, Donnie.
Thank you, Kent. And okay, Donzo, let's have a power round here, you and Kent. Evolution is false. Change our minds, or feel free to challenge anything that's been said so far in the last roughly 2 hours of this open mic challenge. Donzo, go ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for having me on here. I think it's really good that you guys are doing this kind of thing and having conversations with people. So first, I just want to start out by saying I don't think genuinely that I can necessarily change any of you guys' minds on the topic at large. However, I think it's very important to peel it back and not look at so many of the big words or the complex topics and so much of the science behind it, and just get behind really the logic of this. And because I think there's a lot of misconceptions. For instance, just a little while ago, when Andrew brought up the tree of life, mostly the first answer, the first thing you go to is, well, sunflowers didn't come from protozoas, or whales didn't come from amoebas. This is true. However, you have to understand exactly what simple life to complex life means, because at no point ever has any evolutionist said that an amoeba gave birth to a whale. That would be an example of simple life giving birth to complex life. Or that bananas gave birth to humans at any point. That would be an example of complex life giving rise to complex life. You have to understand that it starts out simple and slowly gets more complex over time. Does any of that make sense?
Go ahead, Ken.
All along, I've never said that anybody taught that bananas gave birth to a whale or any of those things you gave. I've never said such a thing. But the chart shows something down here, a protozoa. In some charts, it's an amoeba. Some it's a single-celled creature. It's always a single-celled creature. Slowly turned into all these other things. So that's it. Time is your God. You think time can do something that nobody can observe. Oh, given enough time, the protozoa could turn to a whale. No, time's not going to help, first of all. I don't think we have the time, and you can take that away with lots of scientific observations. You can't have the billions of years. But even if you did, now it's outside the realm of science. It's no longer observable, testable, demonstrable. We've never seen a protozoa produce anything but baby protozoa. Never. Nobody's ever seen an amoeba.
Correct. But
So why
however,
do you think? So over billions of years, if nothing happened, something could happen.
well, no, that's correct. This is the thing. Just like you said, we see whales produce baby whales. However, we don't see whales being produced by anything other than other whales, right?
Right. Bingo. I got it. I agree.
So that's the thing. You have to understand that it's not that a protozoa became a whale. A protozoa became a single cell, became multiple cells. Every single group of those multiple cells could have become something else. Some of the groups of multiple cells could have become, you try to start as big as you can just to make it more understandable for you.
I
Some of
understand
the groups
exactly.
of cells could become plants. Some of the groups of cells could become animals. Some became fish. That's not necessarily how it happened, but that's the concept of how this works. Not
Right.
necessarily that cells just became a whale, but cells diversed into all of the life that we see.
And my whole point is, where is the evidence for this? You can believe this, you can imagine it over billions of years, imagine it slowly changing. It's not observable science. It's a
Well, here's the
religion, is
thing.
all it is.
The evidence is exactly what you brought forth before. The evidence is what you say is variation within a kind. So, in the same way that we'll use even artificial selection as an example. So, in the same way that we can take ancient breeds of wolf, for example, and turn them into all the different breeds of dogs that we see.
Right.
In that same way, just how wolves gave rise to dogs, which are very similar, different groups of protozoans gave rise to other groups of protozoans, which then diversed further.
And you have evidence for that, or you're telling us a story now?
Well, yes, no, the evidence would be, as I said before, the variation in dog breeds. For instance, let's say if you
that's
took...
wonderful. Well, hang on now. You've just demonstrated my point. They've tried hard to make different dog breeds, and they now have 339. American Kennel Association says, okay, they're still dog. What we've observed is evolution can't happen. That's what we've observed. We've observed you can take an already complex animal like a wolf, selectively breed and get a Chihuahua and a Great Dane over 50 generations or whatever. We can observe 50 generations. And man has observed many generations of something. They take bacteria, which have a short generation time, 8 hours. They're born, grow up, get married, have kids in 8 hours, or whether asexual or sexual reproduction. All they've observed in trying to make them mutate, nuking them, microwaving them, X-ray them, heat them up, cool them down, all they ever get is another bacteria. There are limits. So you guys have chosen to believe a story rather than stick with science. Science tells us that single-celled creature, protozoa, bacteria, amoeba, produce the same kind. The Bible says 20 times in the first 7 chapters, all the plants and animals will bring forth after their kind. That's what science tells us. I think the evidence points clearly to the Bible being exactly scientifically correct. They bring forth after their kind. Nobody's presented any evidence to the contrary other than a story. Just imagine if you went back billions of years. Just imagine if you had these changes. That's not science.
But here's the two problems with that. One is that it's difficult to adhere to that when we've never really come to an agreement on what a kind might be. And I know that's a really big sticking point, but it's very important to understand what a kind is so that we can come to the determination of whether or not it's possible to change in between them. That's one.
Let me stop you right there, because that sounds like a question to me. So Kent, what is a kind?
Well, the Bible says in every instance, I believe, they can bring forth after their kind. Brown cows and black cows can bring forth a baby. Brown cows and pine trees cannot. They would be considered a different kind of life form. Now, there's a website called baraminology.com that deals with the Hebrew word baramin, kind. The test is, can they bring forth? Can an amoeba bring forth a baby with anything other than an amoeba? No. So
but
why
if
do we
that were
believe
the
it?
case, and I can understand where you're coming from with that.
Mhm.
However, if that were the case, what of then, for instance, we'll say a blue jay as a bird
Mhm.
cannot bring forth with an ostrich. So
Correct.
are they not the same kind?
No, they're different kind.
Okay.
Now, man, in our classification system, we put ostriches and blue jays in the same category, bird. I don't think ostriches, they're not the least bit interested in mating with a blue jay or vice versa.
But
They
there
show
are
no interest.
reasons that we do put them in the same category of bird, aren't there?
There's a reason I put my hammers in one spot and my screwdrivers in another spot too. Doesn't mean
But
they're
you have
related.
to understand the reasons, because you're saying that ostriches and blue jays cannot be the same kind of animal because they cannot bring forth. However, we can very easily determine that they are both birds, and we have very specific reasons why.
Well, because man has decided if it can do this, if it has feathers, can do A, B, C, D, we put it in this category. Okay. If it swims
It's
in the
not
water
just
and
what
has
man
scales.
has decided, though. It's
The
very
whole
specific
classification, the whole
physiological
classification.
characteristics.
Yeah, but the whole, even deciding what's a physiological characteristic, all that is man-made. The animals do not care that we're doing this to them.
Physiological characteristics that birds share are not man-made. No.
The man is deciding to classify them by that. Yes, that's man-made.
Hold on for a
We've
second.
decided to classify them by
Gonzo,
that so that
hold
we
on
can
for a second.
understand better what they are. Yes. However,
Gonzo.
that they are there has nothing to do with whether or not we classify it as that.
Donzo, hold on for a second. Kent, do you believe that God created only one bird kind?
No, he made hundreds of kinds, and now there are like 40 different kinds of blue jays, varieties.
So you can
There's
have
no
a
blue
blue
jay.
jay. Sorry. So you can
I
have
don't
a
know.
blue jay kind and an ostrich kind.
Right.
Yeah.
Simple. The Baraminology website says there probably were about 8,000 kinds of animals on Noah's Ark. That's the current guess. He did not have to bring fish on the ark. They had plenty of water outside. He didn't have to bring insects. They could survive a flood or could be on the ark hidden, but God told him specifically, those in whose nostrils is the breath of life, insects don't have nostrils, and those on dry land. So 8,000 kinds of animals. So how many kinds of birds are there? I think you could get the broad classification and say on animals we have, rodents as a variety, but then there's probably 50 or 100 varieties of rodents that God made. He gave each of those the ability to produce babies that were even variations within that. So there's a whole spectrum, but there's a definite border. Dogs always produce dogs. You get dogs, wolves, coyotes. They probably had a common ancestor. They've been able to mate. Coy dog, okay, coy wolf. Wolf and dog have mated and produced babies. So we might get to the point where there are mechanical reasons why they cannot, like maybe, our big cow can't mate with a little cow they can't reach. Our zebu's been trying to reach the cow up there and they can't reach. So the neighbor's bull jumped over the fence and did the job for him. So they're still a cow. So the variations we've produced, like Chihuahua, Great Dane, they're limited. They're observable to everybody else. And again, the animals don't care that we're doing this.
And that's a perfect segue into my next point. So secondly, I'd like to say that unfortunately, because of how long evolution takes, we won't be able to see it necessarily in our lifetime. But just like you said, a Great Dane and a Chihuahua cannot mate, mechanically speaking. They actually can, like with assistance, if we help them, obviously.
Correct.
But mechanically speaking, they cannot bring forth. So, is it so far-fetched to imagine that over the course of millions or billions of years of not breeding, that eventually what a Great Dane would produce would be something completely different from a Chihuahua at all, that they could not reproduce even with assistance. And the same with the Chihuahua.
All right, Donzo, go back and listen to your last statement for the last minute. And I think you admitted clearly that I am right. How long evolution takes? There you're hiding behind time, okay? How far-fetched would it be? You use that word. To imagine, use that word. Eventually, this isn't science, Donzo. None of that is science. That's a religious belief. You believe it would happen. I'm proud of you. Great. Keep your religion. But I'm sick and tired of teaching it in the public schools, okay? Donnie, it's been way over 2 hours. I am beat. Can you guys handle it from here?
Yes, you did a great job, Kent. I appreciate this. Evolution is false. Change our minds. 2 hours have flown by. So, Kent, I appreciate the time you've given to us. Tomorrow, you're doing another one on your channel. And then Sam, myself, and Joseph will coordinate as to when we'll do another one with us over here. So, Kent, any final words, anything you want to leave us with tonight? Well, I'll ask you. Has your mind been changed, brother?
Yes, I've decided some people cannot be taught.
They just refuse to tap out. They want to so badly believe they're related to banana plants. And so,
I know
okay.
why. They want to believe that because the Bible says in Romans chapter 1, they did not like to receive God, to retain God in their knowledge. So God gave them up to believe crazy things. Read Romans chapter 1. Some of these guys are going to put their name in my Bible. Romans chapter 1, put their name in the margin there. That's them. It says God gave them up, he gave them up, he gave them over. All through Romans chapter 1. I think it's so obvious somebody designed this world. I think it's logical that if a God made this world, he would write a book and tell us why. What does he want out of me? Are there any rules? Yeah. Don't do this, do this. I gave some rules. So the evolutionist, I like to ask him, where's your rules come from? How do you tell right from wrong? I've asked atheists all the time, is it wrong to go next door and kill your neighbor's baby and eat it? Oh, yeah. Well, the lion does it to the zebra. Why is it wrong for a human to do it and it's okay for a zebra to do it? Where did we get this idea? Where did morals come from? That's a whole other argument. But yeah, I take the position God had to make this world. It's just too complex. I believe that by faith. I've never met him. Okay, I will one day. And then I'll try to get the message back to you wherever you are at that time of, that you should have listened. God made the world, and God, I think, wrote a book. He's obligated. If he's going to be the lawgiver, what's the law? I think he told us. And God himself realized none of us can keep it. Everybody's a failure. We've all failed. So God says, I'll do it for you. He come down, becomes a man. Jesus Christ was God in the flesh. He died on the cross, and his blood paid for my sins. 55 years ago, I said, Lord, I'm a sinner. Would you please come in my heart and forgive me and save me? And it's like a seed got planted. A whole new person started growing in there. And the old Kent Hovind and the new Kent Hovind fight all the time. But someday that old one's going to get left behind. I'd like to encourage everybody, if you're not sure you're saved, go to my website, drdino.com, or go to my YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official. There's about a 12-minute video on there, explains clearly from the Bible what you have to do. If you don't believe the Bible, you will someday. If you don't believe it yet, okay. But what you guys have clearly demonstrated tonight is that evolution is nothing but a religion. You have to have lots of time. You have to imagine this happening and imagine that happening. That's not science. Thank you, Donnie. I'll do this every day if you'd like. I'm ready for it.
Let's do it. I'm looking. The summer's over. The summer was fun. So we're going to excite people with these open mics. So Kent, you get yourself a good sleep. You'll probably be dreaming about debating evolutionists for the next 7 hours. So, okay. God bless you, Kent, and sleep good. Okay, here we go. And
General was up next.
Yeah. And Sam, so if there's anything at this point, it's kind of a free for all. Sam, maybe there's something you've heard, maybe from Donzo or whoever that you might want to challenge or push back on. Feel free to do so. It's been 2 hours, so I'm going to run and take a quick restroom break. But General Zonfer, feel free to jump in. From my understanding, you lean evolution. So if you wanted to bring forth a line of evidence for all of us to engage, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Donnie. First off, also, I want to say that it's actually Genesis Baptist Church, not Kent Hovind Official for Kent's channel. Kent sort of got it mixed up at the end right there. I noticed. That's okay. But I actually had a question for Kent before he skedaddled out, which stinks, but it sort of relates to Kent's feelings on evolution and why it's not true. And that's him citing the morality. And I've been watching his Dangers of Evolution DVD that's like free to watch on YouTube. And I encourage people to watch it because it's really interesting. Primarily because one of the reasons Kent gives for evolution not being true is the horrors of both the Holocaust and the Nazi occupation of Germany throughout the entirety of the late 30s, early 40s. And I was going to ask Kent, unfortunately, before he left, how he can sort of justify that not being true when we have enough evidence to show that to equate evolution to the Nazis is overly simplified, and it really does undermine a lot of history in the process, mainly that we know the Nazis didn't just use evolution to justify their theories. They actually used a lot of genetics, and genetics doesn't get undermined the same way that evolution does. But even going a step further, how Kent can ignore the very obvious that he's citing a genocide as something that occurs because of evolution, but we know
hold on.
That's something that not necessarily happens because there is a genocide occurring in the world right now, and evolution is not a justification for it.
General, I know you can hear me. Kent's not here, and I'm not cutting you off because I don't want to hear what you have to say.
No, you're cutting me off intentionally.
But of course, Kent is not here. But I would be happy to engage with that. I'm going to engage with it probably different than what you're familiar with, but I will be happy to engage with that. So is it not the evolutionary philosophy? I believe it was Patricia Churchland, who was a philosopher and atheist, and she says that evolution is concerned with what she calls the 4 F's. And so the first would be fighting, the second would be feasting, the third would be fleeing, and the fourth would be reproduction. Okay. And anything beyond that, when we're talking about morality, those things are going to be inconsistent with this evolutionary worldview. And so if survival is of the fittest is I guess the driving force of this evolutionary change, then what one organism does to another organism for survival is not really relevant. And so the Nazi philosophy was that there are these people that were genetically inferior, and for the greater good, it would be better to rid them from the population. And so to suggest that something is wrong, that's going to be problematic on a few different levels. First, you're going to have to show that that's inconsistent with evolution. I'm not really sure how you're going to do that. But moral declarations also presuppose an ethical framework. And so I'm going to ask you for that also. But we can start with the first question. Go ahead.
So for the first part, I would say that the biggest disprover of the question is the fact that when he was writing The Origin of Species, we have enough evidence to know that Darwin was a believer at the time, and he saw that man evolving into its current form was us becoming moral beings and being self-aware in a way. And there is reason to support that argument.
So that's a problem.
Not really. It's not really a problem, though, because we know from studies, especially of primates, that it is beneficial to look out after your peers. It helps increase your chances of survival in nature. That is actually a trait that is beneficial in evolution, that codependency, sort of. And I'm probably not using codependency there in the best of terms, but it encourages a greater chance of survival by working together. And in a lot of ways, we still have those factors in everyday life. But to really stick home this point, we know from history that the Nazis in particular did not like that idea of man still being a moral being. They wanted to separate themselves from that because their belief was the Aryan race, at least Hitler thought, was a god, which is not necessarily a creation belief, but it's also not necessarily an evolutionary belief. And I think it's just Yeah.
General, hold on. I'm looking for a little bit of brevity. And so the first problem is that whatever Darwin, whatever his theological leanings, those aren't really relevant.
But they are.
Even his writings, you're going to find plenty of evolutionists that are going to disagree with him. And so unless you're going to say that he's the Pope, then I'm not really sure why his opinions on a matter are relevant in the context of this conversation. What you're going to need to do is show me how survival of the fittest isn't predicated on what the survival value of one organism over the next.
Well, that to talk about that point, survival of the fittest is not actually a term that comes from biology. It actually comes from technically anthropology. It comes from social Darwinist thought, which was Herbert Spencer, that's Darwin's cousin. And Darwin did not agree with that sentiment. And when people say survival of the fittest also, they are sometimes putting a racial element on it, where back in at least the 1840s, 1850s, 1860s, when the thought patterns were occurring, it was very much a Western world as the height of the fittest. And that's when you get like societal hierarchies. And that was, we know now, not true in any capacity. You can't judge society as a whole via perceived notions. You have to judge a society by the context of that society, as well as factors that have led up to the creation of that. So to sort of sum it all up, survival of the fittest is not actually a legitimate term that people use in this instance, and it often gets falsely attributed and manipulated, especially in like modern days, where we think of survival of the fittest as the strongest, when fittest in the best context means your ability to reproduce.
Right, and if the ability to reproduce entails that one organism assert its will and its dominance over another organism, even to that other organism, the competitor's demise, well, then and by evolutionary terms, it is a superior organism. Okay, and so whether or not something is right or wrong regarding the state of affairs that was taking place in Germany, that's another conversation entirely. So what we have is a group of organisms asserting its dominance over another, what they deem to be an inferior group of organisms. And because they survived and reproduced, then according to this ideology, they were superior. So you haven't really objected to anything. You might have semantically objected, but then you kind of brought it back around and proved my point. That is the unfalsifiable line of reasoning that is evolution. Okay, if something survives, then it's obviously more fit. That's unfalsifiable. But the point remains, though, the superior organism is going to survive and reproduce. The means that organism uses, that's an ethical conversation.
Not necessarily an ethical conversation, though. I mean, it's not ethical when a lion eats like a gazelle, for example. It's just doing nature stuff, and we understand that. But if a lion were to overdo that hunting, which they don't do for a reason, because it would impact their ability to survive in an environment. And again, it really harkens back to this idea that, yeah, people are falsely attributing evolution to greater societal questions when it doesn't seek to do that. It's not trying to make claims on that. And Darwin himself was very specific. I know in Kent's DVD series, for example, he cites evolution as the basis for Marxism, where Darwin was alive when Marx wrote his manifesto, but he didn't agree with it because he was also a affluent individual who invested his money wisely, and he didn't see his work really relating to what Marx was proposing.
Yeah, well, so the first problem is, we're going to back up a little bit. When you make a distinction between humans and animals, from your position, from your worldview, there's no ontological distinction. It's only semantical. Somebody might argue that it's morphological, but ontologically, you don't believe that humans are created special in the image of, in the likeness of God. You reject that, right? So on your worldview,
Yeah, because that's something like
there is
Aryans say.
Yeah, so in your worldview, there is no meaningful distinction between animals and human beings. And so when we look out into the natural world, you know, predators are just as important as prey. And so what one human being does to another human being to survive, again, it just whether it asserts its dominance, whatever that looks like, doesn't really matter. But when you then go on to say that certain things are wrong, such as like genocides or eugenics, or whatever that might be, Marxism, all of those things are going to be inconsistent. The only consistent ethical framework that you're going to be able to provide is going to be nihilism. And I can show that to you. I think I already have. If you've paid attention to what I've said, you're not really going to be able to disagree. You're going to just equivocate morality with legislation or opinion. And I don't think you're going to be able to provide anything more than that.
I wouldn't say that whatsoever. First off, I would say that, again, the idea of special creation is not exactly a good moral framework either. Again, the Nazis used the concept that Aryans were created in man's image, God's image, to justify what they did. That doesn't mean I think that applies to all creationists, but you can see how you can easily manipulate it, just like you can easily manipulate how you frame evolution. But where I think you're just flat out wrong on is the fact that this idea that we're not moral creatures and animals can't be moral creatures. Humans are animals technically because that's how we've always been classified. There's not that much that differentiates us in terms of air, blood, lungs, skeletal system. That's it. It also doesn't mean that we are not separate from them in that capacity, but it does include that we are separate from them because we have evolved to a position where we have actually higher thought capacity and we have a level of self-awareness, but we also see that in other animals too. Elephants, dolphins, any other grouping higher animal tends to have a level of moral policing going on to better ensure their survival. Sometimes it's right and sometimes it's wrong. Like wolves, for example, shunning the injured members of their group to better increase the chances of survival.
Hold on.
Like a perfect example of that.
General, hold that thought. And I want you to say everything and I want you to make all of your points, but you've got a few on the table so far and I'd like to address them. The first point is, though, it doesn't follow that because an individual identifies as a Christian or whatever they identify as isn't really relevant. But the point here is it doesn't really follow that because somebody identifies with something and commits atrocities, that therefore that the thing that they identify with is an error. Okay, so what I mean by that, if I say that I'm a Christian and Christianity clearly teaches certain ethical things to be objectively wrong, then it doesn't really follow that because I identify with it and then I deviate and violate those commands, that Christianity itself is problematic. So you've confused those two things there. You've conflated the individual with the belief system that the individual affirms. Politicians do it all the time. That's not hard to understand. The second thing is you keep invoking ethics and morality, but from your worldview, again, those things are unintelligible. You haven't shown me why. You said, okay, well, there are certain organisms that we call man. They're in there's a semantic difference called man, and yeah, they're more sophisticated. Okay, great. So they have a more sophisticated way of asserting their dominance over what they call inferior organism. I don't know where the moral obligations have come into this conversation. And you've not provided anything. You keep presupposing the very thing that I'm asking you to provide. Well, I take that back. You have presupposed something that I previously asked you to instantiate, and that would be a consistent ethical framework that can justify universal moral declarations. Until you have that, I don't even know what it means to say something is right or wrong. I don't even know what that means.
Again, it's very, I don't know if you realized it or you just, maybe lack self-awareness in that aspect, but you just group me with this idea of not being a moral person, and,
No, I
and that's
didn't.
not necessarily right. And it's okay. I get why you would do that.
Hold
I'm
on.
not
Let me
hold it against
hold
you.
on. Hold on. Hold
No,
on.
you
Hold
did.
on.
You did. You
No,
did.
no.
Because
Hold on.
this
Let me
is what this
clarify.
debate is always about with evolution, in
General.
terms of grouping us into one pen to justify the politics of trying to get evolution out of schools and to not teach it. And that's very
I don't want to have
wrong,
to mute
and
you,
you should
bud.
sort of be ashamed of yourself, but I get you're 45
General.
and that's impossible.
Yeah, General. So when in the spirit of charity, if I ask you to pause so I can clarify, it would be proper, okay? It would be polite for you to let me clarify that. And again, what you've done is you've confused the ethical framework with the individual. This time you've done it on your side. I never said.
No, I called your ass out, but it's okay.
Yeah. Hey, Donnie, are we going to need to moderate? So I'm going to ask you not to use profanity. I understand what's happening. I told you that I'm going to argue differently than what you're used to, and you don't really know how to deal with it. So rather than actually engage with my argument, hold on.
And that's not really
So
an argument, man.
Rather than engage with it, you're going to be rude and hurl insults. But let me clarify, okay? I have not impugned your character. You can be a moral stature higher than somebody who is a Christian. What I have challenged is the consistency of invoking moral propositions within your worldview. Okay, you can be a good person by my standard, but you don't have you don't have a moral standard. At least you haven't presented a moral standard to justify any statements of right and wrong. Okay, that has nothing to do with your character. So you can apologize, you've been corrected, or you can just pretend that it's okay to, accuse somebody of something because you didn't understand what they were saying. But I've provided clarity now. Okay, what I'm looking for you, let's just grant, for the sake of argument, so you don't have to curse at me anymore, that you are morally superior than I. Okay, now that we've established that, can you provide me a consistent ethical framework that can instantiate a single moral or declaration?
Easy.
Go ahead.
So I accept evolution. I think it's a proper scientific theory. I also think that there's a level of it where we can get some morals in terms of you shouldn't intentionally harm members of your species or community, because then you worsen your chances of survival.
Is that obligatory?
As such, for me, I object to the genocide going on in Gaza. Do you object to the genocide going on in Gaza? Yes or no?
You've missed my argument.
Answer the question.
Entirely.
It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, you're dodging, actually.
No, I'm asking you a question. Yes or no, giving your morality, do you object to the situation in Gaza?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you this again.
Yes or no. It is a yes or no question.
Hold on. Okay, let me get Donnie back here. If you're not able to engage
to the genocide of children in the Gaza Strip right now.
You're going to have to mute this guy because he's bulldozing. Okay, thank you. Let me answer your question, okay? It's not a yes or no answer. When I say as a Christian that I object to the atrocities taking place in the world, that is because it is obligatory that I submit to God in the ethical framework that he has revealed, because he has taught me how to treat another individual who was created in the image and the likeness of God. But when you object to those things, and again, you continue to say that these things are wrong, I agree that they're wrong, but what you haven't done is provide what I've asked for, which is a consistent ethical framework to condemn those acts. That's what I'm looking for. And until you provide that, you're not really able to say that these things can be produced within your worldview. And this is something you brought up, by the way.
Well, I would say that I have answered it. You've just ignored the answer in terms of I have pointed out that it is good for the survival of the species to not inflict harm. I just mumbled my words there. I apologize about that. Onto members of another species. In this case, the genocide in Gaza that's going on is harm being inflicted onto a population that has been victimized for over 30 years now. And as such, I think it is morally wrong and biologically wrong to submit people to that, not only for the fact that it does encourage acts of violence as retribution, but also I don't think it benefits the species as a whole to constantly be engaging in a level of bigotry where we diminish the possibility of survival for the species, not just for us, but also possible nuclear intervention if it gets to that point where that's all of us at that point. So again, I've answered the question. You just don't like the answer.
So I'm going to go through this with you one more time. Okay. You haven't answered the question. You've given us your opinion that you do not like the way that one sophisticated group of people is surviving in a superior way over another. Okay. Let's
I
just
didn't
say
that whatsoever.
Hold on, General. Okay. Again, you said, I think. Well, that's not an obligatory
Also,
statement.
let's real quick.
General,
I'm going to object real quick. I don't think what the Israelis are doing in Gaza right now is superior in any way. You presuppose that.
General, you need to calm down, bud. Okay. We're just having a conversation. Okay. You said,
no, you're defending genocide right now in a very, it's very obvious you're defending genocide in a very disingenuous way.
General,
confronting the issue.
I mean,
but I get it, man.
No, we've given you a lot of leeway. We haven't muted you once. Just allow Sam to finish.
Because I've been muting myself.
Yeah, thanks. So again, you continue to say that you think that a certain state of affairs is unpleasant. Okay, but you've given me nothing but your opinion. You've not given me anything that's obligatory. Let's just state the facts. From your worldview, you have one group of people that are asserting their dominance over another group of people so they can survive in what they consider a beneficial way. You don't like it, they do. I mean, do we flip a coin? You've not provided me an ethical framework to say that these things are wrong in any meaningful way, in any ontological way. You're just saying, I have an opinion and I really want you to hear it, and I'm going to call you names and use profanity and overtalk you if you don't accept it. But that's all you've done.
Well, I would say to that, I feel like we have enough historical evidence also to show that genocide is bad when you inflict it against anyone, regardless of Jews, whether of nationality, whatever it may be. I know with America, we had our issues with the indigenous people. I mean, technically Japanese internment camps for that matter. And it should be said, a lot of the people who have been doing it profess their faith in some capacity to justify the means, at least with the indigenous in America. So again, I'm just pointing out, at the end of the day, it is very wrong to associate a scientific theory with societal issues, regardless of if it's evolution, if it's germ theory, whether it's thermonuclear theory. I have to go run something, but at the end of the day, free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
All right, thanks, General. Just for the record, I'm going to respond to that again. As a Christian, I am obligated to treat one image bearer in the way that God has objectively revealed, okay, whether I like that or not. And so as a Christian, I can say that there are these objective moral standards that God spoke into the system. And if the system disagrees, then the system would be wrong. Now, when he says these things are wrong, I agree with him. But he's borrowing from Christianity, unless he can provide me with that ethical framework, which he hasn't been able to do. But again, this is a topic that he brought up, and I was happy to engage with him on that. And so, yeah, I guess that's it. And welcome everyone else to the show.
Okay, that was a good exchange because we focused a lot on the science for the first couple hours, and then we got a little bit of morality there for the last 20 minutes in relation to the topic of origin. So we've got a good panel right here. We've got some new guests joining us. C. Brown, Gutsick Gibbon, Samir, and Jake Tyler. And so I do want to, though, give the opportunity before we get into a discussion with those that have just entered. We've had Benjamin Harris and Joe, who have been waiting very patiently almost the whole time. Appreciate your patience. We gave priority to evolutionists since it was an evolution challenge. So we're kind of saving the creationist comments for now would be a good time. So Benjamin, did you have a question or a point you wanted to bring up on tonight's topic of evolution?
Yes. Is my mic on?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. The question was actually for Kent, and I think Donnie and Sam, is that correct? Is that who the other person is?
Yes, sir.
So I think all three of y'all agree with Kent on young Earth creation.
Yes.
Okay. So the thing that I wanted to bring up was time. Whenever they're debating somebody and they're talking about billions of years, time is relative to the observer. So I don't know why that's ever an issue, because the only way that we define time is with the Earth-Sun relationship. So for the universe, for somebody to say that the universe is 14.5 billion years old and the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, then what was time for the first 10 billion years? It doesn't leave any room for argument.
Do any of the evolutionists on the panel, Albert, perhaps want to address that quickly? Benjamin's comments.
Yeah, hi Benjamin. I can say a few words about that. It's not only humans that experience time, like matter, for example, stars experience time. So if you imagine a universe where there's no humans, a star would eventually explode regardless, and that would happen at a certain period of time. So you can still measure time even if you don't use the Earth cycle as your reference.
And before you respond, Benjamin, do you have, I'm not sure if it's your mic or it almost sounds like you have a bird in the background chirping. Do you have a bird?
Oh man, I bet you can hear the downstairs dryer. I'm deaf and I can't hear it, so it might.
Okay, no worries. That's okay. I'll just mute you when you're not talking, just so there's no audio interference. So,
okay.
Benjamin, go ahead. Feel free to respond to Albert.
Oh yeah. So the response to that would be that I agree with you that everything moves through time, but the way that it's defined, or the way that we define time, for example, the reason why we say the universe is 14.5 billion years old is because of the red and blue shift in light. So it's only defined as, with the speed of light. So how far away something is, and to get a speed, you have to define time, because speed is time over distance. So for example, if you just say that the Earth didn't exist and life lived on Jupiter or Saturn, I think a day on Saturn is 10.5 Earth hours. So to make that math easy, let's just say it was 12 hours. Well, now that gives you a different speed limit for the speed of light. That would mean that the age of the universe is a different age. So everything is based around time, which is given to us on the fourth day of creation.
So okay, you said a lot of points.
It's what makes the math and physics work. So whenever you're talking, like for example, E equals MC squared, that equation only works because the speed of light is measured in a vacuum, and in order to get the speed of light, you have to have a definition of time, and you only get the definition of time with the Earth-Sun relationship. If you change the definition of time, it changes the equation, and then physics doesn't work.
Sure. Let me comment on a few points. Number one, yes, if we lived on Jupiter, we would have a slightly different calendar and these kind of things. So you're correct about that. Number two, light speed is constant. It's always, I think, 300,000 meters per second. You can turn off your light, put on a sensor, turn your light on, and see how fast, your sensor makes a reading. So that's a constant. And, the Bible said, let there be light, or God said, let there be light. So light's a real thing. And events happen. So if you're as a Christian, that there's event 1, God made this, event 2, God made that. So time categorizes events. So events are real. So time is kind of real. So your thoughts on that?
Yes, this goes back to what I said just a second ago, because you brought up the speed of light. And you did it in meters and 399 or 186,000 miles per second. But in order to get that, you have to define what a second is. And the only way that you define time is through the Earth-Sun relationship. So how did you define the speed of light before the Earth and the Sun? That's the only reason that the physics works. So so the argument is that whenever you're having a discussion about the age of anything, we know that time is relative to the observer because of time dilation. And we define time based only on the sun, the Earth and the Sun. So the speed of light is only relevant to the people on Earth. To say it any different, you have to explain what a second is without without reference to the Earth and the Sun. That makes the argument geocentric.
You're correct that we do use the Earth-Sun relationship as a reference for our time, but that's the most convenient way to do it. I don't know if you could pick another reference and everybody agrees we can do something else. It's kind of like language. The letter A has a sound because we communally agree to it, and then that's our language. The same thing with time. We pick a reference, which is Earth-Sun, and then we base our math based on that reference. Hopefully the Earth-Sun relationship doesn't change, so all our math stays consistent for a long time. That's basically it.
But the point is that because it's based solely on the Earth-Sun relationship, whenever you do the physics that explains the whole universe, you're now saying that's why it's a geocentric argument. So any physics that describes the universe is only based on the Earth and the Sun relationship, because if it's not, that's how you change your definition of time. Now they'll bring up the cesium-133 atom. That's what I thought somebody would say, but it doesn't define time. It keeps time. Going back to what I said, if we lived on a different planet and we had a different definition of time, all we did was define what time was, and then we put the atom in there and said, okay, it radiates at 9 billion some odd times per second, but we've defined the second first. So in order to have an argument about the age of anything, that means it's a geocentric argument, because that's the only way that we can define time.
Okay, Benjamin, I appreciate your comments. I don't want to drift too much into the whole geocentrism versus heliocentrism debate, but I do appreciate those points and the back and forth. Albert, did you want a real quick final word, or anyone else on the panel? Then I think we're going to move on to another topic and really keep it as focused as possible on our event title. Go ahead.
While some points I disagree with Benjamin, he kind of has the right ideas. It's just I think it needs some refinement. You need to be careful not to fall into the trap of referring to time as a social construct, because then you get into some weird things. I believe reality is real because God is real, that kind of connection. So is time a real thing? You need to ask yourself, is time real? And then go from there.
Okay, thank you, Albert. Joe, good to have you as well. I know you've basically been here the whole time, and from my understanding, you are of the creation persuasion, so I appreciate you being patient. Was there a question or a point that you wanted to bring to the table here for the panel to engage?
Well, firstly, I really appreciate the fact you're doing this, guys. It's a good chance for mature adults to exchange ideas, and that's what free speech is really all about. The only way we can ever actually solve problems is if we can have a discussion about the issues. This is fantastic. But the one thing I always try to do is, as much as I love Kent and what he's done over the years, he brought me so far from being just a believer to a knower. People ask me, do you believe in God? I say, no. What do you mean you don't believe in God? Well, do you believe the sun's going to rise from the east tomorrow? Or do you know the sun's going to rise from the east? It's simple. I know God exists because I'm a biologically engineered machine. I'm not something that came out of the protoplasm 20 billion years ago. But my main point is, and I asked my atheist friends this, and I've never received an answer once. It's a very simple question. From the time that you get up in the morning to the time that you go to bed, every single thing that you do in that day, what is one thing that you do without a reason?
Appreciate that. And the question, if there's any atheists or agnostics that want to respond to that, feel free to do so. If not,
because they can't. And what I do then from that point is you extrapolate. If that's in the micro, then what's in the macro? If there's a reason for everything that you do, there's a reason for the universe. The fine-tuning point is something that completely destroys any possibility. I mean, they can try the multiverse all they want, but this is more mumbo jumbo. Anyways, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Joe. And also thank you for the feedback. We do enjoy offering a platform with, for those of differing views can come in and exchange ideas. Okay, so I guess we have C. Brown and Gutsit Gibbon in the house. So it's good to have the both of you. I understand you guys are pretty good friends, you and C. Brown. So good to have you guys.
Yeah, hi there, Donny. Hi, C. Brown. I'm here to discuss one thing in particular. I have a one-track mind this evening, so whenever I have license to sort of bring that topic up and dig into it, I would love to, but I'm just sitting here writing an exam, so I can sit here and wait until everybody else has had their piece, because I imagine that this is going to take a couple of minutes to hash out. So in the meantime, I will be here.
What
Okay.
are you writing on? What, if you don't mind me asking?
What am I doing? What?
Just out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking, I was just wondering what you are writing on.
Oh no, I'm writing an exam for my students.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So I teach honors biological anthropology this semester.
Oh, you're writing the test?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Cool.
So multiple choice exam. We'll see how they do. They're smart kids, but you know, maybe I'm going too hard on them. We'll see.
Who's your friend in the background, Erica? Are you gonna double? Yeah, are you gonna double team us or?
No.
Is he an evolutionist or creationist?
Don't need to.
He's a creationist now.
I bought that to study for gross anatomy when I took it this time last semester. It was the hardest class I ever took, and it's not even close. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the human body. But yeah, so I'll be here. Let me know when it's my turn, and that's all I got.
All right, appreciate that, Erica, and Leda, how busy you are. Thank you very much for joining, and we will certainly shift into that topic very shortly. And so, C. Brown, what's going on? It's been a long time since you've actually joined us here in one of these open mic debate showdowns. So, C. Brown, how have you been? And is there a point or question you wanted to bring to the table?
No, I've been good. Can you hear me good?
Yes.
All right, cool. Yeah, I've been good. I just been wanting to get in. I never catch it at the right time. I want to say this guy Joe just went off. I like what he just said. It was very insightful. You know, how you look at it, we wake up with a purpose. Purpose came from somewhere. It don't just evolve out of chemicals. That's something that's in us. That's something that's in the universe. So I think that was a really good point that he made. I'm also wanting to know what Erica's point was that she wanted her subject that she wanted to talk about.
Okay, that's a good segue then. So tonight's topic, evolution is false, change our mind. So we've discussed many points, many topics, and earlier the Y chromosome was brought up. And so why don't we shift into that topic of the Y chromosome and whether or not it supports human evolution or separate ancestry. So why don't we hand it to Erica, our guest, to kind of set the foundation for what we'll discuss here.
Yeah, so you know, actually, like, while I am sure that that is what this is going to be on, my question is tangential, but I think kind of the crux of this issue. Donny, I want to know in your model, and you know, I don't know if you're using Peter Line's model or if you're using Carl Werner's model or AIGs or you know CMIs or whatever, or if you have your own. I want to know how the apes separate out. I want to know how their kinds separate out, and I'd like to know how that's done.
Great question. So I would separate the great apes out into several different kinds. So you would refer to humans as human great ape. And also, let me mute you, Steve Brown. There's a little bit of background noise. And so I would separate, though, obviously, humans as their own created kind. I would have chimpanzees and bonobos going back to their own created kind. I would have gorillas as their own created kind, going back to an archetype of some kind, and the orangutan species as their own separate kind.
Okay, so under your model, then, gorillas and orangutans or gorillas and chimpanzees, they are not related at all.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't have gorillas and orangutans as the same kind, no.
Okay, how is that done? How do you justify that?
Well, I think there's many different ways we can do that. I would look to discontinuities. We could look at discontinuities in morphology, anatomy, or genetics. I prefer genetics, as you know, genes, traits, and genetics. That's what's inherited, sperm and egg. And so one way would be by looking to the Y chromosome. You know, we've discussed orphan genes, these taxonomically restricted and essential genes in the past. We could look to mitochondrial DNA, but for sake of tonight, we could focus on just the Y chromosome. So I think the Y chromosome data powerfully supports this idea of created kinds in the great apes, with your humans, chimpanzees, and bonobos going back to their own created kind, and, or I should say archetype, your orangutans, and then also your gorillas.
So what about the Y chromosome is doing that?
Okay, good question. So again, I would look to discontinuities. So similarities, I would argue, are largely agnostic to the debate. And Erica, if you want to pull up a paper after your line of questioning, feel free to do so. You know, you could put it up on your end if you wanted to. But if we're going to look at discontinuities, and what I like to say, it's the differences that make all the difference. Okay, so largely, I would say homology, similarities in genetic sequences, similarities in morphology, anatomy, are agnostic to the overall debate on ancestry. So the differences, the discontinuities, is what's going to help us in our bare monological analyses to determine what is related and what is not related. So here, go ahead.
No, I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay, so here in this visual, I believe, and of course you can challenge it, I think this visual, I think if I'm not mistaken, 2017 paper, The Y Chromosomes of the Great Apes, it still holds quite true, even with the new sophisticated analysis that has come out, 2023, 2024. And so I see quite a lot of discontinuities here. So humans and chimpanzees, and we can engage why this is in a little bit, but at least from my model, humans and chimpanzees, the Y chromosome, very dissimilar overall gene content, architecture, size differences, only about 35% the same, possibly less, according to this new paper. And your gorilla Y chromosome, architecture, size differences, and gene content looks to be more similar to the human than to the chimpanzee. So they're unique in many ways, the gorilla. And then your orangutan species, although some differences here, some differences in the bonobo and chimpanzee Y chromosomes, not enough where I would say we have to conclude they're separate created kinds. Enough similarity there where we can say, okay, yeah, they go back to a common ancestor. I think we can empirically say that.
So why is that? Why is the difference between bonobos and chimpanzees, or the difference between Bornean and Sumatran orangutans, what about those two pairings passes the sniff test for you that doesn't for chimpanzees and humans, or bonobos and humans for that matter, since they're about equally distant to humans genomically speaking?
That's a fair question. From my examination of the paper, let me just say this, and then you can go. From my examination of the paper, it seems to be that the differences between chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosomes reflect diversity in structural rearrangements and some gene loss, but not gene content in the sense that we would require the evolution of novel gene families. One big thing, the human Y chromosome, you can see the heterochromatin here quite a bit. I don't even see it for the most part present in chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosome. So that's a type of genetic content that's just completely absent in these two species within the pan lineage that I do believe we can say confidently go back to a common ancestor. So I think it's the type of changes that would be required. I don't see any real incredible differences that can't be explained with the chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosomes, and same thing with the orangutans. But with the human, you bring in the human, there's some pretty incredible differences. Go ahead.
So let's dissect this a little bit, right? How actually, I'm going to ask one more question, and then I want to get into this. How do we determine relatedness within species? How do we determine how closely related two individual dogs or two individual humans or two individual cats are? What do we compare?
Genetic markers?
What kinds of genetic markers? What are we comparing within the markers?
Well, if you're going to look at dogs, let's say, you would look to just similar genes that you would compare that can be traced back to a common ancestor that we can identify. I mean, there's certain genetic markers that I have with European descent or French descent that I would share with somebody else.
So I'm looking for something really specific here. All right. What I'm going for here is sequence. And I would assume from a creationist standpoint that you would agree with this, because from your position, the entirety of the genome is functional. So it shouldn't matter whether we're looking at functional DNA, protein coding regions, or whether we're looking at non-functional DNA. So we're looking at sequence identity. That's how we determine relatedness, full stop, do not pass go, in every single species that we compare within, whether we're looking at a paternity test, whether you're doing Ancestry and, or 23andMe or whatever. That's how we do it. We do it on the basis.
Sequence identity would just be comparing the nucleotide bases, right?
Yes, 100%. Yes. And gene content plays into that. But as I showed in my video on this topic, when you're comparing two sequences that contain genes, they can be more similar overall in sequence identity if we're comparing large sections that include non-coding DNA, right? Because genes are not going to be a part of that section. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It does make sense, but I'm curious. When it comes to comparing these bases, ATCG, sequence identity, what animal, what species on the planet wouldn't have some degree of sequence identity? I mean, this seems to be universal among the biological world. So if we're just going to go, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree. So, you're seeing the problem sort of approach from down the railroad tracks here, right? I mean, that's what we could get to if we sat here all night, but I don't intend to get there. I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that.
Well, because if we were to assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, if we were to assume universal common ancestry for a second, well, every single organism on the planet, something as similar as humans and chimpanzees, and two species as dissimilar as humans and bacteria or humans and fish, there is going to be a level of sequence identity. So yeah, from universal common descent, you would say that that's all because largely of descent with
Yes, agree. But in that same way, we could compare every human on the planet, which you and I agree, everybody hopefully on this panel agrees that everybody on the planet today is related. We would agree that there are individuals on this planet that you will absolutely empirically share more sequence identity with, and you will be more closely related to them than you are with the most dissimilar individual who you will share the least with on the basis of the full genome sequence identity.
Can I interrupt y'all and ask a question that pertains to this?
Well, let's just keep along these lines quickly to help set the foundation. So I do appreciate these questions. They're helpful probably to everybody. But I want to say this, Erica, every single human being on the planet is nearly identical in their genetics. And so we don't find any real significant discontinuities genetically. I mean, these uniparentally inherited DNA compartments that we're discussing here, and we're going to get into in great detail, the Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA, nearly identical in all humans. So that's a good line of evidence or starting point for us to say, okay, all humans are related. Now, are they also related to the chimpanzee, the bonobo, the gorilla, the orangutan? And then so we bring in the Y chromosomes and we see, okay, every single male Y chromosome, extremely low variation. They can be traced back to a single common ancestor. Now we line it up next to the chimpanzee, and what do we find? Discontinuity. So that's where we need to start questioning this relationship.
Right. So we're working our way up there, but I'm not there yet. I'm not up to that point in my case yet. That's my punchline. It's later. So we're talking about sequence identity, though. I think that we are on the same page. I'm going to assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that you would agree that if we wanted to make a pedigree of every single person on the planet, the only way to do it would be to sequence the entire genome, telomere to telomere, right? Every single base, and sort it on the basis of similarity. Would you agree with that?
Sounds about right. I mean, it's kind of what they did with the Eve consensus sequence, Dr. Rob
Totally.
Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. It's
You
what
get
you
to
do with the 1,000 Genomes Project, whatever. Yes. And that's what tells us that, race isn't a biological conception as people like to try to make it seem. It's what tells us that we're all far more similar than we are differently. But that's how you would do it. And that's how you would do it if you wanted to see how closely related every dog was and how closely related every cat was. That's how you would do it, because there is an intrinsic, rock solid relationship between genetic similarity in sequence identity and relatedness. That is Mendelian laws of inheritance. That is basic laws of heritability. I just taught this in my class. So sequence identity is what matters for determining relatedness. Now, when we move on to areas,
I will say this: sequence identity does not equate. So if there is a level of sequence identity, that doesn't equate relationship. It just equates similarity. Why is that similarity there? Why is the dissimilarity there? That would be the next question, and that's going to be the question that helps us answer this controversy of ancestry, universal or separate.
let's back it up.
Precisely, Donny.
So let's back it up then, because if we're not on the
Same
same
kind.
page with overall genomic similarity being the best way to tell whether things are related or not, we can't go any further. Like the buck stops if we can't agree with that. If overall genomic similarity can't tell us how closely related two individuals, it doesn't matter what organism they are, then like within their species, I should specify. We're talking about within someone's species.
Well, there's more to it because it's easy for, and someone might have to mute, I'm not sure, heard a little background noise, but there's more to it, like breeding, reproduction. We understand that every single human being on the planet can reproduce. We're reproductive with success, okay? But you bring in chimpanzees, and obviously we're not reproductively capable. And so, that's one way, but genetically, that's why I would look to discontinuities, and I prefer the genetics, because once we get fossil organisms, we would have to look to, as many in the creationist camp do, they look to discontinuities in morphology and anatomy. But the problem is there oftentimes exists more variation between species than across species. So I think genetics. Okay.
I agree with you. I agree with you on all of that. I worry we're in danger of getting off track here, because all I'm saying is that if you want to tell how closely related two individuals are, the only way, the surest fire way that is going to give you a 100% answer is if you fully telomere to telomere sequence their genomes and compare them. Like when you've got like an outgroup, whoever you're trying to figure out how they're related and create a pedigree. Like there's no, you can't get more genetic information out of a person than all of their genetic information. So if we are comparing the full genome, the full sequence, you can't get more than that.
That's you can't get more info. Well, you can't get any more information about the genetic content of organisms than having the entire sequence's whole genome, not just mitochondria, DNA, Y chromosome, but autosomal nuclear DNA. But again, whatever the sequence identity is going to be is not going to equate relationship. There's going to be other factors we have to kind of dive into.
You just said that it did. If I have a complete identical, like someone takes a clone out of me, right? And they make a clone out of my cells or whatever, and they can make a completely new guts given. They are going, that new individual, she's going to have every single nucleotide that I have. She is my
Yeah, you're going to be 100%.
Yeah. Are we 100% identical?
Yeah, if you compare human to, well, I would be 100% identical to myself. Yes.
Perfect. So if I have a kid, right, like me and my husband, if we have children, right, my child, their closest relatives are going to be me and my husband. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
The way that we know that is because if like you had no other information, you just had our genomes, the way that you would tell that is overall sequence identity of the whole genome. Yes?
Yeah, it'll be nearly 100%.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really similar. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying here. Sequence identity in humans or within dogs or within chimps, just within these species, that's what determines how closely related two individuals within that species are. I'm just talking about inside species. Can we agree on that?
Within species, like the species Homo sapiens, yeah.
Yes. Okay, check. So Now we can take the next step and say, can we use genomic similarity to tell how closely related two organisms are, two full species are? To do that, you have to sequence the genome telomere to telomere, right? And you have to compare the DNA sequences, like of several different organisms, comparative genomic style, and see how similar two species, if we're using a reference genome, because as you know, organisms can vary, but they're only going to vary within some degree, genomically speaking, we can tell how closely related two species are. Like if I compare a house cat and, you know, my cat that I grew up with, and a Maine Coon and a Siamese cat and, you know, Oriental cat, if I compared all of those cats' genomes, they're all going to be really similar because they're all cats, right?
That's right. Well, yeah.
Yes,
If
exactly. They're all in the
yeah.
species Felis catus or Felis sylvestris, whatever you want to go with for the nomenclature. And if I take the genome of a lynx and I compare those cats to the lynx versus those cats to a dog, which one are they going to be more similar to?
Well, I would
Well,
argue that the felid, the species within the felid family, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, are going to be more similar. But it can get a little tricky because if you were to look to canids, wolves, dingoes, coyotes, domestic dogs, okay, they're all going to be very similar. But we might say, just by looking at the outward appearance, we might say, oh, fox. Foxes also belong in the canid kind, but then we sequence the genome and there may be some discrepancies there.
Right.
So it does get a little tricky the more we add in. Okay, once we
Right.
start adding in bears and other types of species, then
I agree.
there's going to be diverse. Okay,
So
go ahead.
so you see the problem. I got a mosquito in this room. Sorry, I keep trying to get it. Ooh, I got it and then I let it go. You see what I'm getting at here, what the problem actually is that from a creationist standpoint, because from the evolutionary standpoint, that is precisely how it should look. Things should all bleed into one another. There shouldn't be a clear genetic distinguishing factor that can be universally or even singularly applied to any family on the planet or any order.
These groups within
or
groups
any
patterns,
genus.
right?
Not just groups within groups, but those groups within groups should smear. They shouldn't be distinct. There shouldn't be any clear, like this genetic variation absolutely succinctly characterizes just these organisms and nothing else.
So you're saying they should all blend together
I'm
rather
saying
than you have.
Kind of. Yeah, I'm saying they should smear into one another genomically speaking. There shouldn't be clear delineations. And because from an evolutionary standpoint, species is a static concept applied to a dynamic process. Species are a human conception. They are not a real biological reality. That's the expectation under evolutionary theory. If all things descend from a common ancestor, then if you had a perfect fossil record, I don't think you ever would, but you wouldn't be able to actually like point out where one species begins and ends because, again, from an evolutionary standpoint, they're all bleeding into one another back to the last.
That's why taxonomy tends to descend into a certain degree of things being arbitrary.
I would agree. I think that a lot of stuff, it depends on the species concept you're using, but I think that species, like trying to designate species in a universally empirical way is a fool's errand. You can use the biological species concept all day long, but it's going to stop working at some point. And you can use the evolutionary species concept.
Okay, so to clarify then, and I know this isn't the topic, but for clarification purposes, so I better understand what you're saying. Neanderthals, Homo sapiens, both can interbreed. We have their genes. So the biological concept definition of what is and what isn't a species, one would say just on that, they're the same species. But then when you look to the morphology and the anatomy and the different traits and the anomalies there, then it gets a little tricky because one might be forced to conclude that they're different species because the morphology is too different.
For that, I would actually say no. And the reason is because the more genomes that we sequence from Neanderthals, the more that it's looking like we've got partial, like basically N-mediated reproductive isolation going on, right? We got a brand new sequence from this, they call them Thorin. You would get a kick out of that from The Hobbit, like a dwarf, right? But we just got another sequence of Neanderthal. We've got like 24 sequences from Neanderthals, and we have no Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA in any modern human. What that suggests is that only certain hybrid events were actually resulting in viable kids. That would mean that they are only able to interbreed if, I believe, dad was a Homo sapiens and mom was a Neanderthal, not vice versa. So what that would suggest is that they are literally in the middle of a speciation event. Now, I don't know if that's gonna pan out. That's what it's looking like to me, but I'm not a paleogenomics person. So what I would say is, from a genomic standpoint, yes, we can interbreed sometimes. And from a morphologic standpoint, it depends on what you allow within your variation, right? I mean, Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis are certainly outside of one another's morphologic variation, but I'm also not comfortable with how much variation we fit into Homo erectus, to be quite honest.
But even you saying sometimes these rare hybrid events, that is curious, because if we were to look at humans and chimpanzees, can they interbreed occasionally, or in a like they can never interbreed, right? We can never produce viable offspring with them.
We actually don't know that. And I'm glad we don't know the answer to this question. But based off of what I know from the cell biology, the problem is actually with the zona pellucida on the chimps, no, on the human side. So the zona pellucida is this structure around the egg that gate checks sperm that try to penetrate the egg. And it basically says, yes, you're the right kind, you can come in, or no, you're not the right kind, you can't. The situation that we would be looking at, if it's possible for that type of crossing to work, would require in vitro fertilization, much like we require if you want to inseminate a
what would you predict if we could figure out through a number of tests? Would you predict that they can produce viable offspring even in the same way that Neanderthals and humans, where it's just occasionally it's rare? Or would you predict no?
I don't know. If this Neanderthal thing is turning out the way I think it's going to, which would suggest reproductive isolation is already in progress just 400,000 years ago. If that's truly the case, then my inkling would be that humans and chimpanzees, that even with in vitro, that it's going to terminate somewhere along the line, because the implication is that reproductive isolation within great apes like humans and Neanderthals and chimpanzees happens relatively quickly. Of course, there's an easy way to test this, and it's to see how reliable is the hybridization between chimps and bonobos, because they've been separate for 1.5-2 million years from an evolutionary timescale. So that's longer than humans and Neanderthals. It depends. So there's a lot sort of at play there. I'm not an expert on that, but
okay. So you're saying because humans and chimpanzees share a more distant common ancestor than humans and Neanderthals, but humans and Neanderthals can only produce viable offspring on the rare occasion, then humans and chimpanzees sharing a more distant common ancestor probably can't reproduce any viable offspring.
That would be my prediction. And to that end, I would also produce that chimpanzees can't produce viable offspring with gorillas, or that chimpanzees can't produce viable offspring with bonobos, perhaps, or that it's again that partial sterility.
So with that, at least that point on interbreeding, the ability to interbreed and have viable offspring, is a point for the created kind model, because what you're saying seems to fit what I'm saying here based on the Y chromosomes, that you got humans, they can interbreed with each other. Humans and Neanderthals on the rare occasion, according to you, I'll have to look into that. Chimpanzees and bonobos can interbreed. Gorillas can, obviously with themselves, but not with any of the other great apes. And then your two orangutan species can also interbreed with each other, but not with any of the other.
So kind of, Donny, but the problem therein for you for the separate ancestry model is the same as the victory that you're hoping to take away. Because if that reproductive isolation with Neanderthals is in progress, what that suggests is that reproductive isolation can evolve within a kind, and thus it cannot be used to demarcate where the kinds are, because it could have happened since Noah's Ark. You see what I'm saying? So this is the same problem with the fact that foxes can't reproduce with dogs, and yet they're both within the canid kind, right?
Okay, but
the line.
Okay, fair point. But with Neanderthals and humans, the fact that let's say, for sake of argument, okay, They can interbreed, but in isolation, you're saying reproductive isolation. So only on rare occasions.
It's not so much the rare occasions. I just want to make sure this is clear. It's specifically if mom, I believe, is a Neanderthal and dad is Homo sapiens. I'm pretty sure. So it has to be the two parents have to be a specific. No, I think it would have to be the opposite. Neanderthal dad, Homo sapiens mom would result in viable offspring. That's why we don't have any Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA.
How would they know that? How would they infer that? Is that because you were saying we don't have mitochondrial DNA from Neanderthals today?
Yes. So in modern humans, as you know, we can have up to 5% of the Neanderthal's genome within a human. We can be up to 5% Neanderthal. We don't have any mitochondrial DNA from Neanderthals today. That's the primary argument for partial sterility.
Okay, wait a minute. You're saying we have mitochondrial DNA sequences of Neanderthals,
yes, but
humans,
not
Homo sapiens, don't have Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA in them.
Yes.
Okay, maybe it just didn't hang around. I mean, the mitochondrial genome is your smallest compartment, 16,500 letters, and your Y chromosome is what, 90 million plus letters?
It's possible, but it'd have to be some serious selective pressure, especially because Neanderthals only went extinct from on your end especially. For me, it has to be fast too, but Neanderthals went extinct 40,000 years ago, and they were already in isolated inbred populations. So it's harder from your standpoint to explain why we don't have mitochondrial DNA than it is for mine.
I think you would agree they're a very unique people group. You'd say they're a different species, sister species. They were, from my understanding, the most inbred people group that we've ever seen. I mean, there's stretches of homozygosity. These identical letters are huge. And so just in light of the factors at play with their history and the mitochondrial genome really only being in the thousands of DNA letters, which is very, very small compared to other DNA compartments, it sounds reasonable for 4,000 years, roughly 4,500 years since the flood.
It's a tough sell. It's a tough sell because we, from a conventional standpoint, right? Like we have mitochondrial genes from, populations that were settled from a conventional standpoint thousands of years ago. And I want to correct something there. You said that they're the most inbred population that we know of. That's also not true, right? So modern Europeans have less genetic diversity than Neanderthals that occupied the same range 40,000 years ago.
Modern Europeans are more inbred than Neanderthals?
Modern Europeans have less genetic diversity.
Right. They have more levels of homozygous, these identical letters in their genome. But do you believe that a large part of Neanderthals' extinction was their inbreeding and then the subsequent genetic damage from that?
No, I believe that the reason they went extinct is because they were in extremely isolated pockets for the entirety of their species tenure on Earth. And then they proceeded to live in even more isolated pockets as Homo sapiens moved up into their territory and beat them out at every opportunity. I mean, this new genome shows, like the Thorin genome, shows that we've got this Neanderthal group that specifically was eking out a living within a 10-day walk of another Neanderthal group, and they didn't admix over the course of 50,000 years. I mean, they're super isolated.
In light of it seems like groups within groups patterns of isolation with Neanderthals. Isolated, then more isolated, and then even more isolated. And so how could modern Europeans be more inbred and have experienced a more isolated history than Neanderthals?
Well, no, we're talking about Neanderthals, the species. So across their entire tenure, they had more genetic diversity than just modern Europeans today do, right? So Walker went through this. He showed the Z-scores for it, if memory recalls, in your debate with him a while back. But the Z-scores
debate, yeah, you moderated that one.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I did moderate that one.
And you moderated the Ron Garrett debate. Okay, let me just say this, and then people are probably itching that we get right into the Y chromosome here and kind of settle that. Yeah. If Neanderthals and humans, even on a rare occasion, okay, in isolation, can reproduce, one could argue, okay, they're slowly, therefore, becoming as a whole in their entirety a different species. But since there still was a level of reproduction, according to the biological concept definition of species, they're still the same species, even though they were maybe slowly diverging into being eventually separate species. But they
Sure.
went
Yeah,
extinct.
I would actually agree with that. Gene flow is the evolutionary mechanism that prevents speciation. It inhibits it, excuse me. So yeah, that what you're describing from a conventional standpoint is what happened. But the problem for the creation model here, the problem for the separate ancestry model, is that whether we're looking at Neanderthals in the middle of undergoing reproductive isolation, if that is indeed what's happening with them, or if we're looking at the family of dogs, where we have some dogs that are reproductively isolated from others, family being Canidae or Felidae or whatever, the problem is if those kinds exist, if you have reproductive isolation in any kind, then reproductive isolation cannot be used to determine where the kind boundary is, because it could have happened since the flood.
Right. But if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying the only reason this conclusion of reproductive isolation is being made is because of the lack of mitochondrial DNA in humans today.
I believe that's part of it, but I think it also has to do with the nature of the nuclear DNA that we actually have present. I can send you, I think Chris Stringer's the one who most recently had like a summary post on it, so I can send it to you if you want to take a look.
Okay.
But again, like, the problem isn't just Neanderthals. Like, from a creationist perspective, you've got to either say reproductive isolation is the thing, and in which case you're going to have a problem, because
unless we can explain the mitochondrial DNA, which just the size, and I'm just hearing this for the first time now, so I'll look into it and see how plausible my response is on the size of the mitochondrial DNA and the time that has passed since Neanderthal extinction and the nuclear genome reasons. But okay, if you want, feel free to take a final word on that, and then let's have you shift.
Look, I want to, but again, like that problem, the Neanderthal thing is off to the side, right? Like, there are other kinds that I'm fairly certain that you, at least, and I know Answers in Genesis does, I know CMI does, I know ICR does. There are several other kinds that contain reproductively isolated organisms in them. Right?
I get what you're saying.
Red foxes can't interbreed with dogs, right? House cats can't interbreed with tigers. And so what that suggests is that even without this Neanderthal situation.
Yeah, but house cats and tigers, isn't it the case that they can't interbreed just for mechanical reasons?
No,
in vitro, can they?
No, I actually think it's a chromosomal issue with them. Like, not a chromosomal issue, but like it's a post-mating isolation mechanism. That's the issue with them.
How far back, according to the evolutionary model, do house cats and tigers share a common ancestor?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, Donnie. I study primates.
No, that's okay. I thought you were.
I don't know.
I thought you were a phelidologist.
Yeah,
so I only asked because I wonder, because obviously I've been doing a lot of study here on the great apes, breaking them up into created kinds, but I can look into felids after and also canids, because I wonder if foxes and dogs are separate kinds, in the same way that I'm proposing humans, chimps and bonobos, their own kind, gorillas and orangutans, and also your house cats and tigers. There's a research project right there.
I think you're going to run in. I'm cautioning you with that. Like, by all means, go for it. But I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say. If reproductive isolation ends up being the attempt here, I'm going to point to the fact that we have reproductive isolation occurring in progress today in like salamander ring species. And I'm going to point to the fact that we have an immense issue with the amount of kinds that you're going to create, that also you have to balance. There has to be an equilibrium with the amount of kinds for the size of Noah's Ark, and then the diversification of those kinds, 4,300 years ago, 4,400 years ago, whatever, post Ararat, post Babel,
okay,
whatever.
So you're arguing then. Okay, so therefore you're arguing that the ultimate tool or manner of which we're going to determine relationship is sequence identity. It's going to be genetics.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is because from a conventional standpoint, this is it, right? Like, in every species, in every animal that we know of, in every plant that we know of, within species, which everybody on this panel can agree with, within species, the more of your overall genome you share with someone, the more closely related you are to them. So I would even suppose that we agree that to some degree, I know you guys will draw the line somewhere. That's what I'm getting at, is that I don't know how you can draw the line there, what criteria you're using. But at some point, there's a line that you guys say, genomic similarity isn't going to work here anymore. But below that point, it does, right? Like, again, you can use genomic similarity to say dogs are related to wolves, for instance, or that wolves are related to maned wolves, which are a different species, but, all the same. I would imagine that we would all agree that they're related. I don't know if they can interbreed or not, but the point
Okay,
is
but there are
that
no two, and I appreciate what you're saying. There are no two humans on the planet that diverge or differ in their genetics, in their genomes, as compared to what we see in humans and chimpanzees. We don't see these types of discontinuities within the human species, within
right.
humans in general.
I agree. Otherwise, we would be chimps or they would be us. We would be within one another's zone of variation. The same goes
But
with
there's got to be,
Neanderthal.
but my point is there's got to be some degree of discontinuity that the evolutionist would confess challenges the idea of common descent. I mean, if humans and chimpanzees, if their Y chromosome was, let's say, 12% the same, would you then concede? What if it was 8%, 5%? Is there any degree of dissimilarity that you would accept?
Donny, I'm telling you right now, if the sequence identity was 30% similar, that would be huge. That would be cause to say, what the heck is going on here? There's got to be some explanation for that. But your
why
problem
only
is,
sequence identity? Why not architecture and also size differences?
Because, Donny, that's why I started with talking about what we use to determine relatedness. You don't use architecture to determine relatedness. You don't use gene content to determine relatedness, and you don't use size to determine relatedness. And we know this because human beings, two given human beings, can differ in all of those categories. We can differ in genome size, we can differ in gene content, and we can differ in architecture. I mean, there are two closely related leeches that have completely scrambled genomes to one another. And I know that we would agree, looking at these two leeches, that they are related to one another. And yet one of them's architecture is like 20 times more scrambled than the architecture difference between humans and chimps.
Okay,
you see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, but in light of what you're saying, chimpanzees and human, their Y chromosomes, as according to this 2020 paper, half the size. So is there a 50% to take any two humans on the planet, those that differ the most in size differences on the Y chromosome? Is there anything near 50%?
I don't think so. I think that would be lethal to a human if your genome was half the size that it should be.
Well,
but
I think
again, we're not talking
I think
about,
it's lethal. Let me just say this. I think it's lethal to common descent that the chimpanzee Y and the human Y are only half the size. I think that's significant.
But here's the thing, Donny. You can live with a chromosome that is half the size that it should be. You can live with certain chromosomes being truncated.
Yeah, but you can't extrapolate that to mean that, okay, so therefore chimpanzee Y and human
No.
Y.
That's not at all what I'm doing. What I'm trying to say is what you just did was conflate the truncation of a chromosome versus the truncation of half a genome. Because when we look at the full genome between humans and chimpanzees or humans and bonobos, that thing is 95% similar, 96% similar, right? Across the full
Are you
genome.
saying the entirety? So the 95-96% similarity, you're saying autosomal nuclear DNA, Y chromosome, mitochondrial DNA, everything combined, 95 to 96%.
I don't know about the mitochondrial. I know there's someone out there who's done that work. I've only worked myself with the nuclear DNA, so nuclear and sex chromosomes. So that's all I'm talking about.
I will say this.
I've done this work myself, and it's 95, 96%, right? I mean, it is high. Now, we turn to the Y chromosome and we say, okay, why is the Y chromosome different? That's
and before you answer that question, let me just say this, because I will say Dr. Rob Carter, he works a lot with mitochondrial DNA sequences. He's got a ton of them on his computer. He's compared them. And he says that when you line up the mitochondrial DNA across all of humans, basically identical. Like it's even hard to tell a difference. But once you bring in the chimpanzee mitochondrial DNA, it's extremely hard to line up because it's just so different. They really just look nothing alike.
I've not
That's what
seen
he said.
that.
I don't know how much you trust what he said. But
I
that's what he said.
no, you know what? I actually do trust Rob Carter a lot because Rob Carter and I agree on the Tompkins situation, and I've seen the publication that's coming down the pipeline. I don't know if he's publishing an ICC or if it's going through CMI or if it's going to the ARJ. I don't know which creationist journal it's going to, but I've seen what he's publishing about the new updated creationist position from his standpoint on the chimp human DNA similarity. I'm really happy with it.
And he presented recently. He presented a technical presentation on it, which I haven't seen. It's not available yet, but
he and I have corresponded. But like, you know, what I'm saying is the human and chimpanzee genome overall are ridiculously similar, more so than rats are to mice or Asian and African elephants are to one another or lions are to tigers. And in the case of rats versus mice, that's a really serious one because rats and mice are only 85% similar, while humans and chimps are 10% more than that. So when the sex chromosomes were sequenced, what the heck is going on? Why is the
rats and mice have some seriously interesting mating habits, shorter generation times, huge population. I would argue, as you know, that God engineered animal kinds to diversify a lot more than humans, because humans started as two, right? God creates two people, Adam and Eve. Right off the bat, that restricts the level of diversity that we would expect, and therefore the amount of diversification that can take place. But with animals, he created them in bulk. He created them in populations, possibly hundreds of thousands to a million, and in fully working and fully functioning ecosystems. And so from that starting point, you got a lot more genes floating around those populations than you would in humans, because you only have two.
I heard that on your presentation last night, and I think you mentioned it. I think you mentioned it as well in the first one. I have a problem with that, and it's actually related to this Y chromosome paper.
Okay.
Because what you said there traps itself, in my opinion. So we'll talk about that here in a second. I want to say I think it's interesting that you've continued to go back to this 2020 paper rather than the 2023 paper, because the 2023 paper, this newest one, right? It's telomere to telomere. It's the full thing, right? I mean, it's the title of the paper is like the complete sequence and comparative analysis of ape sex chromosomes.
Are you sharing the paper, or do you want me to?
You can share it. It's okay with me. I don't care.
Is this the one you're referring to?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the full Monty, the complete thing. And this is the one that full stop, there is not a reason, in my opinion, to go back to the numbers on the 2021 since it was incomplete and this one is complete. I mean, it's kind of a stark difference here. But what's interesting about this one is that it fully characterized all of those differences that you were talking about. It talked about the gene content differences between the sample species, which included humans, chimps, bonobos, gorillas, siamangs, Bornean, and Sumatran orangutans. So 7 ape species, 1 lesser ape. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to see. So what you can see is that on the X chromosome, exactly as is expected and is exactly reflecting the rest of the entire genome, all of these guys are really similar, but notably, humans are most similar to chimps and bonobos, more similar than they are to chimps and bonobos than they are to gorillas. And chimps and bonobos are more similar to humans than either of them is to gorillas. And, gorillas are then lumped in, more similar to one another than any is to an orangutan, and so on and so forth. But what's really striking to me about this paper is that it also quantified these other apes with regard to the previous differences between humans and chimps in architecture, gene content, and size.
Okay, let me stop you there. So you're saying these Y chromosome numbers are not just numbers for gene content, but also for architecture and size differences?
No. What you're looking at there on the right, actually both of these, but both of these boxes in figure B here, the B section.
Yeah.
This is alignability. So this is the amount of the critter on the X-axis that can be aligned to the critter on the Y-axis.
Okay,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Clarifying question. It's helpful. So when we see human and chimp here,
Yes.
right? You're saying those numbers are just based on whatever of this gene content can or sequence identity can be aligned with the human, and everything else is basically discarded, or?
No. So alignability is basically like how one can sort of reflect onto the other, right? So this is going. The reason alignability is different from sequence identity is because if my genome is half the size of yours, but we're both humans, like 99.9% of my genome can map onto yours because yours is double my size. But at maximum, only 50% of yours can align to mine because mine is smaller. You see
So
what I'm
whatever
saying?
you allot, yes, I do. So if you have human and chimpanzee, their Y chromosomes, you side by side, you compare the alignable regions. Within those alignable regions, there will be a sequence identity.
So it's more like the alignability is, again, what can be reflected onto the other, and the sequence identity is actually what's being written out. It's sort of like a size difference versus a content difference, if that makes sense.
Okay, it does. So this, let's say this heterochromatin here. So because that obviously doesn't align to anything on the chimpanzee Y, because the chimpanzee Y doesn't have this heterochromatin, that's not considered or calculated in here.
No, it would be.
It would be.
It's included because we're looking at the alignability difference. So if you go back to the, there you go. So when we're looking at this box here, right? One of the sort of important notes that I like to make is that humans, right? Let me make sure here. The human on the X versus, I'm tracking my cursor here, is 26.2 to the chimp, whereas the chimp is 45.1% to the human. So the chimp is much smaller than the human, right? And I know you're wondering, where does that 30-ish% come from? It's because it's the average of the human to the chimp versus the chimp to the human.
Right.
So way more of the chimp can be aligned onto the human because it's smaller, as compared to the human that can be aligned onto the chimp because it's bigger.
With the human, there's, as we could see, I don't have to go back to it, but there's so much about the human Y that doesn't even align. So that's why you get these, like right here, you have, especially for the audience. So human down here, you would compare that to human. So 100%.
Yeah, 100%. Exactly.
If you were to compare it to chimpanzee, it's only 26.2% because your human Y chromosome has so much more in terms of gene content.
Yeah,
than the
exactly.
chimpanzee Y.
Exactly.
Okay, so if we just compare chimpanzee Y to human, then it's 45.1% because it's a lot smaller.
Right. Now compare chimpanzee to bonobo on that same one. It's only roughly 20% more to its closest living relative.
65.3.
Right. So what I'm getting at here is absolutely the Ys are all way more different than anybody expected. And in fact, this pattern holds, as I showed on my video, not just for all the great apes, but for primates generally. And there was a paper that also came out this year that's titled The Evolution of the Germline Mutation Rate Across Vertebrates that looks at this like on vertebrates in general. And the Y is evolving fast in basically every mammal. I mean, it's really weird to see. But what I'm saying,
I will say, I've seen some papers where it talks about that the Y chromosome is heading towards extinction.
Well, and I don't know about that.
I don't know. I know how true that is, but I'm saying I have seen papers that talk about that it's degenerating so fast. You know, it could just be a cool little headline that they want people to click. But okay.
And I can't speak to that either. But the point of this is that these Ys aren't just degenerating in between humans and chimps. They're degenerating within the kinds. If you're setting them up as these great apes, if they're degenerating within the panin kind, within the gorillas, they're degenerating within felids, they're degenerating within lemurs and baboons. It's like, it seems to be like this weird trend. I don't know how to explain it, but this isn't something that is a just so explanation. It's been observed not just using phylogenetic rates. So I've got a paper here that's pulled up on the background on my end here.
Okay. Well, and before you pull up your paper, which I want to do, because I want to touch on a couple things you said.
Sure.
And so human to chimpanzee, I'm really concerned with this because I like the fact that, okay, we get to see the full differences, architecture, gene size differences, right? Because the chimpanzee Y is so much smaller. So 26.2%. And then 45.1% if you want to just take the small chimpanzee Y. Okay, but with bonobo and chimp, they're both pretty close. 65.3%, 59.6%. Okay, so the question is why is that? And this was confirmed with one of your best friends, Dr. Tompkins. So it seems to be the differences between chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosomes only reflect diversity and structural rearrangements, and then from what I can tell, some gene loss, but not actual gene content. While the human and chimpanzee Y is so much more than that. It's
no,
not
Donnie, you just hit the nail on the head. What you just said about chimps and bonobos, that's the difference. That exact same thing applies to humans and chimps. That the difference between the human and chimp Y is completely seated in gene loss and loss of portions of the genome. It's not sequence. You
Wait
nailed
a
it.
minute. Wait a minute. I'm not saying you're wrong, but if we were to look at this visual, are you saying that I'm going to put this full screen? The human Y, the chimp Y. So you have this common ancestor 6 million years ago, identical genome. They split. Human lineage, and then the chimpanzee bonobo lineage, then eventually you have another split. So you're saying all within that time frame, because I mean, even the audience, you can tell visually, you don't have to be an expert. These are some pretty big differences. You're saying there never had to be the evolution of gene families. These differences here are all just gene loss.
Well, Donnie, yeah, it's outlined in the paper. In this 2023 paper, there's a whole section on the genes that were lost to reach where chimpanzees and bonobos are today. And in fact, chimpanzees have
do they
lost
not
more than
describe
bonobos.
duplication events?
Sorry, say that again.
Do they not describe duplication events?
No, because the chimpanzee and the bonobo have exclusively gotten smaller. It's gene death, baby. It is getting smaller and smaller and smaller all the time. That's the problem.
Accelerated substitution rate.
1% of the differences between the great ape Y chromosomes is ascribed to single nucleotide polymorphisms. The rest is large scale deletions and gene
Because
death.
you would look to the substitutions, swapping these letters, these nucleotides, as a way to generate novel genes or information over time. Is that right?
Yeah, but there's not novel genes. That's what I'm saying. Like the paper that we're looking at, this 2023 one, and shoot, look at the 2021. It has a nice little phylogenetic tree that shows the where the gene families are getting deleted. Right? I mean, here, I'll share my screen. I've got this.
Okay.
I've got it up right here.
I'm going to let you share screen, but I do want to ask, you don't see that. Let's say that's the case. It's just a whole lot of gene death, a lot of genetic degeneration. You don't see that as being just what it is, genetic degeneration or genetic entropy?
Well, no, because it's literally correlated and has been shown to be correlated experimentally in this 2023 paper, specifically with sperm competition. And again, this rate, Donnie, this like gene death rate that I'm talking about, this isn't just done using phylogenetic rates. It's done with pedigrees, like
Right.
trios.
I saw
So
that.
which is important. So
Okay, but and get your screen shared. I'll put
So
that
there
up
it is.
for you. So the entirety of this heterochromatin. Okay, and for our friend Dan Stern Cardinal, this densely packed piece of DNA that comprises repetitive sequences, mainly satellite DNA. So at some point in this lineage, you want us to believe that it was lost in its entirety.
Yes, and in fact, it's been shown to be the case because they compared chimpanzees and bonobos, and the bonobo genome is bigger. Like the bonobo, sorry, Y chromosome.
Okay, say that again. The bonobo and the chimpanzee, they both lack the heterochromatin.
Well, I don't know whether it's all the heterochromatin or like which parts you're talking about here, but what I can tell you is that the chimpanzee and the bonobo have both experienced rapid death. So what you can see here in this figure, right? This is the 2020 paper. I went to this one to show you because it's present in both this one and the 2023 paper. These are our genes. This is the reconstructed history of gene birth and death for X-degenerate blue and ampliconic red genes overlaid on grade 8 phylogenetic trees. So the red and blue are each different types of genes, but the plus means it's added, the birth of a gene, and then minus means it's been subtracted. So if I'm understanding this correctly, right, we have the addition of the VCY that's shared within humans and chimpanzees and bonobos. That's a hominin and pannin specific gene. And then in the pannins generally, we lose HSFY, PRY.
Can you zoom in just a little bit to that? If you can't, that's okay. I put it full screen, but I still kind of struggle. Oh, yeah. Yeah, perfect.
Better. Okay, so we see the arrival of VCFY here in the common ancestor. This is the reconstruction of this phylogenetic tree.
Okay, you say arrival. Wait, so you say arrival of the VCY.
Yes.
Gene? That's a gene?
From the family, this gene family.
How do you know that arrived there? You don't have the genetic...
I don't. Okay. That's why I'm saying from an evolutionary perspective, that's what this is. But you, from a creationist perspective, accept that these two are related, chimpanzees and bonobos. So if you reconstruct this, you have to explain why some of them have the loss of some of these genes and some of them don't. Right. So if you reconstruct this within a kind, you're going to get the same thing. That's why this is important. So you see the loss of HSFY, PRY, XKRY, TBL, I could name them all off. And the bonobos specifically lose VCY and chimpanzees specifically lose this TMSB4Y, whatever, right? So when I say that they're experiencing rapid deaths, I'm not meaning that they're experiencing like rapid death in gene families like willy-nilly. This is documented stuff. And again, the reduction in the size of the Y is, if my understanding is correctly, clockable in the pedigree rate and it's clockable in the phylogenetic rate. So So go ahead.
So you're saying in your furthest common ancestor, can you zoom into the most distant common ancestor? That common ancestor would have had all the heterochromatin, would have had all the genes that are present in humans today, but your various lineages after your various splits would experience all of these large and rapid gene deaths, to where today we compare the genomes and we can see, okay, these are the ones that were lost, heterochromatin being one of them, over time.
So yeah, theoretically, that's how this works, but you don't have to make that assumption to see that this is the case, because the biggest change that we see in this entire family of organisms, all of Hominidae here, the biggest change is between chimps and bonobos, two things that you accept are related. So all of this stuff that I'm highlighting with my cursor, this is stuff that you would accept. This is the biggest amount of change that anybody.
Yeah, but it's not like, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's not like bonobos and chimpanzees. Their common archetype, or their common ancestor in the evolutionary model, had to lose the entirety of their genetic material that is heterochromatin, or the entirety of another significant gene. Like, this seems to be pretty minor gene loss compared to the type of gene loss that you would need bringing in the human. What do you think about that?
It's not, because humans maintain the ancestral condition from an evolutionary standpoint. The human.
Aren't you assuming that they're part of that ancestry though?
Humans, gorillas, chimpanzees, and bonobos and orangutans are sharing a common ancestor at this node here.
Right, but isn't that assuming that they did at that node?
Yeah, you're assuming that they have and that means that they're holding all of the genes that are indicated at this further back catarrhine node here.
But the thing is, we don't actually have the genome of that ancestor going back 6 million years. So all of that is inferred.
You're right. But what you have to do to explain this discrepancy between chimpanzees and bonobos, between their two genomes, right, and a supposed ancestral ape genome,
right,
something that would be similar to the less degraded gorilla, because we know that this degradation is happening now. Even if, like, again, pedigree, phylogenetic, we know the degradation is happening in them due to sperm competition. This has been experimentally tested. If you take that back even a couple thousand years, it's going to get what? Less degraded, right? Whether you're from your perspective or from mine, it's going to get less degraded, because the rate we're seeing now is quite fast.
Right. But I'm saying that rather than inferring that genome of the common ancestor to all these great apes, including human great apes, over there at the 6 million year mark with all those genes that supposedly they had, we can look to just bonobos and chimps, and we can see that that gene loss is readily explainable, I think. But once you bring in the humans, now we have more significant gene loss, like the entirety of the heterochromatin. I mean, do we have that kind of gene loss between chimps and bonobos? Because it seems like relatively
Yes.
small gene
Yes.
loss.
No. And in fact, look at this. This section here shows the size difference between some of these guys, right? This is the Y chromosome over here. This is the bonobo at over like roughly 43 megabase. Chimpanzees are just under 40 megabase. So we've got like roughly 3 to 4 megabase of genome lost between the chimpanzee and the bonobo from the chimpanzee, whereas the bonobo is intact, right? Now, I'm going to
Does the bonobo have any heterochromatin?
I don't know. I don't know how they differ in their heterochromatin at all. I'm not sure. I don't believe that this talks about heterochromatin, so I'm not going to speak on it. You know, if you want to look up and see how they differ in the heterochromatin, that's your prerogative. But again, like these guys are both experiencing massive amounts of loss, period, of their Y chromosome. And the semi punchline here is this, right? That genome size difference that you see between, let's say, a bonobo and a chimpanzee here, right? Or excuse me, a bonobo and a human, as you can see me. Can you see this that I'm indicating with my cursor?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the human. Here's the bonobo. The human is roughly 60 megabase. The bonobo is less than 45. Let's say.
Is that in that really small top corner? Is that where your cursor is? Maybe I don't see it.
Can you see? What are you looking at?
Can you click around and see if?
Let me see. Oh, shoot. Sorry. You haven't even been seeing what I've been seeing. Hold on just a sec. Share screen. Let me share what I actually wanted to share here. Chromosome alignment. Here we go. You've seen this already. Okay. There we go. Now you can see this, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so here's our chromosomes laid out over here. Here's chromosome Y. Here's chromosome X. On chromosome Y, we see human next to the bonobo, overlaid on top of the bonobo, human versus gorilla, human versus chimp, human versus Bornean orangutan, human versus Sumatran orangutan, and here's little Simang over here versus the human. So the human and the bonobo, the human maxes out here at about 60 megabase, the bonobo is like 43. The chimpanzee is less than 40 megabase over here, and these two are supposed to be the same kind, right? So we're already seeing a massive difference in the overall size of the genome. But it gets even worse when you look at Bornean and Sumatran orangutans, because they actually have a greater difference in size in megabase in their Y chromosome, right? The Bornean orangutan, I believe, is the larger one. Yeah, no, the Sumatran orangutan's Y chromosome is 19 megabase larger than the Bornean orangutan. That is a bigger discrepancy than the human and the bonobo.
But if you can scroll up a bit to the color codes, and I do appreciate that rundown, zoom in a little bit to where we were looking at earlier. And when you scroll up to the chimpanzee from the human, okay, 26.2%. But then look at the orangutans, if I'm seeing that right, 87% and 67%. And so still the most distinct, well, the two most distinct are the human Ys and the gorilla Ys. You say the chimpanzees, the odd man out because of sperm competition. I get that. But it still doesn't seem like the types of changes that would have to occur between
Donnie, the only changes that are happening is like gene loss. Like you're literally seeing a rapid reduction and an increase in efficiency of the chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosome. Of all the great apes and the Simang that you're looking at here, only chimpanzees and bonobos have a fission fusion. That is a very specific, extremely unique primate mating system and primate social organization. They spread out and they come together on the basis of fruit availability, which means that it is a complete free-for-all, and they're characterized as being extremely promiscuous. A chimpanzee's, to be a bit crass here, a chimpanzee's testicle is actually larger than its brain at some periods, right? Like they they have a lot of sperm competition going on. Now, this is really important because the closest to them with this type of mating system is the exploded polygyny that we see in Bornean and Sumatran orangutans. So not only is this discrepancy like mapped and exploded out onto the great apes in exactly the way that it should be, if these evolutionary mechanisms that are seen in the pedigree and extrapolated into the phylogenetic rate, not only are those at play and explain what we see, right, but a mechanism was proposed in this paper that was predicted 10 years ago in 2013 and met in spades, like down to the gene death, down to the accelerated substitution rate. I mean, this is science literally as it happens. An observation is made, we see a discrepancy. A hypothesis is made, maybe it's sperm competition. An experiment is done, they get all this pedigree data, they get all of these phylogenetic rates, they collected the genomes from over 100 apes, and lo and behold, it's consistent with and only with sperm competition as this reason for the discrepancy. And the discrepancy holds not only between species, but within species.
So if
right?
sperm competition is going to result in the 26.3 or 26 point, it's kind of small now, whatever it is, 26%.
Yeah,
okay, so 26.2% difference. Okay, so just from sperm competition, which obviously results in what the paper talks about, substitution rates, all these things.
Yeah, tons of stuff.
Okay, so if it can change that rapidly, what do we predict about, if evolution is true, what do we predict about another, million to 2 million years from now? Is it going to, if it's changing that rapidly, is the Y chromosome then just going to differ eventually by like 5% if it's going that rapid?
I have no idea. But what I do know is that from an evolutionary perspective, there is a very simple prediction that was made that I outlined in my very first video on this topic. Like the 2020 paper, I believe, talks about this, but I think they touch on it in 2013 as well, if memory serves. If sperm competition is the reason for the human and chimpanzee Y chromosomal discrepancy, which is all they knew about in 2013, then that same discrepancy should exist within the pannins. That is a clear-cut prediction made by these scientists. Because if chimpanzees, the pannins, are the ones experiencing that elevated gene death rate, that elevated change in the Y chromosome, then humans shouldn't be the one that are diverging. Chimps and bonobos are. So they should continue to diverge from one another and be way more different than they should be ostensibly.
Okay, have a look at this then. I appreciate that, Erica. Have a look at this then and give me your thoughts. Because so you're saying all of this would be the result of gene death. I'm screen sharing right now. So all of this would be the result of gene death and gene loss. Because if you go to the original paper in 2010, it talks about how the chimpanzee MSY harbors twice as many massive palindromes as the human MSY. So you're saying that that discrepancy is because of loss in the chimpanzee.
No, I'm saying that the overwhelming majority of the discrepancy is because of gene loss. As I said in my video, and as I said at the beginning in discussing architecture, when I brought up the leeches, there are differences in architecture as well as size, as well as gene content, and all three of those things, which have a mechanism, thanks to this 2020 paper making the prediction and sort of setting up the experiment, and 2023 carrying it out, presumably actually in the 3 years between those two, since one of the authors on the 2020 paper is on the 2023 paper, right? But
okay, wait a minute. Okay, so you are saying the overwhelming amount is due to gene loss, but there is still some gene gain or additions of genes.
No,
what's the opposite of gene loss?
No,
Structural rearrangement, you're saying?
Yeah, it's mostly just duplications of regions that are already in existence.
Okay, but duplications of pre-existing regions that already exist, is that not gene gain? I mean, you're duplicating a section, so you're
because when we talk about the birth of gene families, we're talking about like families of genes, like that like diagram that I showed you with the pluses and the minuses. This would not fall under that categorization.
But you're still looking, when we talk about duplications, substitutions, gene death, gene deletions, these are all mutations. These are all DNA differences between the various species within the great apes. And so the evolutionists, as you know, the evolutionary scientists, they're assuming that all of that is the result of mutations. These are true differences because of true mutations. But why can't these DNA differences be design diversity? Why are we assuming that, okay, this right here is a duplicated region because there's a similar section here in the human or chimpanzee, whatever you want to look to, or this letter here is different than this letter over here in humans, and so this must have been a substitution. If you don't have the original genome to compare to from 6 million years ago, how can you demonstrate with any real level of certainty that these DNA differences are truly there because of mutations?
Because, Donnie, we can compare the chimp to the bonobo, two organisms that you and I agree are related. That's why I wanted to start. That's why I had a rhyme to all this, a reason to all this rhyme, right? That's why at the beginning I wanted two things. One, to agree that overall genetic similarity, sequence identity indicates relatedness within species. And two, I wanted to talk about what the kinds were for you. And you said that.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood you. So duplications. So maybe I misunderstood you. I apologize. Duplications did take place in the human and chimpanzee lineages since they're split?
I would imagine so, yeah, and on the Y and elsewhere.
Okay, and you're bonobo chimpanzee, because here's just humans and chimpanzees.
Right, but that's because this paper's from 2010. That's why I was pointing to the 2023 paper.
No, I understand, but are you saying this doesn't hold true? Are you saying this doesn't hold true still, that the chimpanzee MSY harbors twice as many massive palindromes as the human MSY? I mean, I'm assuming all of this is still true. It's not like that changed.
I mean,
you just have more sophisticated data now, basically.
Sure. Well, kind of. I mean, I know the specifics, right? Or I don't know the specifics, but I know that things have sort of gotten tighter, and I don't know if these 2010 papers, like if all the results of them hold in their entirety to present day. But
okay,
I know
let me ask you this, if you don't mind. So right here where it says, surprisingly, however, more than 30% of the chimpanzee MSY sequence has no homologous alignable counterpart in the human MSY. If we were to if we were to bring in bonobos, how much of the bonobo and chimpanzee MSY sequence has no homologous alignable counterpart?
I don't know, but I would wager about 3 megabase worth, because remember, the chimpanzee and the bonobo Y chromosome differ in architecture, size, and gene content, just like the human and chimpanzee Y differ in those 3 categories. And here's the kicker: they don't differ in categorical ways, right? The bonobo just has the human just has more differences as compared to the chimp than the bonobo does, but the types of differences, they're the exact same. We're talking duplications, large-scale deletions, gene death, overall truncation of the chromosome itself. It's the same thing. So my point here, and if I may, Donnie, my point here is that if we agree that chimpanzees and bonobos are related, the exact same process that gets you bonobos and chimpanzees from a creationist separate ancestry model, from a created ape, gets you back to humans and chimpanzees with regard to the Y chromosome. Functionally, same thing. It is the same process.
It sounds like you're making the argument that, okay, all of these changes can take place since this hypothetical common ancestor, and here's the genome of this hypothetical common ancestor, because creationists also have to explain the differences between chimpanzees and bonobos. Or maybe we both just have a challenge that we'll never answer. Maybe you believe they're related, I believe they're related, but at this point it's not really scientific to conclude such. I mean, it sounds like what you're saying.
That's not, because those differences that I've just explained between the chimp and the bonobo that have the same type of differences, it's just an amplified version between chimps and humans, those differences have an experimentally proven mechanism as to why they exist.
Sperm competition.
No. Not just sperm competition is the explanation, right? But the genetic mechanisms are outlined.
Gene conversion, substitution rates, right?
Kind of, but my understanding is that there's more to it than just that, right?
Okay.
Like this has been measured out, again, using pedigrees and then extrapolated using phylogenetic rates.
It sounds like to me, if I were to take 2 of my favorite movie trilogies, let's take Avengers on one side, Justice League on another. It's like we're assuming that they both came from a common source because there's a lot of similarities, superheroes, similar villains, similar stories. So now we're going to have to invent whatever that common source is to explain what differences are in those two films, even though they're actually completely unrelated. You have Marvel and DC unrelated. You're assuming that there's a common source to all of these different grade apes.
There is one thing that I'm assuming here, Donnie, and it's why I started this conversation off the way that I did. The only thing that I am assuming is that more genomic similarity means more related, regardless of whatever it is that you're talking about, and that the laws that govern inheritance within species govern inheritance outside of species too. So from a creationist standpoint, what you need to argue is either that, one, there are cases when we can observe that overall genomic similarity does not equal relatedness, and to do that, you would have to have someone be born and be more similar to a stranger than they are to their parent. That's not going to happen, right? Or you would have to prove that there is a genetic barrier that exists that first of all, that exists in the first place, which it doesn't, to my knowledge. But second, there has to be a genetic barrier that then can't be crossed, right? Because going from the chimpanzee Y chromosome to the human, or from the chimp to the gorilla, or from the chimp to the Bornean orangutan, right? The situation with the chimpanzee is that it has experienced elevated loss. It's experienced duplication of existing regions, right? But all
Would you agree with this? Okay, Eric,
I
appreciate that.
Last sentence. I'm almost done.
Okay.
The only difference between what has to happen between humans versus chimps versus bonobos versus chimps is just more of the same. That it's the same concept.
Okay, so I appreciate that. But when you say, and if you don't mind, we'll start to wrap it up. But I was wondering if you could pull up the same graph that you had, and we'll start to wind down. But the graph that you had earlier with all the common ancestors and then the genes that are inferred.
Do you want the 2023 or do you want the 2020?
Let's go. I think it was the 2020 that I kind of like, because it actually had the family tree, the one with the family tree.
Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Okay, so let me full screen this, and then we'll start to wrap it up so people can. I just realized we're over the 4-hour mark. This has been good. This will make a good clip. So, okay, so these genes, the further you go back, would you agree that the further you go back, let's say to that common ancestor 6 million years ago, as compared to the bonobo chimp common ancestor, does it become less certain that those genes were present the more you go back in time? Like, as in, the more you have to infer is based, the more you got to go back in time. Like I'm looking at the common ancestor 6 million years ago, where it's BPY2 CDY.
Yeah, so that's not 6 million years ago. So that's actually like 20 million years ago.
Okay.
The 6 million year ago mark is going to be here.
That 6 million years is chimps and humans, but the 20 million years is all of the great apes.
Yeah, all great apes, and actually including macaques. So all catarrhines.
Okay. Okay. So you know what? Let's stick with the just the great apes. So basically,
so you want to
probably
go
around the 10 or 12 million year mark, maybe.
You want right here.
Yeah, right there. So is it going to require more inference the further you go back, let's say to that common ancestor, than the common ancestor between, let's say, chimpanzees and bonobos, which is closer to the right?
No. And here's the reason why. The way that the inference of the common ancestor position works is that you look at overall similarity between these guys, you use the molecular clock in the fossil record to determine when that divergence happened, right? And then you look at how they differ in the gene families that they have now. So the only assumption that is being made on the chimpanzee and the bonobo, like common ancestry, right? Like if you look at this node right here, is that at some point in the past, they shared a common ancestor. That's the only assumption that is being made there. which means that the only assumption that you're making for all of the hominids is that at some point in the past here, all of these guys shared a common ancestor. And then you're using the genes that they have today and the known like divergence times to look back at who had to gain and lose what to get to an ancestral position. Like, and you can dislike that and say that that's too much inference, but you have to do the same thing.
And that's my point. See, so you're kind of admitting that there's a lot of inference there, but then your rebuttal to that is, well, you got to do the same thing. Well, pretend creation's not even on the table. You have a challenge at play, and we do too.
Donny, the inference is okay. That's what I'm saying, is that if you want to say that that's too much,
but how is that inference okay? Look at all those genes that you're inferring are present simply because you're assuming the common ancestry with all these great apes took place. And so then when you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, when you say, well, sperm competition is the explanation, sperm competition results in many sophisticated mechanisms like gene conversion, faster rates of gene conversion, faster substitution rates, gene duplications, gene loss, so on and so forth. At that point, that's where you say, okay, sperm competition results in XYZ. So now you have to go down the line back 6 million years, 10 million years, 20 million years, and say, this is where the duplicate, really? You're saying no, because you weren't, we can't see when this duplication happened. We can't see when this substitution happened.
No,
aren't you inferring when those happen?
No, you're not, because something that everybody agrees on is that chimpanzees and bonobos are related. Now, we could talk about why the assumption is made for studies like this, that all the great apes are related. Obviously, that's my bread and butter. I can
Well, the
talk
part
about
we
that.
agree on is, yes, chimps and bonobos.
Right.
Erica, we do agree on that.
Right. But that's, Donny,
right there's our challenge, though.
That's critical, though, because
I understand. Okay, go ahead. I'm interrupting you. I apologize.
Okay, it's okay. That's a critical point, because the same processes that are at play, the same reasoning that you used to say chimpanzees and bonobos are related, that's how we get to the rest of these guys being related.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're extrapolating us being able to figure out the differences between chimpanzees and bonobos. You're extrapolating that to say now we can explain through the same mechanisms and processes why humans and chimpanzees are so different.
No, because bonobos and chimps reflect this pattern within the panids. It just so happens that if you expand the pattern that we observe and agree upon within the panids, it matches evolutionary expectations.
No, because then you're adding in a lot more genes. You're adding in a lot more gene families. Okay, well, with genetic content, you're adding in heterochromatin. And what do you mean with genes? You can see all the genes listed in the. You can see a lot of genes are present.
But you do that with chimps and bonobos. What gives you the right to do it with chimps and bonobos?
Well, that's my point, is we are working towards chimpanzee and bonobo, their common ancestor.
Donny, why do you think they're related?
I think chimpanzees and bonobos are related largely because they can interbreed, but because their differences are not as I would argue, and I'm not even saying this can be proven scientifically, but the differences are not as large between chimpanzees and bonobos as they are between chimps and humans. So therefore, bonobos and chimpanzees are related. But that might be something I believe, just like you believe that. Can we demonstrate that scientifically? That's the challenge.
But we can. Because
I think we can, because they can interbreed, but genetically there are some challenges. There's a lot of inferences at play.
Not necessarily, because again, the issue with using reproductive isolation is that, one, you can't standardize it. The biological species concept fails as a standardized method by which to identify species. It's incapable of dealing with ring species. It's incapable with dealing with partial reproductive isolation, and it's incapable with dealing with asexual organisms. So, if you want to make that case, go ahead. But I truly do believe that's a fool's errand. But the reason why we think bonobos and chimpanzees are related is because of what you said, the amount of similarity and the types of similarity. Gene content, architecture, and size do not tell you the amount of similarity. They do not tell you the types of similarity. The only way to get a full similarity between two organisms is by comparing the full genome, not the Y chromosome, not the X chromosome, not chromosome 2, every single one, telomere to telomere. And when you do that, humans and chimpanzees are more similar, and humans and bonobos are more similar than rats are to mice, lions are to tigers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And here's the kicker.
Well, then we're just getting into the hierarchy, right?
But here's the kicker, though. Your explanation from earlier, my punchline from earlier is coming full circle. That the reason why this is the case is because humans were only created in 2, and chimpanzees were created with a lot of them, or the ancestral chimpanzee, there was a lot, and the ancestral gorilla, and whatever. That's the reason why you have so much more divergence between what should be closely related species. First of all, divergence and diversity are 2 different things. But the more important point is, why does the pattern hold with chimps and gorillas too? Chimps and gorillas are also more closely related or more similar than lions are to tigers. You don't have a creationist reason to say that chimps and gorillas should be a different kind, right? And that lions and tigers should be the same kind. The only reason that you're saying that they are different kinds is because you're trapped on the genetic similarity between humans and chimps overall. It appears just so to say, well, humans are special because they're special, you know, and I sort of bring it around to like the whole heat problem thing. If you want to make that case,
okay, well, I just want to respond because you got to admit you made a lot of points there.
Yeah, you're right. I did. Go ahead.
No, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the passion. This is good. This is technical. So, chimpanzee and bonobos. Okay, I as a creationist, if I'm going to say that they're related, I'm going to have to explain those differences from a common archetype here. Okay, and I'm going to say these things, and we're going to give you the last word, since you've been very generous with your time. You've been a great guest. Okay, so I agree with you.
I made time for this tonight. I was like, it's time. I want to come up. I want to hash this out. We haven't talked about the Y chromosome in probably 5 years, so it was my pleasure.
That's true. It's like a 5-year reunion on the Y chromosome.
A lot has happened since then.
That's just been a very eventful 5 years. That's for sure. We both learned a lot, I'm sure. So, to be consistent in the separate ancestry model right here, okay, your chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosomes, here they are. So they are different, okay, about 65% according to that graph, 59 and 65 from memory. Human Y right here, and chimpanzee Y. Okay, so chimpanzee and human Y, obviously a lot different, but if we were to look at the same mechanisms, look at sperm competition, same explanations for chimpanzee and bonobo Ys, okay, which we would say go back to a common archetype. You have chimpanzee, bonobo, common ancestor here about 2 million years ago, right? Then you're basically saying, to be consistent, those same reasons why these are different should also apply to why humans, chimpanzees, and bonobos are also related. Jump in there. I want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting you.
What I'm saying is that the same processes, same processes, when you, and I encourage you to like go with the fine-tooth comb through the 2023 paper. You know, if I'm wrong, show me where I'm wrong. My understanding is that the same processes that delineate the human from the chimpanzee, namely gene death rates, like an overwhelming truncation of the chromosome as a whole, elevated substitution rate, all of that stuff, categorically speaking, that is the exact same way that the bonobo is different from the chimpanzee Y chromosome, right? It's
So
just been going on for longer from an evolutionary standpoint.
So why did sperm competition, why did that result? That's the explanation, the processes behind it. I get the genetic mechanisms. Why did that result in the complete loss of heterochromatin?
I don't know.
It's not important enough, or
my understanding is that it's not as important as like the rest of the Y, right? I mean, you can see that there are differences in heterochromatin between humans and gorillas, and between Sumatran and Bornean orangutans as well there. You know, I mean, my understanding is that it doesn't contribute as much to spermatogenesis, which is the primary, like what's being selected for within sperm competition, right? And this is intuitive, right? If you are an animal that is highly promiscuous, you're making a lot of sperm. Spermatogenesis is going to be quick. That gives a lot of opportunities for mutation as compared to an animal that isn't making as much sperm. You're literally not going through as many meiotic cycles, right?
Okay,
that's
so
what I mean when I say sperm competition.
So after this hypothetical split 6 million years ago, humans go one way. So here's their Y today. Chimpanzee, bonobos go another way. Their common ancestor, then they split. why the huge change in mating habits to allow for such drastic changes, but human lineage and gorilla lineage stayed relatively stable?
So this is a perfect question to ask me because I study sexual dimorphism in the fossil record. So I can actually tell you the answer to this question. The reason is because sexual dimorphism, as compared, if my understanding of the current phylogeny for Miocene apes is correct, sexual dimorphism went down. And part of the reason sexual dimorphism went down is because males started competing in different ways. Chimpanzees and bonobos, are socially far more complicated in many ways than gorillas are. And humans have an even more complicated means of competing with one another, but humans are pair bonded, we're monogamous, right? So we don't have a need for heavy sperm competition. So what happened was the common ancestor between humans and chimps and gorillas is a highly dimorphic gorilla-like animal. That's why the gorilla has changed the least with regard to the Y chromosome. That bears out, that's the expectation that we would have, and it bears out with the dimorphism levels of something like Oranopithecus or Gracopithecus, right? Dimorphic in the canines, dimorphic in the body size. Gorillas, the way they compete is you have one big male who monopolizes access to a ton of different females, and he beats the crap out of other males that try to take the females. Chimpanzees don't work that way, and humans don't work that way, right? So once you see this split off roughly 10-ish, 12-ish million years ago, you see different social systems that are in fact recorded in a reduction in sexual dimorphism in both chimpanzees in that lineage. And believe it or not, the very few chimpanzee fossils that we have bear this out. And in hominins, which have a massive reduction in canine teeth overall and reduction in sexual dimorphism in tandem with their pair bonding.
Okay, I understand. I appreciate that. So we see sperm competition's a thing. So here's what I'm going to do. Okay. I'm going to make a prediction and I am going to work on it. And I'm confident I'm going to come up with a sufficient answer, but we'll see. You know, that's how science works. I'm going to show you in the future why the chimpanzee and bonobo, why their Y chromosomes are readily explainable in just 4,500 years and don't require the type of jump that you would need to explain human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes. I'm going to look at all the gene content. I'm going to show you that this is feasible to explain, okay? But I'm going to show you that once you bring in the human Y, it's not feasible. It's something that you'd basically have to believe. Like, well, I believe sperm competition's enough, but yeah, there's challenges there left unresolved. So that's my goal. That's what I'm going to work towards. I'm confident that I'll work towards something that will demonstrate the validity of that. Go ahead, Erica. Have the last word.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell you ahead of time what I'm going to focus on when I assume you're going to go do this, and then you're going to put out a video, and then I'm going to dissect the video because that's how we work. We do. That's our relationship here. Unfortunately, but I actually think that it's very fun most of the time. There are a couple of points that I'm gonna hit you on, if I don't feel like they're answered. So the first is going to be, you have to differentiate the difference between sequence identity, which we use to determine relatedness in humans, versus differences in architecture, versus differences in size, and differences in gene content. Because, and this is a point that I highlighted, that I can send you the piece, right? In this 2023 paper, let me actually pull up I'm going to give you the exact quote. Phylogeny, even with the Ys as they are. Let me see here. 1 second. Here, say something while I find this.
Are you pulling it up on screen, you're saying?
No, I'm just gonna read it. But I want to make sure that I find it.
As you're pulling it up, yeah, I'll say, because I understand, and then once you find it, just butt in.
Yeah, of course.
So I understand your case, your position, that chimpanzee and bonobo Y chromosomes, in light of the sperm competition and mating habits that we know exists. Okay. So is that enough with the resulting processes and genetic mechanisms? We've named those, we've discussed those. Okay. To infer that genome, well, several genomes, 6 million years ago genome, 7 million years, 13 million years, and 20 million years. Can we therefore infer that and account for those differences, not only in the chimpanzees and bonobos, but also in the humans? And so my task is going to be to demonstrate, and I understand you're going to respond, and that's good, that the chimpanzee and bonobo differences are readily explainable in an empirical manner going back 4,500 years to the flood from an archetype. Bringing in the humans is going to be difficult and challenging. And so that's my task. Anyways, I'm assuming you found the quote. Go ahead.
No, I still didn't, but I'll just summarize it, and I'll unfortunately just have to take a picture of it. I've got like 600 things highlighted. Even with the Y chromosomes as they are, even with the alignability as you saw it, because the overall sequence identity was still more similar between humans and chimps than it was between any other pair of organisms excluding the bonobo, again, sequence identity, that exact alignment spat out the exact same phylogeny as the X chromosome did, as human chromosome 2 does, and as the entire genome does. So your challenge is, as you said, is sort of was outlined by what you just said there. But the specific issue is to do with the sequence identity. Like you need to explain how you can get the differences between chimps and bonobos, why those differences can't apply to the humans, and yet further still, why is the human still more similar in the actual content of that Y to human or to chimpanzees and bonobos, and they to us, than any is to anything else. And that must be done in relation to the other great apes. So like I said, if you want to argue that architecture is what does it, you have to contend with the fact that we have, leech species that we would agree are ridiculously closely related, that have more 20 times the scrambled genome of humans versus chimps. With regard to size, in this paper, the Sumatran orangutan differs more from the Bornean orangutan in genome size than the human does from the bonobo with regard to the Y chromosome. And with regard to the gene content, the primary differences here are loss, right? So it's not you're not having to get brand new genes, you're losing them. Because remember, the whole thing that's happening with the pandas is the genome is getting squished, it's getting chopped up and truncated, and as I said, swapped around. So that's my challenge to you. And then I also would like to tack on the end there to keep in mind that the explanation that you've used in this discussion, that greater diversity explains why lions and tigers can be 95% or rats and mice can be 85%, but humans and chimps being 98% similar, 96% depending on what we're looking at, is fine for them to be separate kinds because humans were created that way. That doesn't work because gorillas and chimpanzees are roughly 97.8% similar, and yet you're separating them into a different kind.
Erica, thank you. Thank you very much. We've been at this for almost 5 hours, 4.5. So if you want to take one more minute and say goodbye, we'll probably just go around the room and let everyone get in a
well, let me say this, Erica, I heard everything you said. I just had to get up and stretch because I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours and my lower back's getting a little sore. So
no problem, Donny.
I appreciate those final points. Very good. And I look forward to an ongoing battle on the Y chromosome issue. But in all seriousness, this is a great discussion. I really enjoyed it. And it was very helpful for me to better understand where you're coming from on the issue.
Thank you for having me on. That's genuinely all I wanted to do because, as I know it's frustrating when you're trying to have a conversation in the side chat when it's just easier to come on and say, okay, here's what I think the problems are. And then you can say, okay, here's what I think, why I don't think they're problems or whatever. And it's easier to just hash it out.
Right. I agree with that. That's why we do these open discussions, because sometimes it's difficult if we're just responding to each other's videos and we're not really there to ask clarifying questions, to discuss the topic. And then even in the live chat, you can only say so much. And even there, you can't really ask clarifying questions. So I think these types of discussions are probably the most profitable. So I appreciate Erica.
I would agree. Okay, you guys. I see C Brown. Okay, C Brown, I see that you have a couple of questions. Shoot, I'm going to be as brief as I can because I know everybody wants to get out of here.
Well, hold on, Erica. I don't want to be unfair to C Brown because he's been waiting. But is it something that you can answer like within a minute?
I don't know what the questions are. I'd love to say yes, but frankly, Sam, I'm also tired. So if C Brown is okay with it, I'm also fine ending it. It doesn't matter to me.
All right. Well, okay, C Brown, give it your best shot, and we'll just take 3 minutes or 4 minutes because we still want to go around the room and let everyone say goodbye. If that's something you guys can do, then that's fair. If not, then we'll say goodbye now.
Well, yeah, that is kind of pushing it. I'm just curious as to why. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
doesn't it make more sense that humans, given the way they live, the what they can do as far as the creation, the building, um, architect, we're completely different than any other animal. Isn't it true that most animals basically live the same type of lifestyles? So wouldn't it make more sense that God created us from a different batch than He would a gorilla or a monkey or a chimpanzee? Because I don't see how you could evolve up to a human from them. And if that's the case, and evolution is ongoing all the time, why we don't have any distinct closer barriers between us and chimps as far as intelligence and the way they live? Why haven't they got out the jungle on their own? It doesn't make any sense that you got that huge gap. And you mentioned before that, through some tough questions, that you would actually give credence to perhaps God could have got the first steps of evolution going or whatever. A few times you didn't have answers. You did kind of allude to that. But that being said, where did God stop and evolution start?
C. Brown, those are all awesome questions. I'm going to be as brief as I can be. So first of all, I tried my absolute hardest to make it clear that I am not opposed to the idea of God guiding evolution or starting evolution or doing any of that. That's fine with me. To me, that's not within the realm of the scientific, so it's not something that I can test. But that also means that I can't disprove it. So if someone wants to take that standpoint, who am I to tell them no? I don't have any problems with that.
Okay, can I say one thing? If that being the case, why on every situation that looks like design, it looks like molecular machines in the cell, it looks like collaboration between genes and other genes, and you see all this intelligence. Why do you argue every point that nothing could be designed, that nothing was designed, even when you know it's completely out of the grips of what can happen naturally? There's not one point you ever said, "Oh, you know what? That probably is divine design. Maybe God did do that." If you think that God exists and it's a possibility, why haven't you gave Him credit for one single thing?
So, C. Brown, from my perspective, I haven't seen anything at the molecular level or at the macroscopic level that I think can't come about by means of evolutionary mechanisms like genetic drift, gene flow, mutation, natural selection, etc. That's my opinion. People disagree. That's fine. Like I find that to be an argument from incredulity because I think we've seen a lot of really complicated things emerge from the chaos, as it were. But to take a step back to your previous question, the reason we don't see anything in between, like any other intermediaries between us and chimps, is for two reasons. One, we didn't evolve from chimps, we share a common ancestor with them. But two, we did used to have a lot of those intermediary asterisk. We shared the world with them for hundreds of thousands of years, right? We were on the earth at the same time as Homo erectus, as the East Asian Archaics, as Neanderthals, as Denisovans, Homo floresiensis, Homo naledi. And these guys would have looked like, especially Homo naledi, like really perfect intermediates between us and earlier hominins, but they're extinct. So we can only see them probably because we killed them off or outcompeted them. But who am I to say on that? That's still an ongoing argument. And the last thing I'll say is the reason why they're not doing the same things that we're doing, like living in skyscrapers and using cool technology, in my opinion, it's because it takes a really long time to build that kind of thing up. For instance, humans from a conventionally scientific standpoint, we didn't live in skyscrapers or homes or even have like the wheel for 290,000 years. But those people weren't any less human. They weren't any stupider than we are. Like they weren't lesser than us. It's just, it takes a lot to get to where we are today. And oftentimes we require the work of previous scientists to move forward. Einstein couldn't develop relativity until Newton developed like Newtonian physics. And if Newtonian physics hadn't been developed, Einstein never would have discovered relativity. He would have had to start from the ground up. That's what's called like the cultural evolution, right? So that's my perspective.
Well, I can see that being in your opinion, but it doesn't make sense. What is the best argument, since you believe that it's possible for God to have created and let evolution take the reins? What's the best evidence that you would denounce evolution on? Because I know it's got to be one thing. If it's not one thing, then you don't believe that's possible for God. Then you have to answer a lot of abiogenesis questions. You got to answer how these systems in the body came together. You got to ask questions on how these machine robots came about, editing enzymes, how they came about, how chaperone proteins came about, and those are really like barriers that really stop certain species from drifting too far. There's mechanisms that stops a protein sequence from veering too far off of its target. So that stops evolution right there. But you haven't given me one argument that you would argue for. Just like when Stanley Donny found those sequences, those back to back telomere sequences that you say did not exist. So you didn't give him credit for that. You basically said, well, no, you made excuses. You started saying that, okay, it's in big segments, but that's not true. There's huge segments of back to back telomere repeats. We just didn't look for them, and if we did look for them, if we found them, nobody reported it. But you need to give one example, one thing, since you believe there's positive God, that looks more in favor of intelligent design versus evolution. Give me one.
So let me make sure I know what you're asking here. Are you asking me what I think the best support for intelligent design would be?
Yes, that's what I need.
For me, I think the best support for intelligent design is like an argument for general fine tuning. I think it would be, you would have to argue from the standpoint that like the
No. I'm sorry, not an argument. Again, like I said, you said it could be a God. So give me something that although you're 90% evolution or 50, I think it's more like from what you're saying, more like 70 or 80, based on some of the times you didn't want to answer certain questions. But based on that, there's got to be something that looks much more like it's intelligent design within our biology that looks much more like it's intelligent design than it is for evolution. And it's an argument that you kind of don't want to have because you know it looks more like design. Give me one thing that you think looks more like design than evolution.
I mean, C. Brown, like I can't think of a single structure to me that is like completely out of the bounds of natural selection. I can think of
okay. Before natural selection, then, because if you can't think of one thing, then you can't say that you believe in God or that you believe it's possible for God. Then evolution, abiogenesis, you got to stand on its own merit.
Well, hold on. I'm going to jump in really quick because I am part of the debate type panel. So the reason you gave, Erica, that would be a non sequitur. First of all, the last response you gave, that would make your worldview unfalsifiable, and then it would definitionally be a pseudoscience by your own criteria. And then the third thing is, I'll give you an argument right now. I have in the past, but you want to run away every time I do and call me a preceptor instead of actually engaging with the argument, even though I've pointed out numerous times that the arguments that I've made are not presuppositional. I can give you the transcendental argument if you want, but the arguments that I've given you are the same arguments that people like Anthony Flew and David Hume, or atheist philosophers of science, have wrestled with, or Robert Jastrow, the head physicist of NASA. But when I give you these arguments, you want to say, oh, you're a preceptor, and then you want to run from them. And so, every point that you've made is easily refuted. You want an argument? I'll give it. He asks you a question, the response you give, non sequitur. It does not follow that because you do not see the necessity of an ultimate being when you're looking at molecular biology, that therefore that necessity isn't necessary. That doesn't follow. So you've not actually given a response at all. But if you want to stick around, like you said, and you want that argument, I'll be happy to give it to you. But first, we're just going to go around the room and let everyone sign off. But if you want to do that, if you want to stick around and actually engage, like you said, I'm ready. And I've got another, an hour if you would like. So,
Sam, to me, this is summarized like really, really easily. And you're right. Like this conversation about like ultimate causes and whatever. I mean, I've listened to enough I'm not philosophically minded, but I've listened to enough conversations of people discussing it to know that the answer that I'm giving you now is the same answer that many, many others have pointed out to presuppositionalists and people who make that style of argument, which is that your argument is equally as circular as mine is and makes an additional assumption where mine does not.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Let me correct that. So that's not only false, that's a tu quoque fallacy. So that's another, that's another fallacious reasoning. Because yet it is true that when we are talking about things that are fundamental, the laws of logic or whatever those might be, there is going to be circularity that's unavoidable. But the question is whether, right.
Cool. We're done here then.
But the question is, though, Erica, is whether or not that circularity is consistent with the worldview being argued for or not. We make a distinction between virtuous circularity and vicious circularity. And when you want to talk, well, I'll walk you through it. But when you want to talk about simplicity, your worldview is predicated on numerous fundamental unjustified axioms.
Nope.
Oh,
But
really?
thanks.
Well, I can go through them right now. Can you tell me, I can challenge you on what provides for the uniformity of nature. I can challenge you for the argument for your rational mind, argument for identity and identity over time.
Sure.
I can
And
challenge you on all
what
of
I'll say to a lot of that will be, I'm not sure,
free
or
path.
I trust
Right.
my senses, or I
Mystery.
assume that I can trust my senses. And what your answer will be is that you have the same perspective as I do. You
No,
just
that's
believe
false.
that God put it into place.
Yeah, well, no,
That's
see,
so
but that's false. But the difference here, though,
How?
Erica, is that
How's that
you don't
false?
have. Well, you want to engage with one of them right now, and we'll see.
No, I want to ask how what I said just now was false. Is your worldview not just taking an additional assumption on mine, where I say I don't know, you say God?
Yeah, well, no. So the argument here, and you said that you wanted an argument, but now, right, what you're trying to do is you're trying to avoid getting into an argument. And
No,
I'll ask you
I'm
again.
asking one
So
question.
I'll give you an argument, okay? And the argument here, though, is that God can be objectively proven because God is that necessary precondition for intelligibility. And so because any act or inference presupposes the triune God of Scripture, there are certain attributes. There are certain attributes. Well, you can shake your head, but you've already refuted yourself when you said that you're not familiar with scientific argument. Well, let's have you engage with one. So Robert Jastrow, for example, he said that the supernatural
When did I say
realm.
I wasn't familiar with scientific arguments, Sam?
Well, you had a nice back and forth with Donny. I'd like you to do that with me.
Right,
so Robert
but
Jastrow
I like
was
talking
NASA.
to Donny because we talk about science. We talk about things that are actually empirically.
Yeah, I'm talking about science.
Well,
So
what you and I discuss is your list of fallacies that you think that I'm committing, when the only difference between us is a single assumption that you make, not me.
Erica,
And
tell
what's
me how it
what's
follows.
crazy about this is I reached that conclusion on my own. And then the last time we had this conversation, I started kind of listening into philosophers like actually discuss this, Christian ones and atheist ones and whatever. And what I found is they make the same point I do, which is that your ideology is circular just like mine is and makes one additional assumption. That's it.
Well, no, well, I've
Simple
already addressed that, and I've shown you that that's actually not the case.
No,
and
you
that is
didn't.
the tu quoque fallacy, and the additional assumptions would be every unjustified axiom. See, now if you want to tell me that you've listened to philosophers, I would suggest that you start with Anthony Flew. Anthony Flew was actually a very powerful atheist. He was actually the only atheist in a long time that made positive arguments for atheism.
I'm not an atheist, though,
Sam. That's a claim that you'll have to defend.
I'm not.
And that's easy. Yeah, that's easy to refute because when we're talking about God, God is defined as a necessary being. And so when you embrace a metaphysical worldview that does not acknowledge that a necessary being is required, then the embracing of that worldview is an implicit affirmation that you deny God, whether you explicitly utter that from your mouth or not.
When
You're
have I
not
done
really
that?
engaging with that. So would you like an argument? You want to engage,
No,
or you
so
want to
the
keep
reason
running away?
I keep nipping at you is because you're completely mischaracterizing me and then wanting to run off with a false premise.
No, you'd have to provide a rebuttal for what I just stated in order for you to defend that I've mischaracterized.
Okay, here we go. I'm not an atheist. I don't have an atheist worldview. Done.
Right. So there are people in prison that are saying they're innocent, but when the evidence was presented to the judge, the explicit utterances from their mouths were not relevant because they have been implications there were that they are guilty. And so again, this is really simple.
So you know me better than I do. That's what I'm hearing.
Right. Well, listen, this is really simple.
Is that correct?
Yeah, anyone can really follow this. This is pretty simple, right? When we're talking about God, we're talking about a metaphysically necessary being.
Do you know me better than me? I want to get that off
Yeah,
I want to get that off here real quick.
I want you to focus, okay? When we're talking about God, we're talking about a metaphysically necessary being. Do you
Let's try this one more time. Do you know me better than me? If the answer is yes, I'm out of here. If the answer is no, then we can continue down this path.
Well, can we make a distinction before I answer that question, or is this you dodging again?
No, make the distinction.
Yeah. Well, so if Christianity is true and God, the God who created, if Christianity is true, then God created you. And if Christianity is true, then what God revealed through the scripture about the human nature, that would also be true. And if that is true, then I do know you to the extent that God has revealed to me. And so you would actually be wrong in your assessment of yourself if my worldview is true. So if you are begging the question, are you begging the question?
No, I think
are you begging the question?
I think we're gonna have to take a couple steps back there, Sam, because the first thing you said, check, right? If your worldview is correct, then God reveals himself through scripture, sure. Now, the second thing you said is that if your worldview is correct, that God reveals certain things about me to you through scripture. What things?
The nature of mankind.
Like what? Like what?
That we have a proclivity to sin and that we are rebellious in our nature, and that we don't want to be accountable to God. So we suppress the truth of the God that we know because we want to live certain licentious and rebellious lifestyles.
Rejecting the God that we know, I'm going to need two things for that. I'm going to need a scriptural validation for that because I know there are many interpretations of that specific verse.
Romans 1.
Of Romans 1. Yeah, I know there are many interpretations of that verse. Also,
yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Someone who studies. Hold on.
Then why do so many people disagree?
Right. So that would be a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that because some people are confused on how to put their exegete on a scripture or their eisegete on the scripture therefore hold on.
Follow, Sam.
Erica, you continue to interrupt me.
From your worldview, it follows.
You continue to interrupt me. So
Sam,
you're
the reason
dodging.
I'm interrupting you is because you keep saying incorrect things and then wanting to run off with them. I'm trying to stop you.
You have to rebut what I've said, though. Can you provide a rebuttal? If you can't rebut what I've said, then you're just begging the question.
Which part? Romans 1?
This is really simple. Yeah. So right. Yeah. So you said you had one criteria, and I said, oh, you need a biblical reference. I give you Romans 1.
Didn't meet it.
So what was your next one?
No, the reason that Romans 1 doesn't meet the criteria is because there are several different interpretations of Romans 1. And if God truly reveals himself through his word, and if he is not attempting to be divinely hidden, then he should want people to reach the truth of his word wherever and whenever they may find themselves reading passages like Romans 1. He's not the God of confusion. He's very clear about that in scripture. So therefore, why are there so many different interpretations of what you presume to be such a straightforward verse? How do you
that is something that is explicitly stated in Romans 1 and something that I just said to you. Because people like yourself, they don't want to be accountable to God, so they suppress the truth of the God they know, and they go on believing a lie. Now, if I'm wrong,
that's circular. You believe that your interpretation is correct, so your interpretation is correct.
Yeah,
boom,
you just
problem time.
Erica,
what do we do now?
Erica, you're bickering. You realize that?
I am, Sam. You're so easy to bicker with because
So do you want to
I find you.
So-
I find you to be very provocative in the sense that you like to do things that I find irritating, and I don't feel like you actually want to have this conversation.
And that's what you dodge. That right? You told C.
No.
Brown that you would want an argument, and I'm going to give you an argument. I gave you one argument. I can give you an argument that your worldview cannot give an account for the preconditions of science. You said you wanted to talk about science. Science has preconditions. One of the preconditions is, hold on, Erica. Hold on. One of the preconditions of science is uniformity, identity, and identity over time. One of the preconditions is that there are real laws of nature. Okay, Robert Jastrow, an atheist, or he calls himself an agnostic, whether or not he can defend that, a NASA physicist, he says that the laws of nature are demonstrable proof of the supernatural, that the physical world is in submission to supernatural
I don't care about
forces.
what he thinks.
That are right. Well, that's because you're a dog.
And honestly, here's the problem. If he's correct, which I don't think he is, but
well, then
if
give
he's
me a
correct,
response. Respond to it then. Engage with the argument.
Do you not
engage with the argument? Don't run away.
To people's sentences when they're like speaking them, or
Just
like what's
you. Just engage with the argument.
I'm like in the middle of my sentence, and then you're like, "What are you going to answer? Huh?
We'll provide a rebuttal. I'd like that, please.
Yeah. So
well,
there's a couple of things here. First, again, your interpretation of Romans 1 is not the interpretation.
We've moved past that. I can be an atheist asking you this question. Okay?
Sure.
Just like Robert. Assume I'm an atheist, and Anthony Flew, in fact, Anthony Flew thought this argument was so significant that it actually brought him to deism. But you're over there pretty confident that you can explain reality without God.
That's
So
really cool.
give
A
me
lot
an
of
argument.
people,
What makes
a
the
lot
laws
of people
of
have
nature
gone
real?
from deism to atheism. I'm neither a deist nor an atheist. I'm an agnostic. I'm very confident in my honesty.
I've already
and
addressed
being
that,
able to
though.
say when I don't know something.
I've
But
already
no,
addressed that, though.
you haven't, because
I
your
did.
entire because your entire argument that my agnosticism is somehow false is rooted in knowing me, which is rooted in a faulty interpretation of scripture, in my opinion.
Did
but
you give me a rebuttal?
This is your rebuttal, dude. Are you not
Did
listening?
you rebut my argument? Did you rebut my explanation for that?
Yeah, your scriptural interpretation is up for
Yeah,
debate.
I'll give it to you again. Everyone can explicitly utter agnosticism through their lips, okay? But implicitly,
Yes.
everybody embraces a worldview, and worldviews have implications. In your worldview, you
No.
reject the necessity of a necessary being. So,
Nope.
so what follows from that is you have embraced a worldview where a necessary being is not necessary. If you cannot give me a rebuttal, then you have failed to defend agnosticism.
Sam,
It's very simple.
what follows from that means that what follows is hinging on what you said previously being true.
Do you have a
Which
rebuttal?
it's not. I don't know how many times I have to tell
Does
you
everyone have a worldview?
I think everybody does have a worldview.
What does the P in PhD stand for?
Philosophy?
Great. Let's talk about that. Aren't you in a PhD program?
Yeah, but let's go back
Okay,
to what
does
you were
science
just
have
saying.
preconditions, Erica?
Everybody has a worldview, and what'd you say next?
Does
What did you say
science
next?
have Yeah, everyone has worldviews.
Go back to what you
And-
said, Sam. Everybody has a worldview. What did you say next?
Yeah, worldviews have entailments.
And what does my worldview entail?
Your worldview attempts to explain reality without a necessary being.
What's my worldview, Sam?
A non-biblical worldview.
Your interpretation of the Bible worldview. I'm an agnostic.
Do you have a different type of biblical worldview?
There are not billions. There are, let's say, hundreds of different interpretations of the Bible. Yes, 100%.
Right,
I'm
but
confident.
would those be a biblical worldview or a non-biblical worldview?
You tell me.
Yeah, well, let's just say that if they're a biblical worldview, they're going to fall within some subset of the biblical worldview. And let's
When
say
they're-
that if
they're a
they are
biblical
outside,
worldview, they agree with
this
you.
is a true dichotomy.
It's not. Well, it is.
It's not.
There
A
is
or
an
not A is a
original-
true dichotomy, Erica?
If you
Is
want
A
to
or not
assume,
A?
if you want to assume that the Bible has an intention to it, which I don't know that that's correct, but let's
I could be
assume
an
it is.
atheist asking you. I've already said that. Why are you stuck here?
Sorry,
We've
I
moved
can't
on.
hear. I couldn't hear what you were saying because you were talking when I was trying to say
No,
something.
I could
so
be an
wasn't
atheist
listening.
making this argument. I don't know why you continue to talk about Christianity. You're not a Christian.
No, I'm not.
I've given you an argument to which your response has my position has no bearing on the way you respond to my
But
argument.
your argument absolutely doesn't hinge on you being an atheist.
I'll walk through it with you again.
Capable of saying it because you just got done talking about how the biblical worldview is something that you hold to, whereas
You're not
others
focusing.
do not.
You're not.
There's
focusing.
not a bibiblical worldview. There's not a single one.
Yeah.
There's
well,
dozens.
then, right. Well, then now you've contradicted yourself because you said that I was not accurately.
You did that.
Hold on.
You did that.
Erica, you need to focus. You're
Oh,
giggling.
Sam.
You're giggling just shows how nervous you are. Listen, this is really simple.
Sam,
A
I'm not
contradiction.
nervous.
Erica,
I don't
listen.
care about this conversation. I'm
You're
nipping at
nervously
you.
talking.
People in the
The
comments or
contradiction.
in the side chat here in StreamYards
they
recognize
love
that
me.
I'm nipping at you because this conversation, unlike my conversation with Donnie, does not mean anything to me. You are a presuppositionalist who has circular
What's the P
reasoning
and PhD stand for?
exactly like mine does.
Right. The contradiction is that you said there is no biblical worldview.
Yes.
But you also said, but you also said that I misrepresented your position when I was representing you as a subset of a non-biblical worldview. That's a contradiction. If there is no biblical worldview, then my argument, hold on. If there is no biblical worldview, if there is no biblical worldview, and my argument is representing a non-biblical worldview, then I was accurately representing you. But you're not focusing.
No.
Now
because
again, I can be an atheist. Assume I'm an atheist.
A non-biblical worldview, Sam. I take an
assume I'm an
agnostic.
atheist. Assume I'm an atheist. We're no longer talking about Christianity. Okay. Assume I'm an atheist, and we're both on a train, and I'm asking you, hey, Erica, you know, you're in a PhD program. P is for philosophy. Does science have preconditions? That's a question.
I'd say, yeah, everything does.
Okay. Is the uniformity of nature a precondition?
Of science? Sure. That's not my worldview.
Yeah, okay. And what provides for that?
I don't know.
It's just a mystery?
I can't even begin to conceive of what would cause those preconditions. I don't know the answer to
Well,
that.
when you have a worldview that can give an account for those preconditions, then you can challenge me on my worldview.
No, that's not how that works.
Are there other preconditions? Are there laws of nature?
There are laws that we recognize, yeah.
Are there one law or are there many?
I would assume that there are multiple. I would assume there's more than we even know of.
Are they working in unison?
They seem to be for me.
What provides for the unity of those laws?
I don't know. Agnostic. I don't know why we keep doing
it's not agnostic. That's just ignorance, and I don't mean that I'm ignorant of anything.
No, Sam, it's
I'm not insulting you.
literally definitionally
Your worldview,
agnostic.
your worldview can't give an account for it. Is there
What
anything
does
that's
agnostic mean, Sam? What does it mean?
well? It's an attempt. So typically it's an attempt to prevent yourself from defending the true position.
What
of
does it
atheism.
mean? What does it mean? What is the position that people mean when they say they're an agnostic? What does that mean?
It's an expression of neutrality.
It's an expression of neutrality. It's
Is that
saying
defensible?
I don't know.
Right. That's what you've uttered.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do I just believe what you say?
I don't know. That's up to you.
Erica,
You
there's a
can believe
God.
it or you
Do you
don't have
accept
to.
that? Erica, there's a God. Do you accept that?
I don't think that there is, but there might be.
Oh, okay. So you don't accept what I say in the same way I don't accept what you say. You want an argument, right? That's what I want.
Well, no.
Erica,
'cause
is there anything in your worldview that's metaphysically first?
Back up. What you did was try to make a statement on my position, and then you asked me a general statement. You asked me if there was, let's stay together on this. You asked me if there was a God. I said I don't think so, but I said that there might be, right?
Yeah. Is that an implicit denial of a necessary being?
I don't think so. I think it's me saying no. I don't know.
If a being is necessary, then a being is necessary.
If someone, if you say, if my house is smoking,
Okay, we'll move on.
If you come and ask me if my house is smoking, and I'm not standing where I can see my house, I'm going to say, I don't know. Is that an explicit denial that my house is smoking?
Yeah, well, that's
No.
a category error, but that's okay.
It's just, Sam.
Right, because
I'm
smoke.
begging
Yeah,
you
right.
to talk like a normal person. I'm begging you to
Right,
just
no,
have
it's
a
a
regular
okay.
conversation.
What's the P stand for in PhD?
Have
We're
a
talking about
conversation
that right
with a
now, right? Do
person.
you study that at all? Do you study that, Erica? Is there anything in your worldview that's metaphysically primary?
Sorry, what's my doctorate in, Sam?
It's a philosophy, right?
What's my doctorate in?
One of the natural sciences.
Okay, so why are we having a conversation about philosophy definitions?
Because science has preconditions, right?
Is my doctorate in the philosophy of the sciences, or is it in biological anthropology?
Erica, is biological anthropology a natural science that has preconditions?
Yeah, like all sciences.
All right, let's talk about those. Because what I want to know,
I dislike this conversation so much, because we've reached the freaking feedback loop.
Let me ask you one more question, because as it is right now, your worldview is pretty irrational. But is there anything in your worldview that is metaphysically primary, something that's non-contingent, and something that is non-derivational, something that's just metaphysically first?
I'm honestly just kind of flabbergasted that you still can't seem to grasp.
Well, is there anything like that at all, Erica?
Agnostic. What does that mean?
Yeah, I get it. You're neutral, but within your explicitly professed neutral worldview, is there anything that's metaphysically primary?
I don't know.
You don't know? Is there anything that's metaphysically derivative?
I don't know.
Are you metaphysically derivative?
I don't know.
You don't know if you derive from your parents, maybe?
I mean, I would imagine, like,
this is embarrassing.
If you mean empirically,
I'm genuinely embarrassed for you right now. Let's think this through. Did you derive from something?
Sorry, Sam. Did you just say that you were embarrassed for me in this conversation?
Yes, I am, because you're an educated person, but you're acting like a child. I'm just asking you fair questions.
This is like, I couldn't have asked for a better clip. Like, especially, we could put it right next to your waterbed hypothesis for the heat problem solution.
Yeah,
Erica, that was hilarious.
Right, and hold on. Are you presupposing a naturalistic interpretation of the physical world?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not? Oh, so then you have no objection to me invoking a miracle or God doing miracles, right?
Well,
That's
I
another
don't
contradiction.
presuppose like a
You
I don't
presuppose
presuppose a
everything.
naturalistic origin for things like the origin of the universe.
Yeah,
For
well,
things
no,
here
well,
on the
that's
planet, of course I do.
right. Erica, you've not argued for anything that you affirm. Everything that you have in your within your metaphysic is a presupposition. You are a presuppositionalist, Erica. You're a presupper.
I started with what I affirm. I said, I believe that, yes, that there are natural laws in science. I believe that we can trust those laws. I believe that
Can we
that
talk
nature
about
is
that?
uniform. I believe that I can trust my senses.
Wait,
I'm not
did
a
you say
solipsist.
nature is knowable?
No, I said is consistent.
Oh, is that universally true?
I think it depends on which part of nature we're talking about.
Do you know what a
Gravitation
composition?
isn't, but the law
do you
is.
know what a composition fallacy is?
I'm going to go ahead and just ignore that and take us back to what I was just saying, because I didn't get to finish my point because you interjected again.
Okay.
What I said at the beginning of this conversation, what I affirmed, are all sorts of different aspects of the natural world and my senses. Then you asked me where those come from. What did I say?
Yeah, you said that you can't explain reality without God.
What did I say?
Yeah, you said you can't explain reality without God.
What words did I use?
You appealed to ignorance.
What did I say, Sam?
You said that you didn't know.
I said I didn't know.
Yeah. Is
I'm
that
an
appealing to
agnostic.
ignorance?
I don't know. No, actually, you know what? It kind of is an appeal to ignorance,
Yeah,
because I'm
okay.
ignorant about a lot of stuff.
Right.
Right?
That wasn't an insult.
I'm ignorant about the inner machinations of how my lamp works. I'm ignorant about the unique beauty of meteorological equations that we use to derive where hurricanes are going to go.
Okay,
I'm ignorant about a lot of stuff. So
Right.
are you.
I fully
But
agree.
the critical point is, I'm honest, Sam. You're
I
not.
don't know what that means.
You claim that you know where all of this stuff comes from because you presuppose that you're correct. Yeah, if I presuppose I'm right, guess what, Sam? All of a sudden, all my problems are solved too. But I'm not deceitful and I'm not a liar. And so I don't tell
I don't know
people
why that
I
would be
know
a
where
problem.
things come from when I don't.
Erica, do you know what a juxtaposition is?
I do know what a juxtaposition
Okay,
is,
so
Sam.
what I'm doing is I'm juxtaposing my worldview to yours, and so you said that you're rightfully so that we are both ignorant of many things. Is there one single thing that you can present and defend that is not contingent? Just one thing.
That's non-contingent?
Non-contingent. A single fact that's non-contingent.
I don't think so, because
Oh, so
I
you're
would say
ignorant
that
about
the,
everything, right?
no,
Well,
because
well, hold on, because if every fact,
no, Sam. No, if you're
I'll
going to
explain
say,
it
if
for
you're
you.
going to make a claim that makes me ignorant about everything, then we're going to have to come back to what you believe. You believe
I
that
can be an
all of those
atheist.
things that I assume.
Assume I'm an atheist.
No, because you're not. I'm
That's a
juxtaposing my position
that's
with
a
yours,
tu quoque
Sam.
fallacy.
If you're an atheist, then we have roughly the same position, except I'm more honest than you are, because
Yeah.
most atheists
So
claim
we
that
would
there is
both
no
be
God. I
grossly.
don't make that claim. Now,
Yeah, then we
compared to
would both be
you,
grossly irrational.
compared to you, my worldview is significantly more honest and significantly more transparent, where I say I don't know where all of these assumptions that I take for granted in my life come from. You say you do, but you can't, because
Is
you
that
have to presuppose you are correct to prove you are correct. This
Well,
is
no,
such a
I've
simple
been
concept.
arguing. I've been arguing. Is that a claim you can defend? Everything you just said?
Yeah, I think I can.
All right, let's try it. We'll go real slow. Okay.
No. This
No,
is
you
you
want to run?
trying to defend it, because I'm defending that you're a presuppositionalist.
Well,
Are you?
well, actually, we've just shown that you're the presupper here. See, every
No.
time you've accused me of that, you've not known what it meant, and I've just
No,
shown
Sam,
you
Sam.
that your worldview is
Do
based on a
you
bunch of
do you
unjustified
pres
suppositions.
do you
Every single
presuppose that you're
fact.
correct?
Hold on. You've already conceded that every fact within your worldview is fundamentally based on a mystery. You presuppose.
Yes, 100%.
Right.
Yes. Mwah.
Right.
Finally, Sam. Yes, you are correct.
But you
I agree.
presuppose. Hold on. You presuppose that you can know stuff, but you can't give an account for it. You presuppose you can do science, but you can't give an account for the preconditions.
I can't explain
You
it.
presuppose that there are laws of nature and that they're universal and that they're
You're right,
invariant
Sam.
because of the composition fallacy. Hold on, I'm just getting started.
How on earth can I manage in this world? How on earth could a detective solve the mystery of who got murdered with this stainless steel knife if he doesn't know where the knife came from? It's absolutely solipsistic. And your position here, this is the pièce de résistance.
For you, it is.
Your position makes one more assumption than me, because where
No,
I
that's
say I
false.
don't know, you say God did it. Not just any God, though. Your version of God, which you can't even support because you rely on divine revelation. It's absolutely absurd.
But that's just an atheist cliche.
No,
Very
it's
classic
pathetic,
cliche.
Sam. Seriously.
Well,
like,
hold on.
Please find a better argument.
Right. You keep saying you're posturing, but you keep saying that, right? That your position.
I'm not. I
Hold on.
feel the reason why I'm getting worked up is because I find this frustrating, and I find this sad for you, because I don't know why we have to go down this road every single time we encounter one another.
Yeah,
I come
but
on
see,
the show, I have a good
here's the
time with
problem
Donny.
is
You want to have the same conversation again. It's a bore.
Great. Erica, in order for you to defend anything that you've said, you're going to have to give me a foundation of fact, but you've already conceded that there's not single fact within your metaphysic that's non-contingent. There's literally nothing you can state and defend that you know.
In order for you to defend your position to me, Sam, you need to give an account of where God comes from.
Yeah, God's eternal. You can reject that, but I'll show you the problem.
Okay, prove it.
Well, I just did.
Prove it for me.
I just did, but I'll
you presupposed you were right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Redefine Living here, baby.
I give you an argument.
Here with the finest, if I assume I'm right, I'm automatically right. It's the laziest kind of Christian argument, and it's why only the bottom of the barrel Christians argue like that.
Yeah, well, nice posturing, but I've actually been the one arguing, and you haven't.
I feel that way about you for real.
Erica,
I'm not posturing.
Erica, you're too scholarly to bicker the way you are. Okay, let me explain this to you.
I'm not bickering. I'm frustrated. Like, I'm actually irritated with you. Bickering is when we're playing. We're kind of going back and forth. This to me is a display of intellectual vapidity that you usually only get from Darth Dawkins. Is he where you learn this from?
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm giving you a line of transcendental argumentation. Okay. And what I've done is I've given you the transcendental argument. So this is a scholarly, sophisticated argument.
You're trying to hide.
hold on, stop, Erica. Let's talk like adults, okay? You keep interrupting me. Let's get our thoughts out.
I do. You're right. I do keep interrupting you. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, I mean, your students might watch this one day and wonder why you couldn't like engage like a
Oh, Sam, come on.
mature-minded
I
individual.
threw you a bone there. Do not waste it. Don't push your luck.
Great. Yeah, so it's common for people to suggest that, well, you know, the question of where God comes from, that's like just a theologically lacking question. So God, we would say, is that metaphysically primary thing. You reject it. Great. That's fine. I'm going to show you the problems that come with rejecting that. And by doing that, if you actually understand what I'm going to throw at you right now, then you will understand the predicament that you're in. Okay, so just bear with me. Okay. In order for something to be derivative, it has to derive from something. Within your worldview, there is nothing that is ultimate and non-contingent. There's no state of affairs that's metaphysically first. So you have this infinite regression, but you don't have it follows. When we're talking about, well, let me explain it to you before you disagree, okay? Let me explain it to you, and you can run it by your philosophy. You can ask ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT if there can be something metaphysically derivative without something metaphysically primary. This isn't hard. This is really simple. You can't have something.
ChatGPT, Sam?
Well, you figure it out.
Ask ChatGPT?
You're posturing. You're posturing. Pay attention.
No, baby, that's genuine. That's about as genuine a reaction as you're going to get from me. Holy mackerel. Okay, so
are you done?
I don't suppose that there is or isn't anything that's like the metaphysically first, as you do with God. I say I don't know if there is or isn't something.
But you know what follows.
That's why
right?
Sorry, say that again.
But you know what follows from that, right?
A big fat I don't know where these come from.
No, you can say you don't know what it is, but you can't say that you don't know if it's necessary. Because you can't have a metaphysically you can't say that you have a metaphysically derivative state of affairs with nothing to derive from.
I didn't say I have a metaphysically.
So everything within your worldview is a second order state of affairs. You derive from your mom and dad, and they derive from something else, and that derived from this. And you can back this causal. You can hold on. You can back this.
No.
Back this causal succession all the way back to the beginning of the universe, which you would say that would be the metaphysically primary event, but that couldn't be.
I wouldn't say that because I don't know that that's the metaphysically primary event.
So now you've entered an infinite regression.
Sam, that's where you live because you assume God is metaphysically primary. If you assume
there has to be something. Well, that's an argument, unless you can provide a rebuttal.
Prove it. Why does there have to be something that's metaphysically primary?
Yeah, there must be something metaphysically first because there are things that are metaphysically second.
Why? Because of the current laws of physics? How do you know they've always been the same? What about before the Big Bang?
We're not even talking about that. Erica, pay attention. You can't have something. Listen,
Sam,
you can't.
No. Actually, this is about as much as I can take. Okay. You stating that you have a metaphysical primary of God, and that if I disagree with that, fine, but at least there's a metaphysical primary that you just assume with that it doesn't need anything prior, it doesn't need anything fancy, it just is, and that's fine with you. Okay, presupposition. If you assume you're right, sure.
Well, you're the presupper today.
To envision a world where that is the honest position here.
Well, that's a real argument.
Who's sitting before you and saying, I don't know what the answer is dishonest, and you know it.
So I've given you numerous arguments. You've presupposed your entire worldview.
Argument, Sam. You've managed to talk for 1 hour and 12 minutes approximately and say almost nothing.
That's fine.
It's absolutely insane.
Well, maybe when you listen to it again, and actually when you're not here and like trying to bicker with me, maybe Sam, you'll actually pay attention. I've given you my sources. I've given you my sources. I've given you legitimate, real arguments, and I've given you what follows from each one. I've shown that you're the presupper. I've shown that you don't have a philosophy for facts.
You said you presuppose. You said if I assume God's metaphysically primary, you may disagree with that. Then that's presuppositionalist, dude. That's literally what
No, you
that
don't know what
is.
that term means.
Okay, enlighten me. What does it mean?
Yeah, well, I've challenged your
No,
presuppositions, and I've
enlighten me.
shown.
What does it
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
Sam?
What I've shown is that every time you've accused me of being a presupper,
What does
you don't know what you're
presuppositionalist
talking about.
mean?
Yeah, that means that you're presupposing something.
Do you presuppose that God is metaphysically primary and nothing comes before him?
No,
Okay, elaborate on that.
no. I've given you arguments. You've not engaged with them. Is there
You
anything
don't
within your
presuppose
worldview?
that.
Yeah. Erica, how do you know your name?
Sam, that is a bold-faced lie, and I have never
No,
in
you just don't know what you're
all my
talking
years
about.
on YouTube, I've never in all my years on YouTube said that to someone. Not
What did I
once.
presuppose? What did I
That's a
presuppose?
bold that God is metaphysically primary. And that if that
That's
you
just
assume that
definitionally true.
no, what you no,
That's
it's
just definitionally true.
if it's definitionally true, it's
Yeah.
presupposed that nothing else can be primary to it. It's an
No, you don't
uncaused
understand.
cause, Sam.
Right,
It's an
right.
uncaused cause. Can't logically have that, can you? Unless you
Yeah,
presuppose that it doesn't need one.
Erica, you got to try to do a little better job paying
That's
attention.
crazy to me that you would just
When
lie to
we-
my face here on this stream.
No, I've
You're
not
not
lied to you. You just don't know
presupposing
what
that
you're
you're
talking about.
correct?
It's look, you can look up just like a philosophical definition of God, and when you understand what that definition is, we're just talking about something that's ultimate,
We're
fundamental.
talking about
So,
your
hold on.
definition.
No, this is a generic definition. I mean, this is just a standard definition. Like we haven't
We're talking
applied
about
certain.
yours.
I mean, you really have a bad habit of over talking. But yeah, the
Do I
standard
do?
you do. And so the standard definition of God, like and you've got a P within your PhD you're going for. You should take these conversations seriously. You're going to be so lopsided within your education.
Sam,
Okay.
I take
The
philosophical
standard
conversations
definition of
with philosophers extremely seriously.
Oh,
when
I'm not
and
a
where I have.
philosopher. I'm not a philosopher.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
I was careful with my words.
Right. But I've given arguments from people who are, and you've not touched them.
No. You have to give an
Oh, I don't know if I'm cutting out or you are.
presuppositionalist. I honestly, I'm
You cut out.
flabbergasted
You cut out
again.
for a second, Erica.
I'm flabbergasted. Honestly, I had an extremely pleasant conversation with Donnie. I
I know
found
you
this
did.
to be frustrating, quite unpleasant.
Sorry about that.
Honestly, Sam, like I'm just not really sure what to do with this. Like to me, this is a nice little cherry on top of our interactions with regard to this topic. I don't think that this is ever going to get very much deeper, but I'll tell you what. When I repost this on my channel, you can check out the comments section and just see
Oh, yeah.
how you feel this went.
No,
That's my promise to you.
Okay.
Enough people will watch it. We'll get a decent feel for it. I think. No one in my audience is under the delusion that I'm a philosopher. I will be the first person to tell you that. But what I'm going to ask them point blank is to ask if they thought I was honest and if they thought you were honest in this conversation.
So
and we can see where that
if you don't mind, for all of, and I know you've got a massive following, so there's an application called Clubhouse, okay, and it's sort of like Discord. You can find me there under Redefine Living. I've got the same avatar, and you can send me a message. I like that because I can have just extemporaneous discussions. We don't have to set up a big thing like you do. So if you guys think that, if any of your followers, Erica, you think that I'm in error or would actually like to take the time to actually understand the arguments and check my resource, the people that I've cited who have made these arguments, they're not my own, and the conclusions that follow, then send me a message and we'll have a talk. I'll be happy to. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I've said. If you understand, real quick, just lastly, if you understood the way that the transcendental argument for God worked, then you would understand that what you have accused me of just presupposing and lying to you, like that's just not what happened. The argument is a bit more sophisticated than that, but I'll be happy to unpack that with someone who says they want an argument and then actually will engage with one.
Sam, I'm going to include this. I certainly hope that people who want to have that discussion with you, that they do. If you had behaved like that in our conversation, instead of condescending to me for much of the beginning, which really set the stage for how I treated you, which was quite mean. And I'm going to say I'm going to feel bad about it later because I was very mean to you. And I'm sorry for being mean to you.
Thank you.
I don't
It's fine,
necessarily
it's fine.
regret it, but I am sorry for it because I don't like hurting people's feelings. But I'm going to go ahead and take my leave here. Thanks for the conversation, you guys. Donnie, when you
Erica, you did nothing wrong, by the way.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. But you know, we'll see how I feel tomorrow morning over some coffee. Donnie, let me know when you've sort of hashed out where you're at with regard to all of this. I had fun. Catch you guys later.
I do want to say before you leave, Erica, to the audience, this is kind of like WWF or WCW. They go at it hardcore in the debate dojo, but behind the scenes, they get along beautifully. Isn't that right, guys?
Yeah,
behind the
Erica,
scenes,
like
you're shaking hands and planning your next showdown.
I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, if I ran into Sam on the street, I would probably buy him a coffee. I'd probably be mean to him in person. I'd help him change a tire. You know, I don't have any hate for you, Sam. I just
And that's good, Erica, because Sam doesn't know how to change a tire. So that's a good
Erica, you have been far more charitable to me than your commenters will be, and so I get it. For the record, Erica, like it's as a Christian, okay, I am after your soul, and I want you to be one for Christ, and that's like the intent. And
Amen.
yeah, we get, you know, that's the truth. That is the truth. And so yeah, these things get passionate, and I can be a hypocrite because God tells me to act a certain way and I deviate from it. And all those things are true. But, you know, that doesn't mean that Christianity is flawed. It just means that I am. But you know, my intent though is that you do take these arguments seriously. They are valid arguments. They're very powerful. And yeah, and I would love to talk to you even off the air. That's
So I want, you know, you guys to know as well that, you know, I'm not trying to, my goal truly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, and I try to make this clear to everybody on my channel, my goal is never to turn someone away from their faith. Never. I truly believe that my understanding of science can live perfectly happily copacetically side by side with Christianity and with many different faiths. So, you know, my goal is not, I'm not trying to like pull people away. You know, perish the thought. A lot of people get a lot out of it. So I'm not, I hope you don't think of me as, I know sometimes you do, but that's fine. I'm not trying to be a boogeyman. You know, but I appreciate the time and take
Erica,
care, you guys. All right. All right.
One last thing. Well, firstly, I did enjoy that. That was great. Had some food, been sipping on a coffee. Very good. Very entertaining after our excellent exchange, Erica, for a solid hour and a half or so. I'll have to clip it out for people to re-enjoy. But I wanted to ask you, because as I move forward in my analyses on bonobo and chimps, and whether or not they're the same kind, and if we can maintain separate ancestry here, just for clarification, do you agree with my notes here that the differences between chimp and bonobo Y chromosomes only reflect diversity in structural rearrangements, not necessarily gene content?
According to the 2023 paper and the 2020 paper that I showed you that we went over earlier today, they also differ in gene content, just not as much as humans and chimps do.
Okay, humans and chimps. Chimps and bonobos, I just put chimps and bonobos same category versus chimps. Is this same thing true about them?
That humans differ only in structural rearrangements, not gene content?
Yes.
It is not true for humans and pannins either, because pannins have lost some genes in comparison to humans. But it depends whether you're looking at chimps or bonobos, which genes have been lost from an evolutionary perspective.
So the great majority of changes occurred in the pan lineages, chimp, bonobo.
Correct.
And the percentage you said of those genes gained versus lost was about 1% versus 99%?
The large scale duplications and deletions, like large scale structural rearrangements, account for 99-ish% of the
Okay.
differences in great ape Ys overall, with around 1% being single nucleotide polymorphisms. That's from the 2023 paper.
Okay. And obviously, so my last question, the heterochromatin lost primarily, obviously, based on what we see with the bonobos and chimps, primarily in those lines. I wonder how soon after the split do you think that was just like a slow, gradual loss, or just a real rapid? I mean, overall, it had to be kind of rapid, but I wonder the heterochromatin as a whole.
So when I search for heterochromatin here in the paper, in the 2023 paper, you get given the strong effects of DNA methylation on repetitive elements in genome composition. We analyzed 5 methylcytosine DNA methylation patterns across ape sex chromosomes using long read sequences mapped to the telomere assemblies. Previous studies suggested that in females, the inactive X chromosome may have lower global methylation than the active Y, or active X, than the inactive X, excuse me, which is transcribtionally more active and less heterochromatic. We thus hypothesized that in males, the Y chromosome, given its relative transcribed inactivity and high heterochromatin content, may have lower global methylation than the active X chromosome. So to me, that sounds like there's still heterochromatin in all the ape Ys, but that's all I know about it, because I have not read other DNA methylation papers.
Okay, I appreciate that. I wanted to address this comment. Pseudonym says, wait, Donnie let the convo run. Well, I didn't let the convo run. It ran naturally. This is an open mic. We've been going for 5.5 hours. Anybody can debate. But he says, just so he can go make one single slide. That's the same slide I showed you when we had our discussion. That wasn't a novel or new slide. I just wanted to clarify your Erica's answer on that. So Pseudonym, you got to go back and watch the discussion. So, okay, Erica, I think that,
Donnie, can I please have, would you mind, like I really have a couple of questions for Erica. I'm going to be as kind as I can, because I guess the conversation got a little heated.
Well, I mean, Erica, she's already been very generous with her time. I'm not sure if she wants to.
If she wants to.
Around for anymore.
Let's try to be really brief, but because I got to get up. I got a TA meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow, which is in 6.5 hours, something like that. But I will try. If we can try to be quick, Samir, I'm okay with it.
Yes,
okay, Samir,
fine.
before you go, before
Sure.
the one bonus after credits Marvel question, Erica, do you think there's any way to bridge the gap or answer this question of ancestry using orphan genes?
I think you're going to have a tough time with that, because my understanding is that orphan genes exist at several taxonomic ranks. So there are orphan genes that exist in Homo sapiens only. There are orphan genes that exist in chimps only, in bonobos only. So my answer to that, if you were to use that, would be, okay, well, if you accept that chimps and bonobos are related, or indeed any pair of animals are related that have their own orphan genes, then we're implicitly agreeing to the idea that orphan genes can emerge within kinds, thus they can't be used to differentiate kinds.
Okay, do you think orphan genes can be lost over time just through diversification, mutation, speciation events, heterozygosity or homozygosity? Do you think orphan genes that were there can be lost and removed over time?
That's a good question. I mean, I think so. Typically, when we talk about orphan genes, we're talking about the tips of trees. So if an orphan gene had been lost over time, I don't know how we would know unless we directly observed that happening. But I don't know enough about orphan genes. It's possible that there's a way to figure it out.
Because I wonder if today what we're looking at, let's say orphan genes in the great apes and primates in general, that's basically just a subset of the overall orphan genes that were present in all of their respective ancestors. And over time, there's been diversification of those orphan genes. And so that's why they're species specific.
The case that you would have to make for that, I think, would be you would have to explain why it happens to match the nested hierarchical pattern that evolutionary theory assumes. And I think you would have to also show that this pattern holds and discriminates in other kinds. Because whenever I'm going toe-to-toe with the kinds argument with regard to the great apes, the first thing I do is I always go, okay, how does this map with felids, or how does this map with canids with their orphan genes?
Do you think that the primary explanation, I know there's a few, for the origin of orphan genes is a good, convincing explanation. You know what, actually, before that one, because based on what you said, do you believe that orphan genes fall within a neat hierarchy predicted by common descent?
So it depends on which types of orphan genes you're looking at. I mean, most orphan genes we have are derived from a previous type of gene that is shared by closely related families. So in those cases, yes. Some orphan genes are truly de novo. In those cases, I think that the bigger problem you're going to have is that orphan genes are only called orphan genes because we're looking at them specifically within the context of the tips of these trees. So outside of that context, they're no longer orphan genes. So for example, if humans, Homo sapiens, we have an orphan gene or a set of orphan genes, and then give us 2 million years and 3 other subspecies split off from us, right? Those orphan genes are no longer orphan genes because they're shared by 3 extant species. You see what I'm saying?
Kind of. So like today, if we look at the orphan genes that are present, these taxonomically restricted genes, they, at least from my understanding, they don't follow the pattern. But if you trace them back in time, that's where you get the expected pattern.
No, because orphan genes today, when you say they don't follow the pattern, it's because they exist. My understanding of them is that they exist. They're called orphan genes because they are only in the terminal taxa. So they exist only in chimpanzees, or only in bonobos, or only in domestic cats, or only in, Canis lupus, or only in humans, whatever. But what I'm saying is, if you have, like, let's say a chimpanzee with an orphan gene that bonobos, nothing else has, and it continues to proliferate, it reproduces, give it 2 million years, and 3 subset populations split off from it that are now new species of pannins, right? They're not the same chimpanzee we have today. They've speciated into something new, right? They still all have that orphan gene that was present in their parent population, so it's no longer an orphan gene.
So at that point, okay, so it was an orphan gene at one point. Due to ongoing speciation, it's no longer considered an orphan because you can find it in those lineages.
Right, exactly.
But
So
eventually
by
you'll land on a spot where you don't find it.
If you could lay them end to end, I would imagine, yes, you could. Like if you had like a full pedigree of 2 million years of chimps, yeah, you could probably find the spot where, if you went back in time where that orphan gene popped up. But then that's kind of an interesting problem, right? Because there was a first chimp where that orphan gene showed up, which means it's not an orphan gene for chimps, right? It exists. It's just a part of the genetic variation of those chimps. It has to move into fixation to now become the orphan gene for the species.
But if we do lose variation and allelic variability over time, and we accumulate mutations every generation, doesn't it make sense that different species are going to be losing different sets of orphan genes at different times? So I feel like the pattern we see, them being species specific, makes sense in light of the nature as to how those are inherited, but also lost.
Well, no. Again, the reason they're called orphan genes is because of their current context. So there have been orphan genes, putatively through evolutionary history, that have been lost, but they were only orphan genes when they first showed up in that progenitor species. As they proliferated through their descendant species through allopatric or peripatric speciation, right, they ceased to be orphan genes because they were no longer taxonomically restricted to a single species. The same would be true here.
Okay, so when they first popped up, the typical explanation, obviously gene duplication is one of them, and de novo gene synthesis. Are you personally satisfied with those answers or solutions to the origin of orphan genes, or do you think there's something better out there?
I don't know enough about orphan genes to say, to be perfectly honest. I mean, my understanding is that the current antifreeze protein that exists in cold water cods, not the nodothinioids, but the
Arctic cod one,
but the cold water cod.
Yep.
It's a de novo protein that emerged after a duplication in a series of point mutations to an ancestral protein that wasn't an antifreeze protein. My understanding is that is now an orphan gene because it only exists in those cold water cod. Do you see what I'm saying? So like,
is the cod an interesting example in the sense that we can see beneficial mutations happen, accumulate. We can see the phenotypic effects today in many cases, right? in the Arctic fish example, the Arctic cod, and then also the notothenioid antifreeze Arctic fish, we're seeing those genes. We understand their effect, their function. In those cases, are we working back and making those inferences that, well, maybe it was a duplication followed by neo-functionalization, and then that novel protein came about with that function? Is there kind of a difference there in how we're interpreting that?
My understanding of how it was done is that these cold water cods have close relatives who are not cold water cods and who do not have that protein, or do not have the de novo protein. They do have a sequence of non-functional DNA that matches the cold water antifreeze protein to a T, except for a couple of point mutations, right? So the idea is that if these two are sister species, the ancestor of them both probably looked like the one that wasn't a cold water fish. It has a duplication event, a point mutation, and that's why it's now capable of going into these colder waters.
Okay, so how would you respond to this objection or alternative solution that both species had these proteins or these genes, but one simply lost it over time through mutation accumulation? So now one's present, but rather than that being an evolved protein or gene, it's just that the other species lost theirs.
My understanding of it is that you can tell, I don't know how they do it, but that you can tell which one emerged, right? Like how it's a duplication rather than a deletion.
I wonder how, though, because you're just looking at the two species genomes. You see what's there, but we're working backwards and having to make guesses, inferences, educated guesses, sure, but
I'm fairly certain it's because one of the species that has the mutation in it is like the only cold water cod that has that. And a lot of species that we would agree under both models are like putatively older species, have had far less change to their genomes, have smaller genomes, or, you know, have lost certain characteristics that we would agree are like more primitive, for lack of a better term, that those exist, and that the outgroup is the cold water cods.
It's not possible that the other species also lost their, or maybe this species of cod, they had that gene pre-existing in their system. Now it's been expressed. It enters cold water, and we understand epigenetics, how these genes that are turned off can be turned on rapidly.
So that I don't think could be the case. Because this has popped up in separate populations twice, right? So we see it in the notothenioid fish and we see it in the cold water cods.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if both those species, both those types of fish have those pre-existing genes just waiting to be turned on and expressed, because we understand there's millions of genetic switches in the genomes of biological organisms, really just waiting to be turned on and expressed through environment. And I've got a couple papers that talk about these fish species that have rapidly evolved in real time. They enter a specific environment and then a pre-existing gene turns on. So it's not that that gene evolved, it's just that it's there. And now the environment is making
right, but that's genomically a different thing, right? So adaptation is population level, right? Whereas acclimatization is, which is what you're talking about here, is at the individual level and can be epigenetic. So like these are differentiatable at the genome level. As for how do you know whether or not it emerged in the ice fish or was lost in all of these other closely related fishes? I mean, I think that's just like a pedigree thing. Like again, you can take the genomes of species and see how they fall, where they fall into these pedigrees by sequencing their genomes. So you would effectively have to argue, much like early folks who were looking at the human chromosome 2 fusion, that in like 10 or 12, I don't know how many different cold water cod species there are, but in every single one, they happen to lose this gene in exactly the same place, and also dozens of other genes in just such a way to make it look like they're the ones that have experienced the change, as opposed to the cold water cod that got it de novo.
Well, it depends how many species there are. Yeah, if we're going to exaggerate and say, well, 1 million species all had to lose that gene, maybe there's only a few, and then there's one that has the gene. Maybe there's a few that have the gene, few that don't. Then that makes sense.
There are like tons of species of notothenioid fish and cold water cods.
Okay, but would you not believe, so when it comes to parsimony, would you agree that it's much easier to break a gene than build one?
So kind of, but again, I mean, Donnie, all of this, as far as I can tell, like listening to you and Bergman talk yesterday, I picked up on the same thing, and I said this in the chat. This boils down ultimately to a difference in how we define fitness and what fitness is, because
Well, not really with
every
building a gene or knocking a gene out.
yeah, because it's like if I duplicate a gene, right? I've duplicated that gene. If I add a point mutation onto that gene that gives it a new function, neofunctionalization, as with we saw in the notothenoid fish, I'm breaking that gene. It's becoming a new, better gene, but I'm still breaking the old gene.
Okay, so you have a gene, pre-existing gene, it
Yeah.
duplicates. You get
Sure.
another gene of the same.
Sure.
Neofunctionalization is basically that duplicated gene experiences a set of mutations. Eventually one's beneficial, you get the new function.
Sure.
Okay, so if we're not, so in cases where you don't see that in real time, we just have the genetics, are they comparing the species and saying, well, here's one gene that's not present, or here's one gene that's only present in one species, but that same gene is present twice in the second species? Is that how they're concluding that it was duplicated?
Yeah, because I mean, it's like, especially in the cold water cods, because it was in the non-functional regions of the genome. So it was like a very specific non-functional section that didn't do anything, that duplicated. Like, and when I say didn't do anything, these cold water cods can swim into cold water, but they freeze to death. So it's not like they swam into the cold water and individually experienced that change. They swim into cold water, their blood freezes, and they die. What happened was one of those regions of the genome duplicates, as tends to happen, as has happened many times in the history of our observing the genomes of organisms. It duplicated and experienced a series of point mutations that neofunctionalized it and gave it the chemical properties of antifreeze. That's what allowed it to go into those new regions.
Wouldn't that gene, the duplicated gene that goes through a series of mutation accumulation, wouldn't that function have to come about rapidly? Because like you said, these fish enter the Arctic water, the cold water, they die. Okay, so how many of them die before that function evolves where they can now live in that water with the protein?
Well, they're not living in that water, right? The way that water temperatures work is they work on a gradient.
Gradual. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like their range is in the area just below, as tends to be the case with animals. They push the limit, they live right up to where they can tolerate, and they don't go further than that. And the ones that do die, and they leave nothing behind. So the ones
that gain the function, they're just moving closer and closer to that lower temperature water. It's freezing cold water.
It's as simple as this. If you have cold water cods that live in this area, they can't go into the freezing water, but they're living in water that's decently cold, right? One of them happens to have the mutation, or a handful of them. I mean, I would imagine if they're coming from one mother, one single, clutch of eggs, they lay hundreds of eggs at a time. You're going to get a couple of them at the same time that are going to have this mutation. At least with fish, that's going to be the case. So these guys are fish. They're not plotting their route. But the ones that do go up further north where no other cold water cods can go, access resources no other cold water cods can eat, grow bigger, come back to their home range, reproduce as larger cods, and then pass that gene on to their offspring, which then also have that advantage and that proclivity for going to those more northerly areas.
Okay. So in the fish species of cod that has the purported duplicated gene with the function attached to it, if you want to say it that way, versus the one that doesn't, how do we know that gene and that function is not just a reflection of the function that is now expressed because of the situation you're talking about? The environment basically dictated what that gene would do in its I don't see how we can rule out the fact that it's front loaded. I feel like a lot of work would have to be done to prove such a thing.
Because the cods that don't have this duplicated gene can't swim into this area. They die. That's how we know.
Okay, so you're saying the ones today that swim into that area, they die. So if it was front loaded, if they were to swim into that area, their gene should be turned on as well.
Right.
Okay,
it would be an example of an epigenetic acclimatization, not adaptation at the population level, which again, to be clear, geneticists can tell the difference between the two. Epigenetics, as you know, is switches turning on and off. De novo genes are entirely new, like structural nucleotide based changes to the genome that are not context specific. They are or they aren't.
It's a fair point. So would you say that a lot of these genes that are just waiting to be turned on through environment, they're not really active at the moment, right? Until that environment triggers it to be turned on. Would you consider those redundant then in many ways?
Which genes?
Well, if you have a gene that would turn on in an environment, let's say hypothetically you had a fish that entered a certain environment, and in this case, it was an epigenetic change.
Can epigenetics do things that drastic?
Well, I think if the gene's just there waiting to be turned on, waiting for the right environment to allow it to basically pop up and perform a function.
Right, but we would see that when we sequenced it. We would see that it was a gene that was there but turned off, right? We would see it in the genome.
So what if the gene, while it's turned off, it's not active, it's not expressed?
Sure.
If it's redundant and not essential at that time, let's say in these codfish, these Arctic fish, maybe mutations destroyed those, because obviously those redundant elements would not be under high selective pressures, from my understanding, because they're not essential. So some species get theirs knocked out through mutations, while others.
I mean, it could drift in and out. Like, let's say the climate changes and the area where these codfishes live suddenly becomes warm and they don't need this antifreeze protein anymore. Is it possible it's going to go away? Maybe. I mean, I don't, unless it's causing their cells like strain to produce, I don't see why it would, but it might just because of drift. But again, the critical point here is that the gene doesn't exist in other cold water cods, right? It's not something that exists in them and is currently turned off. It exists in the cold water cod and is always on. It's not something that is regulated. They always have antifreeze in there.
Well, because now they're in that water permanently. That's their habitat. That's their environment. So it's turned on permanently.
They're always there. Now, here's what you could do. Take one and put it not in cold water. I don't know if anybody's done that.
Off. Yeah, see if it
turns off. I don't think it will, because a lot of animals that are like.
Well, we could make that could be a prediction right there. That's testable. Will it turn? Will it turn off, or nothing happens? Maybe it was truly due to duplication followed by neofunctionalization. So in the case you were talking about, those other species, yeah, they could have had those redundant elements or genes wiped out through mutations, while the other species actually did enter the environment in the way that allowed for the gene to be turned on.
I mean, that second part is going to violate parsimony, like how parsimony works typically with these kinds of things, which you can violate parsimony, but you have to have a really good case for it, phylogenetically speaking. Especially because, again, I would imagine we would agree that all of these cold water cods are related. But then secondarily speaking,
I'd have to see how many, but probably, yeah. But I mean, there could be multiple kinds of
sure.
codfish.
I mean, that's for y'all to
okay,
figure
to
out.
clarify, Erica and Samir, I'm sorry, I could talk to you about this all day. It's an interesting topic, Erica. So here's the last question I'll ask out of curiosity. So
no, just before you ask, Donny, I just want to say that you can make your case better with the African lungfish that buries itself in the dirt for up to a year or more.
Well, it's just because, I mean, I could pull up the papers I'm talking about with rapid evolution in fish. It's just because I'm directly engaging Erica's Arctic cod example. Is this truly beneficial mutation, duplication, followed by neofunctionalization? And I know there's been a lot written on it. And so, Erica, you believe it's more parsimonious to say that these genes or these antifreeze proteins were built up through duplication?
Not only do I think it's more parsimonious, I bet that there is a way that they have distinguished this and precluded epigenetics as an idea. I just don't know what it is. I bet they've done it. And it's something that, if I had the time, maybe sometime in the next couple of weeks, I can look into. I don't intend on it. Frankly, I've got a lot of stuff on my back burner right now, but I mean, it's worth looking into. If you think you can make the case, go for it. Again, eventually I'm going to get around to it and I'll see what I see. But I don't think that that's a case that can be made. And if you want to double check that, you should ask Jackson Wheat, because I think he has worked with some of those fish before. He works at an
Yeah,
aquarium.
he and I discussed that 5 years ago or so. Okay, well, no, that we got Y chromosomes to work on. So yeah, we'll get to that eventually. But I think these are some good thoughts and considerations on the topic and the issue, because I'd really like to map out how many of these beneficial mutations are just truly beneficial with very little reductive effects versus the ones that are, okay, beneficial, context specific, like you say, Erica, accurately, but at the genotype, reductive and functionally compromising in many ways. Because the nodothenioid one and the Arctic cod one, if not due to epigenetics or not due to front-loaded DNA, I don't really see any reductive effects from it. You know what I mean? So that'd be an
Right.
interesting one.
I mean, it's right, because it's a de novo protein that, for all intents and purposes, it's like I teach my students. There aren't very many, but there are mutations out there that I struggle to see, a situation where it would be negative for the animal that has it. Likewise, there are situations where I struggle to see benefits to many different kinds of mutations, even though I would say that the vast majority fall into that context specific framework. Samir, we got to do this fast because I'm really tired.
Yeah, sure. No, I know I won't drag this. I'll try to make it as fast as I can. Just in regards to the conversation that you had with Donny, I wish you could make the case, the same case with the African lungfish, and try to figure out how the genome change happened so fast, because the river is drying in the summertime and that fish is either gonna die or live. There is no warm water to colder water to move through until you get to really cold water. So the river just dries up in the summer in Africa, and sometimes the river stays dry for like 2-3 years. So I just want you to look into that case of the African lungfish. But besides that, the question that I had for you is, when we talk about agnosticism, basically that position could be summarized in 3 words: is I don't know.
Yes.
Would you believe that I don't know is an honest and satisfactory final position to take on any topic besides God?
Honest, yes. Satisfactory, almost never.
Okay, because there are cases. The reason I said this, because there are cases where, for example, I don't need to know how the light bulb works. I can trust that somebody made the light bulb and I can use it. But with cases like God, this is like something that if God is there and rewards and punishes us, then it is my personal responsibility to investigate. I cannot just stop at saying I don't know and make it my final answer. Like, I would have to investigate. And then when you were talking to Sam earlier, there is a point where you said, where you're talking about presupposition, and you said that you presuppose God, and like there is no way to prove God. Like this is what I got from your comment. Would you say that it is logically acceptable to say that if everything that's around us, everything in universe, everything that is physical, fails to explain the reality, not only fails to explain the reality, but if we can prove that the visible existence is unable to produce the reality as we see it, would that be a lot? Would it be logical in your mind to believe that it could be an outside interjection that caused the reality?
That it could be 100%. In fact, I'm very clear on my stance, that it's like, if science can't investigate it, you can't use science to say that it is or isn't true, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here. I'm never going to sit here and say that I think science disproves God. I don't think that. I don't think science can investigate God as an idea, or any kind of, cosmic deistic agent, whether they have agency or not. So to answer your question, if you could somehow rule out every possible naturalistic explanation for the origin of the universe, then I think you would have to say at that point, okay, well, maybe we have to look for non-naturalistic answers. We have to look outside of the realm of science and start to look to other means of thinking or something like that. I mean, that's what science is. That's what science claims to be, is a means by which we can investigate the natural world. Definitionally speaking, if you can't explain it with the natural, you're going to have to find something else.
Yes, I agree with you here. I mean, I'm gonna make this my final question statement, just to have mercy on you guys. You've been going on for hours. For example, a base DNA pair has about 80 atoms, and there is about 3 billion pairs in a chromosome. Now, if we look at something that happened randomly, if those atoms were arranged any differently, we would not have that chromosome. So now we're talking, if we talk probability in mathematics, we're talking about 1 in, I don't know, maybe 80 billion factorial. And just to give you an idea, a deck of cards, 52 cards, and I keep mentioning this example, 52 playing cards were never, ever arranged in the life of the universe. If a deck of cards was shuffled every second since the universe for 13.7 billion years was shuffled every second, you could not have had the same order of 52 cards happen. That's 52 factorial. Now we're talking about 80 billion factorial. A multiverse is not old enough to create the possibility for those atoms to arrange themselves into a chromosome. So this
Samir,
is
I agree, right? Like I agree with you on that. I don't think anybody's claiming that, you know, DNA randomly with no sort of environmental or even agent level push organized itself into its current form, right? Like whether you're talking about a nucleic acid, or whether you're talking about the double helix itself, or whether you're talking about, you know, an amino acid, whatever. It doesn't matter which one you're talking about. The argument that's made from a naturalistic standpoint is frequently one from like physics or thermodynamics or chemistry or whatever. I mean, I don't get into the abiogenesis conversation a lot, but it tends to be argued from a point of there's something about the organization of DNA that actually over time increases the entropy of the system, not of the life itself or the DNA molecule itself, but of the system that is within. It's like a Jeremy English, I believe, paper that discusses it. So no one out here is saying that these things organize themselves floating in free space, and nobody is saying that it's a single trial, and nobody is saying that you know, this happens without precursors, like out of the blue, whole cloth. These things happen not in sequence but in parallel, is the argument from the naturalist. Now, you know, like again, I believe that I think abiogenesis is something that happened, right? I do. Can I support it? I think I can make a decent case for it. Am I going to hang my hat on the idea that 100% definitely nothing sparked life on Earth? No, I'm not going to do that. Because that's not my field. I don't know enough about it, to be quite honest. But I think I can make a good case.
okay. Yeah, I have many questions to ask, but I'm gonna stop here. Just as a mercy for you guys.
Yeah, I hope
Thank
the
you.
answers were satisfying. I know oftentimes, as the resident agnostic, and my atheist and theist friends alike say this, my answers are not very satisfying. But you know, that's the cross I have to bear. So, thanks for having me, Donnie. I'm gonna head out.
Okay, Erica, thank you for joining us. Lots of fun. We'll
Bye-bye.
chat soon.
Thank you, Erica. God bless you, Erica.
Good night. Yeah, thank you, Erica. And Erica, if you're still listening, we just want you to know that there are many representations of what God would be. We believe the Christian or the biblical God is the most accurate, and we want you to take a quick look at it or examine it like you have genetics. And yeah, all the best.
Well,
time is precious.
Amen, gentlemen. Sam, not sure if you're still there. We are just 2 minutes away, roughly, from the 6-hour mark. And Sam, you and I, apart from an hour break for the both of us when you debated Erica and then I did, we've been going basically nonstop. So I don't know if you want to shut it down at the 6-hour mark, or I don't even think any more evolutionists are in here. So I think technically that ends the challenge, a 6-hour challenge. It's been,
You know
and
what?
you know, and Sam, you got a couple of clips out of today's show. One with the sergeant or general at the beginning, a nice one there with Erica, WWF style. And so it's been, you know, we've gotten a good diversity of topics today. We had fun with Kent for the first couple hours. We had several evolutionists join there. We've had a good show. It's, I mean, 2 a.m. We still got 161 people in the live chat. So what are you thinking, Sam? Is your mind changed, brother?
Yeah, you know what? We set out to see if we could be convinced of evolution, and that didn't happen. But what else didn't happen? I was convinced that they can't account for morality or even reality without God. So I think it got worse for them, not better. But you know, we're here. We want you guys to repent and be reconciled with the God you know, and yeah, that's why I'm here.
Absolutely. What an
Amen.
experience to live that life, to be given an opportunity to finally live that life. Imagine going our whole lives living in sin and then realizing there's another way, and then having one day to even do that. What a blessing.
Eternity's along, just like Kent said earlier. Abraham Lincoln, he's been dead for a while. He's still dead today. He's just getting started. So you got to think about eternity. And to a lot of people, evolution is a hindrance. So, you know, we want to get rid of that wall. To some people it's not, but to many it is to get to the gospel. And so we heard many lines of evidence tonight. Andrew Cumming, one of our favorite critics, he was here putting forth the usual nested hierarchy argument. Sam, what do you think overall of the nested hierarchy argument? Why are you more similar to a chimp than you are to a dog? Isn't it because you're related to chimps and dogs?
Yeah, you know, if Apple made every electronic device on the globe, that's a lot of completely different electronic devices, but there would still be some similarities. So I just don't see how it follows that because there's genetic similarities or morphological similarities. I mean, like you always rightfully point out, we're going to be most similar to something. So that's not a problem. Why is that a problem?
Once you get into the fossil record, you don't have genetic data for a lot of it, right, Sam? And so what you get are historical reconstructions. But those historical reconstructions are only going to be as good as the empirical real-time data we have today. And so I think that's why, Erica, we had an important conversation back and forth there, because what is the percentage of beneficial mutations that are truly beneficial? What I mean by that, beneficial mutations that are non-reductive, beneficial mutations that aren't in any way functionally compromising to organisms. And I would contend, and it seems to be confirmed more and more in my study, that the very vast majority of rare beneficial mutations, when they happen, Sam, they're reductive. They're deleterious to a point. And Erica's example there on the Arctic codfish, and then also the notothenioid fish, those examples, there is good evidence. There's a research project there that could be epigenetic, which is front-loaded adaptation. So I think it's 2024, Sam. It's a great time to be a biblical creationist, brother.
Yeah, you know, they can drag us down to the molecular biological level, and that's important. And they can use a lot of fancy nomenclature, and that's great. But what they can't do is give us a big, huge list of real-world examples. But you know what? I can. We've got all kinds of studies on flies and fleas and yeast and E. coli. We can give real-world examples that show reduction. So where's all the real-world examples? You know, another thing that's problematic when I was looking at that chart that Erica was showing, and she said, you know, it represented 20 million years or something along those lines. But all of those lines represent this organism in a state of transition. Where's all the geological evidence of that? Or where's all the evidence in the geological record of that gives an account for all of those years of these organisms evolving? We don't have it. We have stasis and lines on paper.
And so you can see here's a nice chart too. So 20 million years,
Yeah.
that's all of their common ancestors, 17 million years, 9 million years. And so all of these nodes, they're inferred. And that's what Eric and I were discussing. And which
Right.
means they have to infer the genomes. And so here, the human and chimpanzee Y only being 26% the same. Well, Erica looks to the bonobo and chimpanzee Y and challenges us creationists. That was largely what our debate was there for an hour and a half. And she says, well, okay, but if bonobos and chimps are related according to the creation model, why are they only 65% the same? But Sam, even visually, you'd have to admit 26.2%, 65.3%, still a large difference. Now, Erica's going to say, well, the same processes, genetic processes that explain these differences also explain the differences between humans and chimps. But is, in your opinion, you're the fallacy guy, is that an extrapolation fallacy?
Yeah, it is on multiple levels. And I think there's also I don't know how to explain this. It seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, the conversation got very technical, and I felt like I was following and I understood a lot of it, but I don't think I could have contributed a whole lot. But yeah, I mean, it seems that even if there was much more genetic similarity, I don't see why that would be a problem. I mean, if you take the two most different human beings on Earth, and they're physically gonna look very different from one another, and so, but their genetics are going to be very similar. So even if there was an ape or whatever it might be that was far more similar than that, I don't see why that's a problem. And it seemed like her challenge to you was to refute the law of monophyly. Was I missing that at the end?
Well, it
Like
was
that's what you wanted.
and those are some good points. It's more so, and so I'm not ready. So here on this graph, chimpanzees, bonobos, right? You can see that they are a little bit different. But even visually, they're not that much difference. Mostly just some size difference, a little bit of gene content, or not gene content, structural rearrangements. Gene content's largely the same. And so I'm not ready to say they're different kinds. I think they do go back to an archetype. But once we bring in the humans, and this is where further study and research comes into play, can we as a creationist consistently explain these differences while also showing that the differences are too great, too massive to explain the human and chimpanzee differences? Does that make sense, Sam?
Yeah.
Like Erica's basically saying we have to be consistent. If we believe bonobos and chimps are related, we have to explain their differences, which I think is possible. But we have to be consistent and say the human and chimps, although we can explain chimp and bonobo, human and chimp, the differences are too great. And I do believe that that's the case. I do believe, but there's definitely some work to see exactly what genes, what's the percentage of genes that need to be added versus lost. But I mean, visually, especially to probably just the majority of people out there, they're going to look at this visual and be like, wow, this human Y really stands out. Right? Even the chimp and bonobo is like, yeah, I get it. There's some differences, but man, oh man, that human Y is something else.
So I'm gonna say something, and this is just me speaking. I know you feel differently, and probably most creationists do. And I'm not disagreeing. Like on one hand, yeah, we want to explain everything with scientific specificity. I totally agree. But I personally am not opposed to acknowledging that there could be like a transcendent barrier, a barrier that we might not be able to discover through the physical sciences, and to kind of support that thought is what I was arguing with Erica earlier, and hopefully she'll realize it if she goes back and listens to it. that the physical world is in submission to supernatural forces. That's just the fact of the matter, these things that we're calling the laws of nature. And it could be that there's another supernatural force that keeps one kind within its other kind. And if that's the case, then we might not be able to find a physical scientific explanation. And I personally, I'm okay with that. And but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't look, and that doesn't mean that, you know, research projects should stop. But what I'm saying is that, you know, from the biblical worldview, we're not limited, and we shouldn't be duped into embracing this naturalistic philosophy, thinking that that's the only way. Because what I believe that I did a good job of showing with Erica is that that naturalistic philosophy cannot make sense of the physical world. It cannot make sense of reality on its own terms. And so that, I think there's a much larger problem undergirding their entire worldview. And it's just like a rock floating through space. It's not grounded in anything.
Right. And there's only so much science can demonstrate. It's not even good to say prove, because science doesn't really prove things.
Yeah.
It disproves things in many ways, right? You come up with a hypothesis, you test that hypothesis, you try and disprove it. See if it works, see if it doesn't. So there's limits though. So one approach, and I think there's some truth to this, we have some discrepancies in the Y chromosomes here. Okay. We as creationists believe chimps and bonobos go back to a common ancestor. So do they. Neither of us can demonstrate that scientifically. It's something we believe, as Kent says. We would admit we believe it, but the evolutionists won't. And so the whole thing with the Y chromosomes, now the evolutionists, they want to go back even further, right? Sam, tell me if this makes sense. And then they want to say, oh, but the human and chimp Y chromosomes can be explained through these differences. Well, you believe that.
Right.
But you can't demonstrate that scientifically. And then they'll say, oh, you got to show why the bonobos and chimps, how do you explain their differences? You believe they're related? Yeah, we believe they're related, but science can only take us so far in demonstrating what is related. So we both believe that, sure, but that's kind of where it ends, right?
Yeah, and then, you know, you got to just add these genes somewhere on that line on her chart. It's like, well, wait, hold on.
They were added here, deleted here, substituted here. I mean, these are all inferred. You get that, right? Though that family tree.
Right.
Over here on this line, this was lost, this was gained, this was deleted. I mean, we have to do the same though with chimps and bonobos. So now we're kind of getting ourselves involved in something that's not 100% science. So now we're gonna have to do the, okay, so from now to the ark, 4,500 years ago, this is where this gene was lost, this one was lost over. So a lot of it now gets into the world of historical science, which is not as it's not the same as operational or empirical science. Now we're making a lot of guesses, a lot of inferences. We're all going to be guilty of some kind of storytelling, right?
Sure. But even with that, like I thought it was really telling when she questions you for using that paper it was just a little bit old. It's like, well, wait a minute. Should we just wait a few years until you throw this paper that you're so dogmatic about under the bus? You know, all of those conclusions of that paper that she questioned, those are provisional. And when that paper came out, you know, they'd feel a certain way about it. And so now she's got this new paper that she feels a certain way about. I mean, in a few years, is she going to dismiss that one too? So the dogmatism from the camp naturalism, I'm not sure why they're so confident in the things that they believe.
There's too many unknowns.
Too many unknowns.
Because they need a scientific explanation for everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's been scientifically confirmed that we can explain these differences. But has it? Has it really? You believe that these differences were deleted or accumulated over the last 6 million years. But again, it's going to be a lot of inference, a lot of guesswork, a lot of, well, it happened here, happened there. It's like, we don't know. They're inferring those genomes. So both us creationists and evolutionists, would you agree, Sam? We both have to be careful with what science can do and what science can tell us, because it can only tell us so much. Yeah, we both have a challenge. Chimpanzees, bonobos, they differ a little bit. 65% the same. neither of us can really, it's going to be difficult to demonstrate that with real hard science. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you bring in the human and chimp Y, they're only 25% the same. So the evolution is going to have a really hard time demonstrating that. Now, I get it. They've proposed sperm competition, and the processes behind sperm competition are faster rates of substitution, faster rates of gene conversion, gene duplication, gene deletion. I get all that. But once you get into those details, Sam, you've probably noticed in the technical discussion, they have to go back in time with those lines and say, this is where the duplication happened. This is where the deletion happened. This is where the swap around happened.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, that's
And
pretty unknown there.
And that's where the extrapolation fallacy comes in, because we've experienced, you know, in the very recent past, events that happen within a short time span, but they're going to extrapolate these processes back millions of years, and I think that's really problematic. But you know, I get it. Richard Dawkins made it more clear than anyone ever has. He says at a time before Darwin, I'll paraphrase, at a time before Darwin, he couldn't imagine being an atheist, because you'd be living in God's world where everything was interpreted as being evidence of the God in the biblical worldview. And so Darwin changed all of that when he allowed a new model that would, you know, give the atheist that intellectual justification they need to deny God. And that's what it's about. And that's why you get these people that are so anti young earth and biblical creation, because they have to be. What are their options if evolution's false? Where are they going to go? What are they going to do? That's the heart of the issue.
I'm really happy she made it. You did a great job taking her through it, Sam, in my opinion. Unfortunately, she wasn't. It didn't appear that she was able to go through it step by step with you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we've tried to talk before, and that's kind of how it goes, unfortunately. But
well, Sam, you are the worldview machine.
I try.
It's
I
true.
got a long way to go.
As Jason Lyle wrote in his book, The Ultimate Proof for Creation.
That's right.
But
hey,
Sam,
Donny,
yeah, go ahead, brother.
I wanted to ask you a question. You had so many of these talks with evolutionists and atheists and agnostics, and how you probably know how they would think or how they would try to patch things up. You talked about the cold water cod, and I saw that little progression into going into cold water. How would you think they would answer the case for the African lungfish? And let me describe what this fish is. Yeah. This fish lives in the river in Africa, and the river would dry. This fish will actually bury itself here. It will cocoon itself.
I think we lost you first. You got raptured for like half a second. You're back now.
Sorry.
Rewind. No, it's okay.
Yeah, okay. I said this fish lives in the rivers in Africa. The river will dry in the summertime, and sometime will stay dry for a couple of years. And this fish adapted, according to the terms they like to use, bury itself in the clay, cocoon itself in the layer. So now there's got to be some gene responsible for creating a layer of goop or something where it would cocoon itself. And then it will live that whole year or year and a half or more, consuming the muscle meat in its tail for that whole time. It will slow time to an unimaginable scale, to where it would slow its metabolism and everything, like almost time stops for that fish. Now, the question, like if I was asking a question, this is the question I would like you to answer for them. How you think they would answer it? The first time the river dried, there is no progression. The fish had to somehow adapt or die. There was nothing to be passed to the next generation. It has to happen right away. There is no millions of years here. How did the fish genome change or adapt in a way so fast that it can just survive in these new conditions, buried for a year or a year and a half or more under the clay?
Yeah, wow. That's amazing. Okay, so these fish, this river in Africa dries up in the summer, and you said it stays dry for a couple of years.
It
And
could, yeah. If there is drought, yeah, it could go for a couple of years, yes.
And so these fish rapidly adapt to that drying environment by burying themselves, cocooning themselves, you said?
Yes, in a layer of goo or goop or however you would call it, like the slime, and they will survive on self-digesting their tail muscles, and they will slow their heartbeat. They will slow their metabolism to almost like a time stopped. Like if we're talking Einstein's theory, like time for them almost stops for that whole time, like barely. I mean, how much can you consume a tail muscle for?
It sounds like it's corroborating evidence for the claim that I was making on the Arctic cod and then also the notothenioid Arctic fish. It sounds like it's corroborating evidence for why those adaptations can happen rapidly. Because Erica was saying, well, no, it's got to happen overall. It's got to happen gradually. It's got to take a long time. Well, your example is excellent, Samir, my man, because it gives us an example where, no, look at this. These fish are adapting rapidly to their environment. And so it can be either front-loaded diversity or epigenetics, which is just another form of front-loaded diversity. And so I would ask you, Samir, this rapid change, it's happening in real time, like we've observed it in real time?
Yes, I mean you can watch videos of people digging up African lungfish from the clay.
Wow. Yeah, no, I would say that's an argument that we need to use in the future when they want to deny our position of rapid adaptation in a lot of these creatures. So Samir, I appreciate that point, brother. I think Sam and this has been great. We just hit the 6 hour and 20-minute mark. Sam, you just let me know.
Thank you. Just one final question for you. One final question is: do you believe behavior is sequenced or stored in the DNA? For example, I'll give you a couple of quick examples. For example, my dog, like, is an orphan, like never been with his parents or seen his parents or whatever. And my dog, I would give him food, and he would take a bone and bury it, something that other dogs do. So this is not something that he learned. And I cannot do the same thing. If my dad was a carpenter and never seen my dad, I cannot do carpentry just because my dad was a carpenter. So that information must be stored somewhere. The squirrels bury their nuts. Hyenas, for example, to conserve energy, they walk on their front legs, something that is really amazing. I recommend everyone to go watch it. And then there is theories on why they do that. For example, some people would say they walk on their front leg and they drag their tails to remove their tracks from the dirt. Some of them say they would leave their scent for other hyenas, so they would know where to find them or they can group together. Some of them say they do that to save energy by only walking on 2 legs rather than 4. But if you take an orphan hyena, he would do the same thing. So what is behavior stored? Is it stored in DNA?
That's a really good question. And I definitely have a lot of thoughts and considerations because I've read several papers and articles that suggest what you're saying here, behaviors, or even, like, for example, if my mom or dad had a tendency towards OCD or anxiety or being a worried person, those behaviors or tendencies, those attributes can actually be passed on to the kids, where the kids are now going to have a great chance of having those same behaviors, where maybe they're a worried person and anxious. So it must be epigenetic tags. There must be something about the way we behave, even Matt and I, we got a section in one of the books we wrote. He did a lot of study into that, and he showed some examples of mice, and I can't remember at the top of my head, but it was behavioral related. And so, yeah, it seems like behavior like that can be stored in, well, the epigenome's above and beyond the DNA code, but can be stored in the epigenome, these epigenetic tags. I don't know if that helps, Samir, but I've read some stuff on that where, yeah, I mean, our behaviors can are stored and could be passed on to progeny where they can take
I
place
believe
in
they're
that progeny.
preloaded by God.
Yeah.
It makes sense, right? Logical sense. We would have instincts.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, Sam, my award-winning co-host, it's been a lot of fun tonight. Doesn't feel like 6.5. I mean, it kind of feels like 6.5 hours because now we're kind of tired and sore. In a way, it's kind of hard to believe. Yes, this is the same night that we had Kent on for 2 hours.
Right.
Almost seems like it's a totally different night. So, Sam, close us out, brother. Close us out. Closing words. Closing
All right, cool.
time.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Donnie, for having me on. It's always a joy and a pleasure and an honor. And I love talking about God with you guys. So anytime someone wants to get a hold of me, you can just send me an email and we'll make that happen. But yeah, we're here for a purpose. And the purpose is that you guys, if you're a believer, that you just be strong in your faith and not be shaken. And if you're an unbeliever, well, I hope that we've challenged you and given you at least something to think about.
Amen.
That's it.
Well said. We'll have to figure out when we're going to do our next Evolution is False, Change Our Minds, probably sometime in October. And so, Sam, really appreciate your time, brother. I know how busy you are, and it's always a privilege. Really is a privilege to have you here. You're very knowledgeable. You're well-rounded. You're a confident speaker, and you are a really good debater. I like the way you hold your interlocutor's feet to the fire, brother. And of course, you're the award-winning co-host. So God bless you. God bless those who have to. I'll have to join you in your clubhouse one of these days. That'll be fun to do some debate. So, okay. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Appreciate the support. Share this around, especially to your skeptic friends. Let them know that if they got evidence for evolution, stay tuned because we're looking to have our minds changed, aren't we, Sam? Okay.
Right.
God bless.